Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became Wonder Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Bakugou Katsuki is thriving. He's a morning person, he's having a fantastic hair day. Izuku texted him earlier, said he'd grab Katsuki's favorite tea from that cafe he won't admit he loves. His boots eat up the sidewalk, each step heavy and intentional, and people seem to just move for him. It doesn't matter that it's rush hour, that everyone has places to be. They shuffle out of his way. Turning the last corner of his soon-to-be morning commute, Katsuki sees his pack of idiots standing in a huddle just to the side of the skyscraper's revolving glass doors. The sign above reads Hawk's Hero Agency. The rather pointless security guards stationed out front side-eye them with mild curiosity. He calls out, "It's cold as F-, why were you all outside?" It's like he's the second coming. They all react at once. "Cats!" Denki shrieks. "Good morning, Blasty." Mina smiles and waves. "Hello, Bakugou." Shudo deadpans as he really eating cold soba right now? "Baku bro," Izuku says, grinning as he hands over the aforementioned tea. Siro, Ida and Cheiko just smile. Even though mentally he's taking a silent attendance to ensure all of his idiots are on time, Katsuki groans, forever pretending they annoy the ever-loving hell out of him. Perhaps they did at one point, but after what they've all gone through together, not as much. He'd do anything for his merry bunch of extras. They walk in together, and what a statement they make. Some of the most famous members of their already well-known class, practically in V formation, fresh-faced and ready to kick butt, or rather, ready to get interviewed. But like, in a kick-butt way. Katsuki preens as the receptionists whisper to one another and he hears their hero names mentioned, as jaded pros on their way to or from patrol stare just a second longer than is socially acceptable, recognizing the group even in civilian clothing. They are ushered to the 20th floor to wait outside of Hawk's personal office. Katsuki's chest is full of pride and his head is light with confidence, his blood sizzling with the knowledge that he made it. That he'll land this job easily. Give it a year and he'll break the top, give it 2 and he's in the top 10. Nothing could possibly get in his way at this point. Katsuki wonders if Hawks will hire him on the spot. They're seated in a waiting space flush with couches and plush chairs, the mahogany double doors of their future employer's office mere paces away, looming in front of them like a promise. Katsuki plops down into the corner of a love seat, careful not to wrinkle the designer's suit his parents tailored for this very occasion. Izuku drops down next to him, Shudo following, and soon a couch made for 2 typical-sized humans is home to 3 oversized heroes. Grumbling something about personal space, Katsuki shifts but doesn't get up. He's grown used to his friends and their tendency to disregard his glowers and glares, instead proceeding to hug and poke and pry into his life. Once, in their second year at UA, they all actually listened when he screamed at them one morning, demanding no more good morning side hugs or movie night group snuggles. It took all of 3 days for him to tell Mina to tell everyone else to forget about what he said. Maybe he has a soft side for his friends. Shut up. A few other hopefuls trickle in, some in pairs but most alone. Briefly, Katsuki wonders what school they each went to, if they're half as good as the giant idiots sharing this small couch with him. Katsuki highly doubts it. "Hey," Izuku says as he leans even further into Katsuki's side. "Did you hear about how the Wonder Duo from Shiketsu is interviewing here today too? How manly is that? I can't wait to work with them." Across from them on an opposing couch, Mina frowns. "Babe, I thought we were going to leave manly in high school?" "Well, I thought about it, but it's kind of like part of me." "Babe." "I know, but babe." Shudo sighs a long-suffering sigh. Katsuki tips his head back so he's glaring at the high ceiling. "The next person to say babe dies by my hand, I swear to the gods." Death threats on the first real day of our adult lives? Not very manly, bro. Goddamn, ask me how much I care, Shark Week. My answer will be I don't. Katsuki pauses for a moment, his mind going back to what they were talking about before. "Tell me about the Shiketsu Wonder Duo," he grumbles. "Call him curious." He's really never paid attention to anyone outside of Class 3A when it came to potential competition. He hardly even looked at 3B. Something in his gut twists at the title Wonder Duo, however. He ignores it. Ijuru's face lights up like it's Christmas or some sheet. Oh yeah, bro, they're super powerful individually, but together there's something else. My little brother is friends with a second year at Shiketsu and he said they're like our version of the big three, except it's just the two of them. He snaps and shoots Katsuki with a finger gun, pleased when he remembers an important piece of information. One is that guy who failed the provisional licensing exam with you and Shudo. First of all, get a fed. I failed on purpose. Second of all, yeah, makes sense. A wind or air manipulation quirk. Pretty memorable. He was, Katsuki shrugs, fine. More like he was an idiot, who gets into UA and chooses Shiketsu instead. And the other half of this dumb duo? Katsuki continues, pretending for the life of him that he does not care. Ijuru hums in thought. Well, oddly enough, not too much info out there on him. He didn't take the licensing exam when we did though, because from what my little bro says about him, I'd remember the guy. With a furrowed brow, Katsuki really looks at Ijuru. Asks, his quirk? Super strength, Ijuru says simply. His name is Izu. And he can make these whips out of this dark substance that he can use almost like that old American movie Spider-Man. Oh, and he can float? And feel when there's danger near, and Katsuki is about to slap his best friend over the head and demand to know what he smoked this morning when he feels it. It's like all of the air in the room left to take a holiday. Like his heart is beating so hard it cracked a few of the ribs confining it. Like the skin on the back of his neck is meeting a live wire. He's a trained hero. He knows how to respond to disasters and act on instinct, to be the fastest person on scene without a second thought about danger. So why, when the room goes silent, does he turn so God's demon slowly toward the entryway? What has him feeling like it? Cornered animal? Everyone is looking down the hall now, past Hawk's still-shut office, towards the elevators. On the small display panel above the silver metal doors, Katsuki watches in rapt fascination as the numbers tick up ominously. Floor 17, 19. Ding. There's a static charge in the air. It's as though someone brought a thunderstorm inside and commanded the resulting lightning to dance. The elevator opens, and confusion grips Katsuki's heart like a vice. Two men step out, both in their hero costumes even though the email from HR said to dress business professionally. Almost like they've already secured the job and this is just a formality. With the ease in which they carry themselves, Katsuki wonders angrily if that isn't the case. One has a cap over his buzzed dark brown hair, a strong square jaw, black eyes that have the telltale smile lines accompanying them. He's broad, tall, maybe as tall as Katsuki at his height of 6, pipes line his thick, fur-lined costume, and Katsuki can only assume they help direct the airflow of his quirk. Breeze boy. He's just as impressive as he was their first year. But it's the other one, the slightly shorter of the two, who has Katsuki's mind and body short-circuiting. Dark green hair. Wild in waves and some loose curls but tamed enough by an undercut. Emerald green eyes, the largest Katsuki has ever seen without looking comical. Sharp jaw, cheekbones absolutely smothered in freckles like constellation had been kissed across his skin. His costume is the same dark green as his hair, almost black. And it's tight. He's Adonis. He's showstopping neon. He's smiling like he is the goddamn sun incarnate. Holy shit, Katsuki breathes. From the corner of his eye, he sees Shudo drop his soba, the noodles simply sliding through his loosened chopsticks. Yeah, Katsuki thinks, same. The pair of newcomers stride towards the waiting area like they're on a catwalk during Tokyo Fashion Week, grinning as they talk amongst themselves. The alarmingly familiar green-haired boy throws his head back as he laughs, his gloved hand reaching up to grip the other's shoulder. At the sound of it, Katsuki's world kickstarts back up. He reboots. Everything resumes, but now it's faster. Because he's panicking. Because he knows that face and that laugh, just in the form of a cowering 13-year-old, shoved into lockers or the corner of a class as everyone looks the other way, crying over a burnt notebook, downtrodden yet somehow never disillusioned. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. Midoriya Izuku is trying to interview at the same hero agency as Bakugou Katsuki. For a moment, Katsuki wonders if he should think before he acts. Huh? He says as he stands, jostling a still frozen Izuku on the way to his feet. Deku. It's like a 4-year rewind. He calls out the kid's name, and Deku's attention is instantly Katsuki's to possess. Solely Katsuki's, as though he was the nerd's reason for living. It was the first time Katsuki ever felt truly special being friends with Izuku. He loved nothing more than knowing his first friend was always trailing after him. They made plans as detailed as possible for little brats. Katsuki would become a hero, Izuku his ever-faithful sidekick. They were inseparable. But when he got his quirk, everyone began to look at Katsuki that way. And when Izuku kept following him, kept getting hurt or put in danger when their adventures got more and more dangerous and he still remained quirkless, Katsuki pushed him away. Harshly. Labeled him Deku to distinguish this new, weak thing from his former friend. Moved on without looking back. Because heroes never look back. Right? Now, with just the utterance of that stupid, demeaning nickname, those emerald eyes snapped to immediately look at Katsuki, Icarus to the sun. But there is no warmth there, no adoration. It seems Icarus has evolved to wings of metal, feathers and wax abandoned. Izuku doesn't smile when their eyes meet, he smirks. The expression doesn't seem to match his soul, doesn't look natural on his heartbreakingly adorable handsome sculpted what is Katsuki thinking it's just the nerd face. It looks practiced. That's me. Izuku says cheerily, the smirk slipping into a genuine grin when Breezy Boy stares down at him. And you're Bakugou from UA. Of course, I know you from the sports festival, but how do you know my hero name? He almost flinches. Katsuki can't remember a time when the nerd called him anything other than that ridiculous nickname. Kaken. And hero name? Did the nerd just say he chose Deku as his hero name? Too much. We'll unpack later. Left on read for now. Deku tilts his head to the side, a soft smile playing on his lips, his hands clasped behind his back. He's effing adorable. Katsuki is pretty sure Minaku's, pretty sure Shudo still hasn't picked up his soba, is positive Denki is having trouble keeping his quirk in check like a Pikachu knockoff. It's hard to be positive, however, when the sound of his own blood roaring behind his ears is drowning everything else out. How are you here? He asks through gritted teeth. Katsuki is angry. Scratch that, he's livid. He's worked towards this day for years, his entire demon life. Really, and quirkless, weak, but Deku is going to show up and make a mockery of it all? Katsuki has faced his demons, he's dealt with his past when Aizawa forced him into therapy and anger management. He buried the Katsuki Deku knew. He's dead and gone, and Deku will not resurrect him. No way. I mean, yeah, he never apologized to the people he was awful to like his therapist recommended, but he wrote them all letters saying sorry. Those letters just happened to still be in unaddressed envelopes, tucked away in his desk at home. Deku blinks. I took the elevator. Stop fucking around, Katsuki growls. His friends blanch. Izuku starts to say something to de-escalate whatever is happening. Ochako is staring at him like he's committing war crimes. Ida is on his feet, sputtering nonsense, waving his arms like a frantic flight attendant. What I mean, Katsuki continues, is how the F are you here, Deku? In a costume, waiting to interview at the top hero agency in Japan? Your mom make that for you? Your dad show up from wherever the F he went and pay for you to get a pity meeting with Hawks? What he leaves unsaid is, how are you so built now? Where did this confidence come from? How are you fooling everyone? Can I get your number? Deku's chin shoots up at Katsuki's hostility. His jaw works as he reigns in a temper Katsuki never thought he'd have. But graduated the same time you did, Bakugou. God's his family name sounds so wrong coming from Deku. From Shiketsu. Bullshit, Katsuki spits, and this time his friends audibly gasp. How could someone without a quirk get into a hero course? Silence. The room has frozen over in trepidation. Or maybe it should-o. Izuku runs his tongue over his teeth. Katsuki ignores that it's hot. Inesa bristles. You UA students with your misplaced superiority complexes. Deku lifts a hand, all calm, cool, and calculated, an owner settling their guard dog. Bakugou, you seem to be confused. I do have a quirk. If I didn't, there's no way Hawk's hero agency would call me in for an interview. Or, do you intend to question the intelligence and competence of our host? Katsuki stills, though everything in him is screaming, blow his sheet up. Deku just keeps up that infuriatingly confident smile of his. Also, I went to Shiketsu because someone I was uninterested in ever seeing again was applying to UA. I thought being around his certain brand of evil would hinder my learning. Not hard to understand, no? It's been a long time since Katsuki properly raged. He's close to it now. How dare Deku condescend to him? Talk down to him? Gods, the little nerd has always looked down on him, always thought he was better with his self-sacrificing bullshit attitude. So, remember the therapy. Don't do this, not here. Katsuki shocks the world and deserves the Nobel Peace Prize when he pinches the bridge of his nose and counts backward from 10. He's at 4 when the heavy wooden doors open, revealing an ever-smug-looking Hawks. His red wings pull closer to his body as he steps toward them. Hi everyone, thanks for coming. He proceeds to clap once before rubbing his hands together, clearly excited. Well, no need to waste time. Should we get started? The blonde looks between Deku and Katsuki, taking notice of their standoff. His lips twitch down at the tense atmosphere, easily understanding something isn't right. Problem? Katsuki is quick to quell any worries. Landing a job at the #1 agency is crucial in his 5-year plan, but Deku is still a kiss butt and is faster. Not at all, sir, he says happily, just laughing over our silly school rivalry. Hawk smirks. Wouldn't know. How about you and Gale Force come explain? I was planning on interviewing the famed Wonder Duo first anyways. Katsuki could scream. Of course, the burnt chicken nugget hero calls Deku and Breezy Boy in first. Together, since they're interviewing as a hero duo. It makes Katsuki's stomach sour. They had dreamt of being a hero duo, not Deku and this barrel-chested wannabe. Where did that thought come from? Katsuki rubs at his flushed red neck. He hasn't thought of the nerd in years, tucked his memory away when he sealed the envelope he'd never sent. Honestly, he thought they'd never cross paths again. With the Shiketsu heroes now behind closed doors, everyone starts talking at once, desperate to get him to explain what just happened. Baku bro, you know Deku? Izuku asks, red brows pulled together in confusion. What did you mean when you said he was quirkless? Zero interjects. I just googled him real quick, and dude, there are hundreds of videos of him using a very flashy, very real quirk. Civilians near Shiketsu freaking love him. I know you're used to being AD-Bakugou-kun, Ochako says with a disapproving look, but the way you spoke to Deku-kun was uncalled for. It's all too much. He doesn't have the mental bandwidth to explain shit to them right now. And what would he even say? Yeah, I bullied the hell out of my ex-best friend when we found out he was quirkless and never spoke to him again after middle school, and I may or may not have a complex when it comes to him. Yeah, not happening. Instead, his eyes stay fixed on those DMN office doors. Any moment now Hawks will kick Deku out of there, raging about how the nerd wasted his time. He said he had a quirk? A lie. An absolute, baseless lie. Those videos Zero is still blabbering about? Edited. Green screens. Hocus pocus. So why, when those doors open a handful of minutes later, are the three of them laughing like old FING friends? Why is Hawks patting Deku on the back? Why is he saying, sounds great, you'll both start Monday? Deku and Breezy Boy bow in unison. Thank you, sir, Deku grins, we'll do our best. Gold eyes slide to meet Katsuki's crimson. Dynamite, you next, Hawks says casually, not half as excited as he sounded to interview the Wonder Idiots. Katsuki huffs an annoyed breath. He moves toward the door. He's shocked when Deku shoulder checks him as he passes by. Oh shoot, I'm so sorry. Deku stammers as he reaches out to steady Katsuki only after he'd stumbled a step or two back in surprise. To anyone else, Deku was the picture of regret and embarrassment. A light blush on his cheeks, eyes wide and hands still extended in case he could help. The average person would think it really was an accident. Katsuki knows better. The nerd is making a statement. And even though he feels his palms heat, feels the sweat begin to gather there in preparation, he once again is a demon saint and reels himself in. After all, his future boss is watching them, well, like a hawk. Whatever. As he makes his way past the living reminder of the shitty kid he used to be, he swears Deku's eyes narrow in an accusatory manner. He was hoping I'd lose it. Conniving little a-hole. He interviews. It's fine. Hawks hires him on the spot just like Katsuki had expected. But it feels like he's experiencing everything underwater, through a hazy filter. He's hyperfixated on the mental image of green hair and green eyes and thick thighs and 6 feet of confident, mouthy, grown-up Midoriya Izuku. A Midoriya Izuku that apparently, rightfully, grew into the hatred Katsuki stoked for him for years. Regardless, Katsuki did it. He just got hired on at his dream job. And yet, as he makes plans to celebrate later with his friends who all stare at him a bit funnier than usual, all he can think is, Deku, Deku, Deku. Katsuki plans on getting FING smashed. He usually doesn't drink, his life is freaking awesome enough. He doesn't need sugary alcohol to mess with the body he's worked on for so long. But after the day he's had, Katsuki is ready to drink nearly as much as he did the night they graduated. That last night in the dorms when Idru and Siro got him to take 4 shots in a row and then take a pull because, apparently, it's what everyone else had already done and Katsuki couldn't let them outshine him. He found out later no one had done any such thing. Katsuki ended up in a bathtub. He didn't even know the dorms had bathtubs. They planned to meet at Shudo's ridiculously nice, overly large for one-person apartment, once they realized they'd all been hired. This should be one of the best days of his life, this should be a night he'll never forget, and yet he literally cannot stop thinking about how somehow, in some way, Deku is a hero. On the way to the luxury complex half lives in, he calls his mom. You land the job, kid? Mitsuki asks as way of greeting. Katsuki scoffs. Got hired on the spot. But you doubt me or something, old hag? Always. Oi, shut it. Groan. He can't believe he's doing this, that he cares. I have a question. There's a beat of silence before she says, well, spit it out then. The Midoriyas, did you keep up with them after Deku and I stopped playing, stopped hanging out or whatever? Of course, Mitsuki says without hesitation. Inko is a close friend, you know that. You'd know better if you bothered to visit more. Katsuki rolls his eyes, dipping between passers-by as he nears Shudo's place. What ended up happening to Deku? Auntie ever talk about him? Talk about him? Mitsuki laughs, only about every 2 seconds. And I get why. Little cutie just grew up right in front of our eyes after his quirk finally decided to show up. He's a good kid, you could learn a thing or two from him. It feels like a swarm of hornets is loose in his chest. It's prickly and stingly and he's furious. The phone creaks under the pressure of his grip. What do you mean in front of your eyes? Unlike you, Izuku visits often. He comes to dinner with Inko sometimes. His stories about what he got up to at Shiketsu are hilarious. Did you know he... Snap, crunch. His phone cracks in his palm. Katsuki drops it to the sidewalk before his gathering sweat lights the DMN thing up. Cursing soundly, he wipes his palms on his jeans before picking his 4th cell phone of the year up and depositing it into his jacket pocket. The people at his local Apple store were going to have a field day when he came in for yet another shattered screen. So the shitty nerd really did go to Shiketsu. He really did get a quirk. Part of Katsuki wishes he hadn't called home to ask. Ignorance being so much more blissful than whatever this feeling in his chest is. Before he knows it, he's nodding to the security guard at Shudo's building, being granted access to the elevator by reception, and walking out onto the swanky 17th floor. Stop seething, Katsuki admonishes himself, tonight is about you. And I guess everyone else. No more Deku thoughts. He rolls his neck to ease some of the stress and tension building in the muscles there as he hesitates at Shudo's door. Alright. He'd deal with that situation later, at work on Monday. Tonight was a nerd-free night. Already he can hear Denki's shitty EDM playing. It's a relentless mix of harsh sounds that is sure to induce a headache later. Katsuki raises his fist to knock with a sigh. Shudo's apartment is all chrome and white marble, open concept with a long island separating the immaculate kitchen from a spacious living area, a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing downtown Tokyo. Katsuki wonders if Shudo still has one of Endeavor's credit cards. He hopes half and half is bleeding the fucker dry. He heads toward the kitchen, trailing after an already tipsy Ochako who came to open the door with a loopy smile, placing the bottle he was told to pick up on the kitchen next to copious others. He's the last to arrive. He takes a moment to digest the sight before him. His friends are grinning and lounging around on Icy Hot's black leather furniture. Ida is making intense hand movements while he plays beer pong with Izuku against Mina and Shiro. Other extras are here, Momo and Kyuka, Hitoshi the mind freak and Ojiro. For the first time since he left Hawk's agency, now his agency, he relaxes. Denki sinks a cup, tossing his arms into the air directly after. He whoops victoriously, spins in a circle and as he turns, notices Katsuki. "Dude!" Denki calls out, "You're here." That's all it takes for everyone else to notice, and soon he's the king of the table as Mina pouts underneath it after losing 2 games in a row. So, Izuku starts at his side as he lines up his next shot. "Wanna explain what happened today with that Deku guy?" "Nope. Tomorrow." Katsuki sighs. Izuku is the kind of friend who, once he knows something is wrong, won't let it go. It's annoying. It's part of what makes him such a great guy. Sure. An hour passes, shots of questionable tequila are taken, the sun has long since gone to bed and Tokyo practically glows outside Shudo's windows. At some point, Mina sets up karaoke, and Katsuki is happily wedged in between Shiro and Izuku, laughing their buttes off as Ida attempts Fujikaze. Katsuki can't help but notice Shudo is on his phone a hell of a lot more than usual. The only people he talks to aside from his family and the care facility his oldest brother is rehabbing at, are in this room. It's the kind of thing you pick up on after years of living together. So when the Canadian flag-looking BSRD stands from his spot on the floor and makes his way to the door, Katsuki watches with interest. And almost howitzer impacts the entire building when he comes back with Deku and Inesa in tow. Izuku immediately cuts Katsuki a panicked look. Shiro jumps to his feet slurring out some dumb shit about fellow rookies and future friends. Mina squeals and leaps onto Deku. The nerd catches her without hesitation, bemused. "Greenie," she says, eyes hazy. "Great." She's nicknamed him. She's attached. Katsuki knows how hard it is to detach a determined Mina. Hell, it's how he ended up with friends. Katsuki watches on in mild horror as his squad circle the interlopers. Only Izuku stays at his side, hands wringing in front of his chest. Clearly, Shudo had invited them. But what? Didn't he witness? What the F ever happened today? His friend just stands steadfast at Deku's side, face impassive as always. Katsuki can't help but notice, however, that his bicolored eyes light up infinitesimally when he looks at the now laughing nerd. At the thought of someone he begrudgingly calls a friend crushing on Deku, Katsuki reaches his limit. Stalking forward, he doesn't hesitate to reach out and grip the collar of the t-shirt that reads, "Suit and tie," across the chest. Stupid shirt. Stupid muscles it stretches over. Stupid stylish rips in stupid black skinny jeans. Stupid Deku. "We need to talk," Katsuki hisses as he pulls the other boy down the shadowed hallway. He's surprised that Deku doesn't resist. The other boy simply laughs and waves a lazy hand at the confused group of their now co-workers. Once they're in one of Shudo's 2 guest rooms, however, Deku rips out of Katsuki's hold, a scowl disfiguring his features. "What do you want, Bakugou?" Deku asks, eyes narrowed, one foot slightly behind the other to brace himself in case this turns into a brawl. It very well might. Katsuki bares his teeth, rising to Deku's hostility. "Excuse me? This is my friend's house. I should be asking you what the F you want." Deku eyes him with clear distaste. "Inesa and I were invited by Todoroki-kun. Seeing as we are all going to be working together, I thought it would be rude to decline." It makes sense, hell it really does, but Katsuki doesn't care. "I think you owe me some answers." Deku reacts as though Katsuki slapped him, rearing back, jaw slack. "Are you serious?" The green-haired boy says, eyes wide and incredulous. I owe you nothing, you sadistic F dash dot. It's not the time or place, but Diamin, a mad Deku is a hot Deku. Katsuki realizes he's likely losing his mind. He shakes his head like that will help any. So you grow a few inches and start working out and now what? You're some typical a-hole with an ego? Kiss auntie with that mouth of yours? Something seems to snap inside his childhood friend and everything changes. Darkens. Warning bells. Death knells. Green lightning roves across Deku's freckled skin, lighting him up like a neon sign. It cracks up his arms and neck and webs dramatically across his face. Katsuki watches, entranced, horrified, and notices the scars. And holy shit, are there a lot of them. How dare you mention my mom as if you give a shit about my family, Deku hisses. Katsuki finds himself involuntarily raising his hands, palms out toward the other boy in what's meant to be a placating gesture. Wrong move. He forgot who was on the other side of his hands for years. Aside from Katsuki, Deku is the leading expert on the damage these palms can do. The little radioactive angel devil reacts in kind. So quickly, Katsuki isn't able to track Deku's movement. Katsuki is pressed up against the wall, his head thunking loudly against it, in the next second. One brutally scarred arm is pressed under his chin, a warm hand pressed to his chest, right atop his heart. Deku talks and they're so close he can feel his breath ghost against his jaw. Fire off your quirk and I'll crush my fingers through your ribs to rip out your worm-eaten heart, Kaken. Go ahead. It would be easy, the perfect conclusion to years of therapy. Holy shit. Holy shit. Katsuki isn't turned on. He swears. His mouth is dry. Wasn't going to, he manages to say. But he clears his throat uselessly. I see you do in fact, have a quirk. Deku laughs, but there's no humor behind it. He shifts closer. Katsuki dips his chin, pressing into the skin of Deku's arm, and their noses are a breath away from touching. Katsuki is feeling a lot of feelings. He's angry. How did Deku trick him for so long? He's annoyed. Now he has to work with the nerd. He's all around confused because he likes that Deku is so close. At least he can blame the alcohol for that one, though he feels suspiciously sober. Getting hard to breathe here, Deku, Katsuki gasps out, his throat crushed under the weight of scars and green eyes and skin that smells of night air after a storm. As quick as he came, he's gone. Deku is on the other side of the room, running crooked fingers through his mess of wild curls. He looks almost shy now. Great, well I was kidding anyways. Insert awkward laugh here. Just wanted an excuse to show you I'm not quirkless. Not that it would be bad if I was, there's nothing wrong with not having a quirk. In fact, some of the strongest people I know were born without a quirk, and... He lets the nerd ramble. Everything about that threat felt real, but Katsuki decides not to voice it. Were you hiding your quirk from me the entire time? Why does the thought, They could have avoided everything, could have been friends, could have dominated together. He feels robbed of a potential path in life, one that would have kicked butt. Deku shakes his head. No, I was a late bloomer. Literally got it right before the Shiketsu entrance exam. Slowly, disbelievingly, Katsuki gives a reluctant nod. People were known to have their quirks manifest at the ages of 5 or 6, in rare cases 9 or 10. But 14? Unheard of. So, what is it? Katsuki vaguely gestures to Deku and then to the wall, now sporting a Bakugou-shaped imprint. FING super strength? Some all might sheet. Deku pales a bit. Strange. No, of course not. Nothing as incredible as all might, he says, looking away and rubbing at his arm as he does. He's lying. Deku was always an awful liar. A part of Katsuki is glad to see at least that remains constant. He thinks back to all of the other aspects of his quirk Izuku had mentioned in the waiting room. Something about a black whip, floating, sensing danger. He doesn't press it. Katsuki hums, crosses his arms. And now we work together. Deku kicks at the rug. Guess so. Well, isn't this awkward? Katsuki basically ruined this kid's chance of happiness in middle school, and now here they are as equals. He isn't even sure if he would have been able to break out of Deku's hold a minute ago. If he hadn't been distracted, he'd have been afraid. And Bakugou Katsuki doesn't do afraid. What's important now is that this job goes well. It is crucial to his 5-year plan. If that means shaking hands with the nerd and avoiding the hell out of each other but working together, then so be it. It's nothing in comparison to becoming the #1 hero. So, being as incredible as he is, Katsuki swallows his pride. I hope we can, get along. Work well together, or some shit. Just stay out of my way and we'll be fine. There's a moment of quiet. Faintly, Katsuki can hear a thumping beat coming from Denki's speaker. Somewhere in the apartment, someone yells about a spilled drink. Booming, unfamiliar laughter. Breezy boys? Slowly, one corner of Deku's mouth kicks up into a smirk. Look at you, he croons, treating me like a human now that you know I'm not some worthless Deku. Katsuki flinches, but the green-haired boy isn't done. I won't out you to your friends. Bakugou, he says. I won't tell a soul what you did to me, how you encouraged me to take my own life. To this very day, only 3 people know, one of them being my therapist. But something steals in Deku's eyes as he takes a deep breath. But we will never work well together, and I will never forget you're more villain than hero. I won't expose you, but I'll never forgive you. Katsuki goes numb. Freezing waters in December numb. And he's drowning in it, lungs filling rapidly, no oxygen left to reply. It feels like Deku followed through with that threat and did rip out his still beating heart. Like he's leaving with it tucked away in the back pocket of those skinny jeans. Deku makes his way to the door without looking back. The door is almost closed as he leaves when he pauses, casting Katsuki one last dismissive glance over his broad shoulder. Oh, and Kaken? That little FING smirk. I am going to be #1. Katsuki is painfully FING sober. It's nearing 2 in the morning, idiots are passed out here and there, a few still up and talking around the kitchen island, and if Katsuki has to watch half Mac on Deku for a second longer, he's going to end up doing something stupid. The worst part? Deku is eating it up. Around everyone else, he's similar to the soft, kind Deku of Katsuki's memories. Except instead of constant stuttering, he speaks with the confidence of a proper hero. He makes eye contact, smiles constantly, stands like he is sure of his place in the world. The nerd had crushed every drinking game they played, laughing off the admiration and explaining it away with some nonsense about how his quirk led to a wildly fast metabolism. He'd made friends with each and every person with ease, his frequent blush perfectly at odds with his confident stance, charming the hell out of everyone. Breezy Boy had done the same, and they'd now been dubbed honorary members of Class 3A. Katsuki doesn't want to accept this new normal, but he can't seem to think of a way around it. Could he tell his friends something to sway their quickly cementing glowing view of Deku? Nope, not without risking it getting back to his ears and triggering his wrath. It would be so easy for the nerd to tell everyone the truth. To ruin Katsuki. He watches Deku from his spot on the couch, resigned for the moment. So they really didn't make you take the licensing exam? Icy Hot is asking, a very out-of-character smile gracing his mouth as they stand around in the kitchen. Deku nods sheepishly, a blush that Katsuki will not admit is pretty coming up his face. Yeah, I was being mentored one-on-one at the time, so they figured I didn't have time. Mentored? A very flirty Ochako asks from her perch on the counter near the fridge. By who? It really isn't a big deal. Nonsense. Inesa yells, wrapping an arm around Deku's shoulders. Izuku is going to be the greatest hero of our generation, there is no use downplaying it. All Might rejected an offer to teach at UA in order to come to Shiketsu once he heard about my best buddy's talent. Takeaway point 1. Katsuki hates how much he hates that Breezy Boy is calling Deku Izuku. Point B. The greatest hero of their generation? As if. Point 3. Did he just say All Might? Ha-iya. Katsuki exclaims at the same time everyone else seems to break through the shock of hearing that Deku was mentored by All FING Might. I mean, the world knew he was teaching at Shiketsu, but the news didn't say anything about him taking interest in a particular student? Ida points out from his spot on a bar stool. All Shuto manages is a breathless, Whoa. Deku is 7 shades of red. That fast, the insecure boy from long days in the park in between Katsuki's house and the Midoriya apartment makes an appearance. Katsuki is hit with memories of playing heroes, of staying out too late to see lightning bugs and capture them in glass jars, of All Might trading cards, of sticky fingers from peeling his orange and also peeling Deku's. Because he was his sidekick, his Izuku, so of course he'd peel his orange too. It's what heroes did. Deku wraps his arms around his head as though he can hide there. Well, it wasn't favoritism or anything, it was like a work study? Or an internship. It isn't a big deal. Except it's a huge fucking deal. It's everything they both dreamt of as kids. And Deku got it. Not Katsuki. There's really only so much one explosive blonde can handle in a day. Right? He says as he grabs his black denim jacket. I'm out. See you losers Monday. As if he said nothing, the conversation flows from how Deku knows All Might so well, to details on his accomplishments, to all the offers he got to interview with American agencies. Katsuki is fairly certain he's a moment away from imploding, but as the door clicks closed behind him, though it doesn't make sense, though just hours ago they were at each other's throats, literally, Katsuki swears he hears a faint. Good night, Kaken. It's a well-kept secret that Katsuki loves going out to brunch. No one can convince him it isn't cool, or manly, as Izuku would say. Brunch is freaking best. Brunch the day after the ghost of nerds past reappeared in his life, however? Utter trash. He's annoyed, he's fussy from tossing and turning all night. Mina is connecting two dots that could never exist anywhere near one another in any logical world. You know, she drawls, waving her mimosa like a magic wand, I think you have a crush on Greenie. I think that's why you were being so mean to him. Denki sputters around his food. Oh my gods, cats would totally be the pigtail-pulling kind of flirt. Shudo nods solemnly like they're discussing his last will and testament or the state of the economy. Izuku only smiles knowingly at Zero. Katsuki glares at the pink menace to society and the yellow ball of chaos across the table from him. A waitress pauses at their table to check in, and the interruption is the only reason why he hasn't inflicted serious bodily harm. You're more of an idiot than I thought if that's what you gathered from last night, he grumbles. I know Deku. Have since we were toddlers or some shit. There's a heavy pause amongst them, like they're all deciding between curious questions or relentless teasing. Thankfully for the sake of being able to return to their favorite spot, because his fuse is very, very short today and should he explode it will be nuclear, the universal decision seems to be, ask Katsuki a million questions. You had friends before us? Izuku starts for the group, brows pinched. I kind of feel cheated on? Mina reaches over to rest her hand atop his. She shushes him gently, muttering dramatic reassurances. Katsuki runs his hands down his face and groans. Yeah, the same way any brats who can't even talk yet become friends. Our moms went to high school together. His family lived like 4 minutes from my place, so we were always forced to hang out. He shrugs, nothing special. Except it kinda was. Therapy highlighted that for Katsuki, how unique their friendship was. Everything about their personalities balanced the other out. Deku's calm to his wild, Deku's planning nature to his spontaneity. Katsuki kept Deku laughing, Deku kept Katsuki sane. Every sentence spoken was one open for the other to finish, every promise sealed with a handshake they spent an entire summer perfecting. And then it changed. Katsuki changed it. Broke it. And you haven't cared for a second outside of therapy before seeing him again. Views. I dunno man, Zero says from his left. I know what I saw and it certainly didn't scream childhood friend. More like bitter rival and worst enemy. Did he lose your dog one day or something? Katsuki reaches for his water, drinking deeply to buy himself some time to think. It's not like he wants to lie to his friends, but he also can't tell the full truth. We just grew apart. Too different. They're not a lie, just a lack of facts. A poor historian's retelling of an ancient event. Because that's what Deku is, old news. Makes sense to me, Shudo chimes in, the two of you are polar opposites. And if that doesn't PSS Katsuki off. Care to elaborate, freezer burn? He grinds out between clenched teeth. His poor dentist. Bicolored eyes blink. You're like getting spicy ramen after a haunted house at a carnival. In comparison, Midoriya is the entire carnival stuffed into one person, specifically the cotton candy. Exciting and bright and soft. Fluffy. Sweet. Silence before chaos. Did he just? Holy hell dude, that was so manly. Yes. Denki, are you crying? No, sniffle, wow dude. I'm going to plan the wedding. Oh my gosh, you two would look so good together. Boiling point, reached. Shut the F up. Katsuki yells, drawing shocked looks from other patrons. He doesn't give a shit. If anyone is marrying the shitty nerd, it's gonna be me. The world stops spinning. Oh, he didn't mean to say that. He doesn't mean that. Katsuki can feel the heat of a furious blush race up his neck, spreading to display his shame clear as day across his face. His throat feels tight, his stomach churns. What is wrong with him? He was expecting all hell to break loose. Instead, he's met with slightly serious, warm expressions blooming on his friends' faces. If anything, the understanding in their eyes is worse than the ribbing the situation clearly calls for. Why are they looking at him like that? He looks down at the table. Someone coughs. So, Izuku says, coming to Katsuki's rescue per usual. Anyone else see the massive hickey on Shinso's neck last night? Me. Denki cheers, reaching his arm into the air like he's answering a question in class. Mina giggles. Did you give him hell for it? No. Why not? I kind of put it there? Kaminari Denki, you little. When Katsuki imagined his job as a pro hero, he never envisioned cubicles. Never thought of unsteady beige walls covered in scratchy fabric. Squeaky office chairs. The sharp smell of printer ink. Humming fluorescent lights. Hawk's agency is state-of-the-art, every aspect of the design sleek and modern. Minimalist and classy. Katsuki had his head full of daydreams revolving around a glass-walled corner office, a desk of solid wood to kick his feet up onto, a wall of bookshelves with a rolling ladder. 2 floors above the one he and his friends are assigned to, the more established heroes do in fact have offices like that. Katsuki has a cubicle. You'd be surprised to hear the initial turnover rate here, the assistant told the rookies as he led them to their new workspace. Some people just can't handle the pressure of working for the #1 hero. Some fresh out of school like yourselves have never encountered a real villain and crack the moment they do. Katsuki snorts, Siro grins at his side. They've faced their fair share of villains already. Hawks wouldn't have to worry about this batch of rookies. Looking around, the space itself is nice enough, Katsuki guesses. They still have a great view of downtown, still have heaps of natural light. It's close to the employee cafeteria, 2 soundproof sparring rooms, one of the building's 3 quirk-proof hero gyms, has multiple changing rooms where they've each already been assigned a locker, the new versions of their costumes tucked away and waiting. The support and tech teams, located on the 10th floor, somehow found the time to revamp and enhance all of their gear over the weekend. Katsuki takes note of the impressive feat for when he opens his own agency. We call this the rookie's nest, the assistant continues with a smile. But give it a few months, prove you're here to stay, and you'll all find yourselves seated with the other pros. You'll also go on to full payroll and leave probationary. They're left alone to choose their own tiny cave cubicle. Naturally, Katsuki ends up next to Izuku and Denki, the latter of the two popping his head over their shared wall now. His smile stretches across his face. I'm itching to go see the changes they made to my costume. Wanna come with? Duh. Everyone else must feel the same way because it takes all of 2 seconds for the guys and girls to separate, heading to their respective spaces. The locker rooms are dimly lit in an intentional for privacy kind of way. Wide, black metal lockers sport silver plates engraved with their hero names. Katsuki strides past the rows, searching. Dynamite. Directly next to, "Good morning everyone." Katsuki freezes. He thought he'd mentally prepared himself to hear that happy, clear, older, deeper voice again. He thought he'd be fine seeing Deku now that he had a simple plan in place. Pretend the other boy doesn't exist. So long as he does that, he'd be fine. Katsuki is anything but fine. The adrenaline and thrall of his first day on the job is morphing into something thick and cloying. It's messing with his head, settling into his stomach in the form of nerves. Good morning, Midoriya-san. Ida nods from a few lockers away. Yarashi-san. Breezy boy beams back. At glasses. Please, call me Inasa. We are all friends here. And you're all more than welcome to call me Izuku, Deku chimes in with a pleasant grin. Nothing like the glare he donned as he threatened to rip Katsuki's heart out. There's a resulting chorus of good morning, censure is. Katsuki props himself up against his locker, arms crossed against his chest. Deku strolls down the rows, emerald eyes gliding back and forth in search of his own name. Not wanting to see the look on the nerd's face when he realizes they're going to be changing side by side for the foreseeable future, Katsuki turns to open his own locker. For a moment he forgets about Deku. His costume is hung up facing him and it's the coolest sheet he's ever seen. The grenade gauntlets are smaller, streamlined, a little less clunky, and a lot more badass. The accent's black instead of silver. The fabric is matte, making the large highlighter orange X on his chest pop. His boots look sturdier with a metal heel that he reaches instantly for the designer's notes. Pro Hero Dynamite. We here at Hawks Tech Core believe your quirk has the potential to also be fired off via the heels of your feet. These boots have small heated wires to further produce sweat, drainage to collect said sweat, along with a starter that will activate via voice command. Simply instruct the AI to activate. Happy heroing. Holy hell, he mutters, a bit angry at himself for never considering the possibility. Katsuki doesn't jump at the sound. He doesn't. Deku is opening his own locker, broad shoulder just grazing Katsuki's. Did someone finally tell you that your quirk is compatible with other sections of your body? It's like he's playing a video game, the cutscene providing him with options to reply. Cuss nerd out. Ignore sheet nerd. Sass nerd back and make him regret opening his pretty mouth. Didn't know you thought about my body so much, Deku. Like winning the lottery, like being told he's swept the sports festival for the third year in a row, the sound of Deku's hitching breath lights him the F up. It's golden. It's addicting. He wants to bottle it up and keep it for a rainy day. Katsuki glances at the green-haired hero sidelong. He's blessed with the sight of pink cheeks and parted lips. He decides he could live off of that look alone. Keep it in your pants? Jesus Christ, it's Deku. A small but ever-growing part of him whispers, exactly. It's Deku. Deku takes a steadying breath. For a long time, I thought support was the closest I'd ever get to being a hero. My apologies for training my mind to consider every possibility. That backfired. Katsuki sighs, stripping out of his jacket. You'd been good. Still keep those stalker notebooks? After a moment, Deku nods. Thought so. Keep it up. Why? The other boy asks softly. Because it's so impressive. Because I always admired you for it, even if it's why I started calling you a nerd. Because once I tried to compile my own hero analysis book and realized how hard it is. Because when I think of you I think of scratchy handwriting and ink-stained fingers. Because I hope you still write about me. Fully changed now, Katsuki uses his mask as a headband before he turns to face Deku. Because I said so. What other fucking reason do you need? Deku seems to deflate as though he expected a more meaningful answer. You're such a charmer, Bakugou. Shut up. So eloquent too. You wanna die? Deku adjusts the hood of his costume, changed now as well. One gloved hand bats at the air dismissively. Not anymore, thanks for the offer though. They both go still. Green eyes shut tight for a moment, as though he's wishing when he opens them once more he'd have gone back in time to take the words back. Yet the damage remains done, the admission hanging in the air between them. What? Katsuki croaks. What the mother of, did he just say? Deku blinks his eyes open, now so pale his freckles stand out in stark contrast. Nothing. We're going to be late. Katsuki follows the other who strides with purpose out of the room. It's only then that he realizes they're the last to leave. He takes a moment to calm down, promising himself this isn't over, that he is going to get answers out of Deku. But does he deserve them? Hell, Does he want them? Certainly, Katsuki is part of whatever made Deku feel like that. Yes, he decides he does want to know. It's all backward and topsy-turvy, like he's fallen into a different dimension where he cares about Midoriya Izuku. His avoidance plan already has so many cracks and plot holes. It's just because you work together now, he tells himself, can't be on bad terms with a coworker. Right? That's what this is. You're all going to be assigned patrol partners with a fellow rookie, and for the next month, you'll be accompanied by a more seasoned pro on the day shift, Hawks is explaining in one of his 5 million conference rooms. Red wings rustle for a moment before settling, heavy between Hawks' shoulders. Once your pro reports to me that you're ready to go solo, you'll be assigned your own schedules and routes. Anyone who wants to go solo can. Anyone who wants to stay with their partners, his eyes glide knowingly to Deku and Breezy Boy, can. Easy peasy squeezy lemons, right? Everyone gives off different affirmatives. Katsuki nods stiffly. He doesn't like the idea of being babysat. A few years ago he might have voiced the opinion. Now he just breathes through it. Katsuki ends up paired with Siro, small miracles, thank the gods, and a tall, blue-skinned pro named Tide with a water quirk. Katsuki assumes Tide will at least be good at putting out any fires that result from his explosions. They're just about to head out to patrol finally when a familiar face walks into the conference room. Cellophane. Dynamite. Blue eyes, blonde hair, bright smile. Mirio charges in and throws his arms wide as though he's about to hug both Katsuki and Siro at once. Nope. Katsuki stiff-arms him, his gloved palm resting hard against the other's chest. Lemillion, Siro says with a polite smile, it's good to see you, dude, how've you been? They both know exactly how Mirio has been. He's thriving in the top 25 after only 2 years. He has a cult following of fans, a PR team, spots on talk shows, and his own merch. It's all cute sweatshirts and hats in whites and blues and yellows. Katsuki can't wait until he gets a big enough fan base to launch the merch his parents have been designing for him for years. Crisp black, sharp lines, orange X's. His fans will bet us. I've been great. Mirio says. I asked to be paired with some UA grads but no such luck it seems. He glances around the room, noticing all of the top 8 already with other pros. Boss. He calls out to Hawks who looks over from where he was chatting with an assistant. Who have you got for me? Hawks grins. Lemillion, your charges are? A sharp gasp. Mirio-kun. Izuku. The two giant oafs run to one another, meeting in the middle like a couple in a tooth-rottingly sweet romance movie. Deku grips the other by the arm, pushing him away just enough to get a good look at Mirio. It's so good to see you. Please tell me you're our pro? Mirio excitedly looks to Hawks, who smirks and nods. They squeal. A 2 middle schoolers on sleepover staying up past their bedtime discussing a crush kind of sound. Siro looks confused. Deku, how do you know Lemillion? The nerd smiles a megawatt smile, bright enough to blind a lesser man. Mirio-kun did a work study with Sir Night Eye, All Might's old sidekick. We got to know one another through their connection. But man has it been a while. Katsuki works his jaw. Because of course, the nerd is buddy-buddy with someone sure to be a top hero. Because of course, he's cashing in on his connections to All Might. It's karma kicking his butt, Katsuki decides. And really he deserves it. Doesn't mean it sees him off any less. Without another glance at the reconnecting duo, he stalks out of the room, barking out, "Can we even go?" As far as he's concerned, Siro and Katsuki have the best first patrol in the history of first patrols. Within minutes of them stepping out onto the busy downtown streets, 2 villains attempted to stop an armored cash transport caravan. One had a rubber-melting quirk, rendering the tires of the vehicle useless and stuck to the pavement. The other, a strength-enhancing quirk just strong enough to pry the doors of the armored vehicles open. Tide, apparently way cooler than Katsuki assumed he'd be, simply crossed his arms, nodded, and said he'd be there if they needed anything. Katsuki went feral. Siro hooped loudly as he used his tape to swing onto the scene. By the time the smoke cleared from Katsuki's explosions, both villains were face down on the pavement, quirk-suppressing HNDCFFS secured. In minutes, civilians had posted pictures of Shiro and Katsuki high-fiving, wicked grins on their faces, smoke in the background, two impressive-looking villains on the ground before them. A small crowd gathered to watch in the background. #HotNewHeroes was trending on Twitter by the time they took lunch. As he scrolled through his feed, bento in his lap atop a rooftop. His phone had vibrated. Aizawa needs a catnap. Good job. Katsuki did not almost choke up. He doesn't look at Aizawa like a tired caterpillar turned uncle or some sheet like everyone else did. Shiro, on the other hand, who apparently got the same text, nearly sobbed. On their way back to the agency to fill out reports, multiple civilians stopped them to ask for their hero names. Many called out to them instantly, recognizing the duo from the sports festival. He signed 14 autographs. Not like he was counting. Katsuki thought in that moment he could fight a god and win. It's midday on Friday when an all-teams alert comes through on his comm. All available heroes are to respond to a villain attack at second and minor. Close combat quirks top priority. The disembodied voice says. A thrill of adrenaline rushes through Katsuki's bloodstream. He presses into the comm. Team Tide responding. 4 minutes out. Other voices come through at few-second intervals. Team Sun Eater responding. 10 minutes out. Team Vines responding. Approximate 16 minutes out. Team Lemillion responding. 2 minutes out. Lemillion is with Deku. Deku is responding. Katsuki pushes his body as hard as he can to get there first, Shiro and Tide somewhere behind him, not quite able to keep up. Like hell is he going to let the shitty green nerd take this win for himself? All he can hear is Deku's voice telling Katsuki he would become the #1 hero. Never. Nope. Not in this lifetime. He moves impossibly faster. Screams ring through the air as he blasts around the last corner. The villain is easily identifiable, a seemingly middle-aged man in a torn suit, screaming at the shaking hero already on the scene. I'll kill them all if you come closer. I can do it. A heck ton of civilians are writhing on the ground around him, as though he is the epicenter of a natural disaster, the eye of some invisible storm. The hero attempting to talk him down sways on her feet before crumpling to the pavement like everyone else. Katsuki feels confused. The guy didn't touch her, didn't move. What's his quirk? Katsuki pushes forward, closer, rationalizing he can incapacitate the villain before he even notices his arrival. Like a kick to the gut, he feels it. A sense of wrong. Of bad, abort mission in glowing red letters with a handful of angry exclamation points. The skyscrapers of this section of the city are like walls of reflective glass on all sides, the business district. For a second, with the screams of downed civilians and sounds of wailing sirens, the smoke from a car fire, he's disoriented. It's like he's in a fun house, turned around by smoke and mirrors. He tries to step closer. The sensation grows. Everything is upside down. Another step and he's queasy, dizzy, a cold sweat blooms on his brow. 100 yards from the villain and Katsuki is on his knees, hands pressed to his skull in an attempt to keep it from cracking right down the middle. He's never felt pain like this. There is a monster in his head, clawing, scraping, wreaking havoc to break out. He almost retches. Gasps instead. Screws his eyes shut so tight. The smell of a summer storm whooshes past. 2 hands slip under his arms to pick him up. Then a voice, distant as though the speaker is underwater. Bakugou you need. Hitsuki, hey? Gods damn it, you're stronger than this. Kaken, Deku rasps, voice finally breaking through the haze, and Katsuki gasps for breath, feeling as though he's drowning in this pain. Kaken, it's his quirk. You're fine, I promise you're fine. The moment you recognize it's all mental, that nothing is physically wrong with you, I swear it will go away, okay? Trust me, yeah? Breathe for me, Kaken. Yes, good boy, like that, in and out. Shuddering, dragging in wet-sounding breaths, the world comes back into focus. Do you trust Deku? No one knows quirks like Deku does. It's all mental. I'm fine. Izuku is here. I'm fine. The mantra cycles through his mind, and in heartbeats his senses return, his headache vanishes, his stomach settles. What the mother F was that? He pants out, choosing to ignore the fact that Deku has slid his hands from under Katsuki's arms down to steady him at his waist. This guy is on a watch list, Deku explains. You know the kind? Ones for people with quirks that could result in high casualties. Katsuki nods. Well, he's on it. Quirk is called placebo and apparently he got fired today. The closer you are, the stronger it is. Ah. Yup. So we gonna kick his butt now? Oh, for sure. Amongst the smoke from cars that collided in the proximity of the quirk, the sirens of responders now incapacitated, the sounds of civilians in need of saving, Katsuki's lips twitch up into the semblance of a grin. Deku, he says, you remember the playbook? He glances over to his friend, rival, enemy, childhood neighbor, co-worker who has gone stiff beside him. Katsuki takes the moment to appreciate the sharp angles of his jaw, how the curve of his pierced ear becomes hidden behind his curls. A scar snakes from under his collar to lick up his neck. Katsuki briefly wonders how anyone so torn apart could look so put together. Deku swallows. You mean King Lord Explosion Murder and Izuku's step-by-step guide to taking down bad guys? Katsuki smirks. Yeah. The pause. Formation echo? You remember the formations? Deku asks quietly, shock evident in his voice. Of course. Don't you? Wide green eyes. I do. Then let's get on with it. All right. And they're off, Katsuki blasting himself up the left sidewalk, Deku crackling in green lightning up the right toward the epicenter. Katsuki doesn't know where his team is, doesn't know where Deku's team is. Right now, he really doesn't care. Right now, they're King Lord Explosion Murder and Izuku. They're what Katsuki is coming to realize they were always meant to be. They're the real wonder duo. When they reach the intersection the villain is still screaming in the center of, they turn on their heels simultaneously, and with a sharp burst of speed race to meet in the middle. Deku comes at the villain head-on, kicking into his shins to bring him to his knees. Katsuki crashes into his back, shoving him to the ground. As Deku passes by, Katsuki raises his free hand, not even looking away from the villain, understanding the other will need help slowing down with the momentum he built up. Deku grabs on, using Katsuki's braced arm to swing around and place his boot down on the villain's upper thighs. Resist and I blow your effing head off, Katsuki growls as Deku rushes to get the quirk-suppressing cuffs on him. He'll actually do it too, so please stay still, K? Deku adds. Katsuki throws him a look that says, really? Deku shrugs. Though they're no longer subjected to the pain of the quirk, they can feel how the tension of the area vanishes immediately. Deku wastes no time, pressing a hand to his comm. Deku reporting. Dynamite and I have the villain secured, send as many medical teams in as you can. Looks like the quirk affected an entire block of the city. No idea if it also reached civilians inside surrounding buildings. Understood, Hero Deku. Medical on site now. A fresh batch of police officers arrive, and Katsuki is happy to hand the villain over to them. With a groan, he rolls his neck, the phantom memory of that demon headache seemingly embedded in his muscles, down his spine, in his marrow. You good? Deku asks, and Katsuki likes the way the other boy needs to look up in order to make eye contact. Green to red. Yeah, that just really FNGSE. He clicks his tongue, looking around at the medical teams now assisting civilians. The hospitals are going to be packed for the next 24 hours, that's for sure. Deku nods, lips a tight line, and makes to walk away. Without thinking, Katsuki speaks. Thank you. The green-haired boy whips around, eyes searching Katsuki's like he's looking for each and every one of the universe's secrets. Katsuki wonders what answers he finds. Deku opens his mouth, closes it, tries again, points to his chest. Did you just thank me? A stiff nod. Yeah. I'd have been useless if you hadn't shown up. So, Katsuki sighs, looking away. Why is this so hard? Thanks. And you did good. Sirens. So many voices. A news helicopter buzzes overhead. But Katsuki is just waiting to hear Deku talk again. His lips quiver, green eyes shine wetly. He smiles a small, sad smile. It's ridiculous, and I hate it, really I do, because I shouldn't let you regain this hold over me, but Deku swallows thickly, tilts his head back to look at the sky, and something in Katsuki's chest constricts. You have no idea how many times I imagined you saying something like that to me. Breathing becomes a full-time job and Katsuki is putting in overtime. Deku, I promised myself, swore when we crossed paths again I'd hate you. Deku levels his head, eyes unwavering as they lock with Katsuki's. I mean, it was inevitable, right? It's going to be me and you in the end. It was always going to be us. Katsuki's heart freaks the F out. When he talks, his voice is rough, glass broken over gravel. Us. Deku nods. Fighting to be number one. Of course. Katsuki clears his throat, copies and pastes his signature smirk onto his face. Looking forward to kicking your butt into the number 2 spot, Deku. Looking forward to watching you struggle to keep up, Bakugou. Katsuki likes the moments Deku slips and calls him Kaken. Doesn't like hearing his family name on the other's lips one bit. He doesn't want to talk about why that is. He huffs a sigh. Let's go find our slow butt teams. Don't give me orders. Holy hell, you're as annoying as you are short, nerd. Bakugou, I am maybe 2 inches shorter than you. Katsuki snorts. Yeah, and 2 inches is a FNG lot. Oh, your partner tell you that to make you feel better? Katsuki blinks. Did Deku just? I'll end your life right if he hear you dumbass stupid idiot. So repetitive, Bakugou. Find new insults. Die. It's only later that they realize what happened while they were taking down the placebo villain. As they formation echoed the hell out of the guy, the other hero teams arrived on scene, ignorant to the information Deku had shared with Katsuki about the sensations being a figment of their imaginations. It only took seconds for them all to be incapacitated as Katsuki had been, and therefore, wholly vulnerable. Other, small-time crooks had congregated on the sidelines of the mess, watching on with greedy eyes, curious as to how they could play the chaos to their advantage. When multiple well-known heroes fell to the ground around them, eyes screwed shut in pain, they grasped at the opportunity they may never encounter again. Headhunting. The dark corners of the internet always had buyers, always paid handsomely when a hero died. It was a bar fight, a full-blown brawl on polished street corners and darkened alleyways. Even at their worst, the heroes from Hawk's agency still kicked but Zero got his arm stomped on, cracking his elbow, his tape, at a horrible angle. Breezy Boy sustained a head injury to match the pain Katsuki felt before Deku saved his butt. Tide utilized water from nearby fire hydrants until quirk exhaustion hit hard. And that's how Katsuki finds himself, standing a foot away from Deku and Lemillion, in Hawk's office. Big Bird has his arms crossed as he stares them down. Explain how you two were able to fight when everyone else on my roster was out for the count. Deku shifts, clearly uncomfortable. I'd memorized the watch list ages ago. I recognized the villain, knew his quirk and how to snap myself out of it. I found Dynamite closest to the epicenter and filled him in as well. We then thought it best to end the situation as quickly as possible. In minutes we had it dealt with. Hawks doesn't so much as blink, his expression one of stone. And in those minutes you didn't think to explain the same thing you told Dynamite to everyone else via comm? You left them to be attacked like they were? They could have died, Deku. I didn't think. Exactly, Hawks interrupts. You were so caught up in the moment that you didn't think. That's what gets rookies killed. That's what gets anyone killed. Something in Katsuki comes undone. He can pick on Deku, sure. It's practically in his job description as a human. But someone else? No dice. If it weren't for Deku, he growls, that villain would still be standing in that intersection, those 100+ civilians dead. I would be dead. Sure, he could have told the comm, but there's no guarantee it would have registered. It took him physically picking me up to get me to listen. Wanna blame someone? Blame my weak but for needing his undivided attention. To his right, Deku makes a small strangled sound deep in his throat. Hawks considers Katsuki for a moment before he sighs and sinks into his plush leather office chair. I don't like being the hard-butt parent, okay? Sheet, I'm really not that much older than you two. He looks to Deku. You learn a lesson today, kid? Deku nods. Clears his throat. Yes, sir. The calm is my best friend. That it is, Hawk smiles. Alright. Good news time, how literally I guess. You two made the evening news. They watch silently as he picks up a remote on his desk and aims it toward a large TV station between award display cases. The screen flickers to life, and sure enough, the news anchor's Katsuki listens to every night as he makes dinner a babbling on about him. Greenhorn heroes Deku and Dynamite single-handedly took down. He tunes her out, every inch of his being pinpointing on the image of himself and Deku looking like they'd been kicking villain but together every day of their demon lives. A flash of green, a pop of his quirk, gold and amber and neon emerald. Dark hair and blonde, crossing one another at breakneck speed. Katsuki throwing his arm up without preamble, instinctively knowing Deku would grab on. The two of them standing tall like it had been easy. And it really had been. Like breathing. In out, Katsuki Deku, Katsuki Deku. They looked great together, Katsuki couldn't help but notice. Deku, just slightly shorter but thicker with muscle. Katsuki, corded with strength and leering, intimidating. A package deal. The news anchor's voice comes back to the forefront. Could these rookies be the next great hero duo? Tokyo News reached out to Hawk's hero agency for comment but has yet to hear back. More at 7. Hawks presses mute. All eyes return to his now smiling face. Both of your partners are on recovery leave until their injuries are cleared. I'd say it's going to be 2 to 3 weeks. A knowing look gleams in his eyes. Deku, Dynamite, you're now a team with Lemillion as lead. Let's give the people what they want. Yes. No. Katsuki whips his head to the side in order to look at a straight-faced Deku. His stomach churns at the sight. No. Hawks raises a brow. I am part of a soon-to-be registered duo with Inasa. We will not be, he makes air quotes as he continues, giving the people what they want. I accept we need to be a makeshift team until Inasa and Shirokuen are back, but I will not play along with this duo nonsense. Nerd. Katsuki crosses his arms to hide his trembling hands, as if I'd want to be stuck with you all day every day. Once this trial PRD sheet is over, I'm solo. He watches as the tension in Deku's face seeps away. So long as we're clear. A beat of silence. You two in some kind of forbidden love or something? Hawk says. Deku flushes from neck to hairline. Katsuki pretends to GG. Lemillion cackles. They leave soon after with plans to meet tomorrow. Izuku makes it known he is headed right to the hospital to see Inasa. Yet, he hesitates a moment to watch the shift of Kaken's broad shoulders in comparison to his trim waist as he stalks away into the locker room. Izuku's teeth sink into his lower lip and he can't help but think, I'm so F-ed. Izuku's skin vibrates at the same frequency as the fluorescent lights above him. It's an uncomfortable feeling, but not entirely foreign. It's startlingly similar to calling upon One for All. Except instead of the undeniable power and confidence that comes with his quirk, right now Izuku feels raw. Exposed. He chalks it up to his distaste for hospitals. He respects the heck out of healthcare workers, he's just here way too often, not for the way seeing Kaken after all this time makes him feel. Bakugou, Izuku corrects himself for the 100th time today alone, scowling at the wall as he waits at Inasa's bedside. Kaken died the moment he told Izuku to jump off the roof of their middle school. So why is it so hard to tell the two apart now? Why does he keep slipping up? Why did Bakugou have to go and grow up into a somewhat decent person? It's so much easier to hate the boy who haunts his memories. The man he is now partnered with? Well, Izuku is finding he's an entirely different story. A story that is starting to feel like a childhood friends turned enemies to lovers with a forced proximity trope. What's next? A who did this to you moment? Probably. Dim in it all. Izu, the voice of his absolute favorite person asks, quiet and a bit strained. Izuku manages the brightest smile he can, the one he wears as he runs headfirst into danger. Hey buddy, how are you feeling? Inasa shifts, clearly uncomfortable in the hospital bed that's almost too small for his large frame. His friend always was the broadest person in their class, except for the few students with giantification quirks. He takes up his space in the world with so much confidence and pride. It's something Izuku has always admired. Fine, Inesa says, but the bandages around his temples and forehead beg to differ. Bit of a headache and I feel floaty. Izuku laughs softly, that'd be the painkillers. You took quite a hit. His voice breaks on the next part. Inesa, I'm so sorry I wasn't there to back you up. So sorry. He will be ashamed until the day he dies to admit what actually happened today. They arrived on the scene, the first team there, or so he'd thought. But when he started up that city street, quickly unraveling the truth behind the villain's quirk, he didn't think to turn around and tell Mirio and Inesa. Because all he could see was broad shoulders and wild blonde hair and black and orange and kakin, on his knees in the center of the Diamond Road like a scene from an apocalyptic dystopian. His head in his hands like some fallen deity. Izuku had felt his heart fall out of his chest and shatter atop the pavement. Something about the sight was so inherently, fundamentally wrong. He simply moved, just like he did with the sludge villain on that fateful, life-altering day. The last day he saw Bakugou. The day All Might made his offer, took Izuku under his wing. He'd wanted Izuku to test for UA at first, but after becoming the first person to learn the truth about Izuku's mistreatment in middle school, his idol recommended Shiketsu. And that's when he was blessed with the ray of pure starlight that is Yorashi Inesa. Inesa smiles at him now, eyes a bit watery. Izu, you acted in the best interest of the people we are meant to save. Never second-guess your instincts. It doesn't sit well with Izuku that his instincts had screamed for Bakugou Katsuki like some faded mate trope from the fantasy romance books he reads with Kami. Inesa reaches out to clasp Izuku's shaking hand, resting atop the crisp white sheets. Brown eyes flecked with gold meat bloodshot green. I'm going to be right back at your side so soon you won't even have time to miss me. With another soft laugh, his chest lighter than it was moments ago, Izuku wipes at his eyes with the back of his dirty costume sleeve. The material crinkles with the movement, grime and dust inlaid in the creases. His skin itches. He needs to shower. You better be. Izuku worries his bottom lip, debating the pros and cons of telling Inesa about his recent meeting with Hawks. They partnered me up with you-know-who. A gasp. He who must not be named? Izuku nods, gauging his friend's reaction. Inesa's grin has faltered. Truly? Bakugou? Did you not tell Hawks about your history with him? I'm sure something can be worked out. Working with him could be traumatic for you. Remember how long it took until you could handle explosions in training sims without closing your eyes. Inesa is one of the few people in the world who know the truth about his relationship with Bakugou, alongside All Might and Izuku's therapist. Inesa is also the only soul to know the truth about All Might and One for All. There are no secrets between them. Never will be. No. It's okay, Izuku says quickly, hand raising to rub sheepishly at the back of his neck. Izuku looks toward the window, better now. If I know anything about Yue, I know they wouldn't let his explosive, pun intended, Inesa laughs, Izuku smiles, behavior go unchecked. I'm sure he's gone to therapy too. A lot can happen in 4 years. Yeah, he could be worse, Izu. You saw how he acted when we showed up to interview. Izuku nods, he was a JRK, sure. But he was also caught off guard. Look, he sighs, feeling tired down to his bones. It's been a long day. I'm not trying to defend him. I'm just saying I really laid into him at Todoroki-kun's party, and he took it. He even thanked me today for helping him snap out of that quirk. At this, Inesa frowns. Are you sure this acceptance of yours isn't old feeling reappearing? I know how you used to be romantically. I was a child when I said those things. You used to call him your husband? Izuku drops his head into his hands. Groans. I never should have told you that part. Beep, 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 goes the heart monitor. The 4 drip, drip, drips. Izuku breathes. Inesa reaches over to ruffle Izuku's tangled hair, clearly concerned. Are you going to be okay while I'm gone? If Izuku hates anything, it's being coddled. He spent years being treated like he was powerless, weak, less than. Now, having the power to carry the world and its troubles on his shoulders, the insinuation is infuriating. He reins the oncoming anger in, however, knowing Inasa means well, that he isn't looking down on him. I loved him while he hated me, Inasa. I took the pain he gave in silence so he could one day become a hero, because some broken thing in me idolized him. I grew to hate him in high school only because other people told me that was the natural response. I'm just tired, I feel like I'm being spoon-fed emotions and it's just. Izuku finally meets his friend's stare. I can already feel myself slipping, you know? I used to run after him, the only words in my vocabulary being, kaken sugoi. One day on the job with him and guess what? He's become even more amazing. He laughs, but it's laced with a self-deprecating poison. To answer your question, no, I probably won't be okay at first. It's going to SCK. But I'm not some worthless Deku anymore, you helped me see that. I'm pro-hero Deku, and if he gives me attitude, I'll kick his butt and it'll be a landslide. Inasa beams. There's my best buddy. Who needs Kaken Sugoi when they can have the Sugoi Deku? Who needs a Bakugou when they could have an Inasa? The thought makes Izuku relax. Izuku has friends now, more than he ever thought possible for someone like him. He has All Might, his teachers at Shiketsu who supported him back when his bones would shatter with each punch, that small fan club of second years who called him Dikairu. To this day the name cracks him up. If things go to hell with Bakugou this time, the aftermath won't mark the end of his world as it did in grade school. He won't be shunned, won't be the class outcast. Izuku was going to be just fine. A doctor walks in, all professional smiles and cold handshakes. After going over some home care details, he tells Izuku he can take Inasa home within the hour. A social worker comes in to go over discharge paperwork, and the next thing he knows they're pushing into their shared two-bedroom apartment, takeout in hand. You want to put on a movie? Izuku asks from the teeny kitchen as his friend gets settled on their sectional. He hunts up clean chopsticks for them, cringing as he notes they're still living out of moving boxes though they've been here 2 weeks already. I thought you wanted to watch that new documentary on Canada's rarest quirks? I do, but it's your night. I mean, it's not every day you get injured during your first week on the job and… Inasa, bless his heart, just smiles, selects the documentary and presses play. They sit in comfortable silence as they watch, curled up to their respective couch corners. Every few minutes Izuku exclaims, cooing over how cool a certain quirk is, how useful it could be. Inasa nods enthusiastically, putting in his 2 cents as well. It reminds Izuku of their days in Shiketsu's dorms, hanging out in their common room with the rest of their class. Inasa saved Izuku in a way. He had been terrified to walk into a room full of other kids his age. He'd never gotten along well with others, not for a desperate lack of trying. And these weren't normal kids, they were the best of the best in Western Japan. Gods, what if they found out he was born quirkless? That this isn't his quirk and he's useless, useless, useless. That, I'll call you Izu, Inasa said as soon as they were seated by one another. I already know we are going to get along. Then, like the sun coming out after years of rain, Inasa smiled. At Izuku. Like he was a person. Like his life mattered. It was his first non-degrading nickname. He'd openly sobbed over it in front of their entire class, which led to a group hug, and Izuku being deemed the class sweetheart and everyone's go-to for cuddles after a bad day. He hadn't realized physical contact with someone other than his mother could be gentle, casual, and kind. That char marks on his skin from exploding hands weren't normal. That he was starved for kindness. Emotionally malnourished. As Izuku gets up to deposit their now empty takeout containers in the trash and get Inasa his nightly dose of painkillers, he decides right then and there. It doesn't matter that Bakugou popped back up into his life, no matter how changed he appears to be. He's found the other half of his wonder duo. Oh, Izu! Inasa cheers from the couch. I just found another documentary on unique quirks in a place in the States called the Pacific Northwest. The place where pro-hero Bigfoot lives. Wanna watch? Izuku beams, heart content in his chest. Of course, buddy. Katsuki loves living alone. He loves the guarantee of an orderly, clean space, loves knowing where everything is, the calming quiet in his own 4 walls. If he gets tired of himself as company, He only has to go 2 floors down to Izuku, Mina and Denki's 2-bedroom. It's the perfect setup. His mom had decorated the place upon move-in, putting up his framed band posters and coordinating pieces of furniture that he'd have chosen himself, not that he'd admit that to the old hag. A dark gray couch winged by brown leather reading chairs atop a tatami rug, a rustic-looking coffee table complete with slate black coasters aside a tabletop Bakugou and Company. Fall fashion lookbook, he was the model for the winter coat line. Shiro still had the photo as his lock screen to Katsuki's eternal horror, a projector in place of a TV. He even had 3 matching bar stools at his kitchen island like a proper adult. It was almost a shame that he had no interest in having guests over to show it off. He wonders what Izuku would think if he saw the space. At this point he's accepting the intrusive thoughts for what they are, hopeless. Katsuki is out the door, work bag packed, in a pair of joggers and a baggy sweatshirt at exactly 6 a.m. Getting to the agency 2 hours early gives him time to get a workout in, eat, and shower. A productive morning is a good morning. And that's how he finds himself alone in a gym that would be empty if Deku wasn't there as well, squatting twice Katsuki's body weight, no sign of the green lightning that comes with his quirk. Katsuki's mouth waters at the sight. Karma is a really cruel a-hole sometimes. He should find another gym. Hell, there are 3 in the building. It'd be so easy to just turn around and go 4 floors up. The bar crashes against the rack, rattling the metal, the sound echoing through the quiet space. Deku turns, lifting the hem of his ratty t-shirt to wipe at the sweat on his face. He's a Greek god, kissed all over in past lives resulting in so many freckles. Freckles covering a patchwork of gruesome, jagged scars. Like flowers blooming over a grave. Beautiful and heartbreaking. What happened to you? Katsuki breathes. How could someone so young have already experienced so much pain? Why does he want to run his hands over each trauma mark as though he could smooth them all away? Deku just stares at Katsuki, face impassive. Don't worry, none are from you. It's a kick to the stomach and a drop from a 20-story building. He splats when he hits the ground, ruined. Right? Katsuki manages to get the word out, incapable of saying more. It sounds like he's swallowed a pool's worth of quicksand. He prays for quicksand to show up at his feet and eat him right up, spit him out anywhere else. None are from you. None are from you. None are from you. Just the fact that they could have been. That it would make sense for what he'd done to be forever marked into Deku's skin. Katsuki has never felt more like a villain, even when he was kidnapped by the LOV and told he'd apparently fit right fing in. Stiffly, he makes his way over to one of the treadmills, lined up neatly with a view of the city street below. Headphones in, volume low because his ENT told him to avoid loud sounds if he can outside of hero work, he breaks into a punishing pace. Katsuki tries to run from his 40 minutes and a stitch in his side later, Katsuki shuts off the treadmill, sprays down the display, and moves on to bench until he can't feel his arms anymore. Probably not a good idea since he has patrol in 3 hours, but at it. He's 2 reps in when Deku situates himself on the bench directly beside his own. Something inside of him settles and ignites simultaneously. Being around Deku is giving him whiplash. One moment it's death threats and cold stares, the next, almost a comfortable familiarity. Deku, he grinds out. Bakugou. There are a million other benches. Actually, there are only 10, and I like this one best. Of course he does. Katsuki is beginning to think he's cursed when the nerd puts more weight on his bar than Katsuki has on his. Katsuki slowly stands, pointedly adds 2 more plates of his own. Play with me. Challenge me. Deku smirks, mercurial as ever. And does the same. It's so DMN childish. Katsuki loves it. We'll take this over discussing scars or their past any day of the week. The cycle continues, each eyeing the other to see if they'll up their weight, until the bar on Katsuki's bench is bowing, as is Deku's. I won't lie, Katsuki says with an awkward laugh, gesturing to his station. I can't bench that. Deku gives a cocky grin. I can. Shut the F up. No way. Do it. I'll spot you. Don't need a spot. Deku, don't be stupid, Katsuki says as the other lays down and gets situated on the bench. If that amount of weight falls on your chest, you'll be a Deku-flavored pancake? Green wisps of lightning. Thud, thud, thud. Deku doesn't break a sweat. It's equal parts breathtaking and terrifying. Katsuki thinks Deku could catch a building on his shoulders and smile through it. It reminds him of their mutual favorite hero. He realizes his jaw has dropped. He's having difficulty picking it back up. Who are you? Deku racks it. Grins up at Katsuki from where he lays lazily on the bench. His eyes almost glow. I'm the symbol of hope, Bakugou, he says in a low, playful voice, as though he's equal parts making fun and telling a secret. Katsuki stills. Like All Might was the symbol of peace. Well, of him twice. I want to meet him, Katsuki blurts out. Deku stands and begins to put away the obscene number of plates, nudging Katsuki out of the way with an elbow. All Might. Introduce me. Deku clicks his tongue, now done cleaning up. He leans into Katsuki, chest brushing, and even though he's taller, Katsuki feels very, very small. Emerald eyes flit across Katsuki's face before landing on his mouth. Maybe if you're a good boy for me, Katsuki-kun. What if? I can be good. Katsuki agrees without hesitation, without thinking, without breathing. Deku smirks like a cat who got the cream. That's what I like to hear. And then he's rocking back onto his heels, away from Katsuki. See you on patrol. Katsuki watches Deku prance out of the gym, struck absolutely dumb. He cannot keep up with the changes in Deku's mood. He has no idea where they stand. It's uncharted territory, wild unfamiliar waters. This boy is so different from the Deku of his memories that he has no frame of reference. Occasionally a glimpse of his old friend makes an appearance. His frequent blush, the way he stutters when nervous, the rambling. But Katsuki is a different person now too. And maybe Deku is adjusting the same way he is. It's a promising thought. New people, new friendship. A clean slate. It likely won't be that simple with the complex past they share, but everything has always come easy to Katsuki. His mother once said he was reckless and good at everything. Maybe he'll recklessly pursue Deku. Bakugou Katsuki always wins. Kaken sugoi. Katsuki cleans his station with a small smile on his face before he's off to the locker rooms. Who you texting? No one. Doesn't look like no one, nerd. They're on lunch, perched on the roof of an office building. Deku's sitting precariously close to the edge, thumbs flying over the screen of his phone, a stupidly happy smile on his face. It sees Katsuki off. From his right, Mirio laughs. Let Izuku have his fun. You're only young and in love once. Katsuki pointedly ignores the comment about Deku being in love and points his chopsticks at their team leader like a dagger. Mouth full of rice, he mutters. I'll say it again, you're only 2 years older than us. Manners, Baku. Deku scolds, releasing his phone for the first time to unwrap his store-bought bento. Katsuki glares at the thing like it insulted his bloodline. He could take such better care of the nerd, it'd be easy. Just make double, cook for 2 instead of 1. He imagines Deku being there in the mornings while he packed 2 bentos up, wrapping his arms around his middle, the sleeves of Katsuki's hoodie too long and covering his hands. Good morning, Kaken. No, bad Katsuki. Friends. He wants to be friends with the nerd. Katsuki bites on the inside of his cheek, says the first thing he can think of to distract himself. This morning you were calling me Katsuki, nerd. What changed? At that, Deku goes pink. Mirio sketches a brow. Katsuki leans back against a vent, nonchalantly placing his hands behind his head, pleased with what his panicked brain decided to spit out. And nothing, the reddening nerd says. K. Katsuki. I don't like you using my name. Dynamite works. Deku's lips part in clear surprise. How does it feel? Katsuki thinks, to be thrown mixed signals every 2 seconds? Katsuki decides to try his luck. You texting half and half? Green eyes flash to meet red. Shudo. First name basis now. Last week he was Todoroki-kun. Stay calm. Remember the goal. Don't ruin project, become friends with nerd. Who else could I possibly be talking about? Deku's brows come together. I guess. That's kind of a mean thing to call someone though, but yeah, I'm texting Shudo. Don't tell Inasa, please. Katsuki blinks. First of all, why would I talk to Breezy Boy? He's on leave. Second, what, you cheating on him with icy hot or some sheet? Deku smirks, his head tilting. Wind winnows through his hair, tousling the green curls. The midday sun burnishes him in golden hues. He's angelic. It's ridiculous. Wouldn't you like to know? Deku, I swear to all might. You two are hopeless, Mirio sighs, running a hand down his face. Was I this bad with Sun Eater? Deku's phone vibrates, the notification made louder by the thick, clunky plastic of his All Might case. Katsuki lunges. Deku yips in surprise, reacting a second too late. The chat is opened, of course the nerd doesn't have a passcode. Both heroes on their feet, with Katsuki's hand splayed across Deku's face as he holds the other boy at arm's length. What he doesn't expect to see is a whole but group chat with his friends that he isn't in. Deku squad. Todoroki-kun. Do you really think he likes me back? Eater is fast. Shudo-kun, don't doubt yourself. I am sure Inasa-san is interested. Sweetheart Ochako. Half of Japan is in love with you. Yes, if he has eyes he likes you back. Todoroki-kun. I am fairly certain he does in fact have eyes. As a hero, good vision is required. Promising development. Izuku. As the expert on all things Inasa, I can say you have a very good shot, Shudo. He's pretty tired a lot of the time with his head injury, but soon we'll all hang out, smiley face. Todoroki-kun. I'd like that. Sweetheart Ochako. How are things going with Bakugou, Deku-kun? You two are on the same team now, right? Izuku. You extras are annoying as F-. Stop texting Deku while he's working. Also, what the hell is a Deku squad? You guys just met him. Todoroki-kun. Is this the text equivalent of yelling? Bakugou, are you yelling? Sweetheart Ochako. Oh my gods. Todoroki-kun. This could be helpful while texting my father. Give it back now before I full cowl your butt to America, Deku growls, still struggling against Katsuki's hold. Which makes zero sense after what he saw this morning in the gym. Deku could easily get his phone back and crack Katsuki's spine like uncooked pasta for the fun of it. What a strange game they're playing. Fine here. Katsuki tosses the device into the air, amused when Deku emits a strange squeak as he rushes away to catch it. What's a full cowl? Katsuki asks as he packs his lunch away. Deku huffs, phone clutched to his chest. Full cowling. It spreads the power of my quirk out evenly through my body rather than focusing all of it into one limb. It reduces the strain. Before I figured it out, I'd break bones just throwing a punch. Katsuki grimaces. Well, that certainly explains away some of the scars. Aside from aching shoulders from the kickback, ringing ears and typical quirk exhaustion, his own quirk has few repercussions. I'm glad you figured it out. Deku nods, and Katsuki is forgiven for the phone incident. Me too. He feels weightless after discovering Deku doesn't like icy hot, that he's actually playing matchmaker. Which, thank F-, because Katsuki knows he's hot and all, but Shudo just has this pretty boy I could be an idol thing going for him. He and Denki went down one wrong rabbit hole on the internet a few months ago and discovered just how obsessed some people are with the guy. What they found under #HoferShow still gives him nightmares. Not that Deku being romantically interested in anyone would get in the way of Katsuki fixing their friendship. He wasn't jealous, either. Stop asking. Before starting back on patrol, he takes out his own phone. Nonchalantly he adds Idru, Denki, Mina, and Siro into a group chat. Baku Squad. Ride or die. Lord Explodo. Hey side characters. Red Artsu. Oh new chat who this? Why are we excluding Ochako and Ida though? Lord Explodo. They're traitors to the crown. Red Artsu. Off with their heads. Lord Explodo. This is why I tolerate you. Red Artsu. Dude stop him blushing. Red R. OT has taken a screenshot of chat. Charged. Cute chat name dude. Lord Explodo. Cute. Take me up. Bro, I meant to call. Thanks SM for the flowers. Really sweet. And for the curry you dropped off. I'll be back at your side in no time, love. Red Artsu. You sent him flowers, bro? My heart. Red R. OT has taken a screenshot of chat. Lord Explodo. At red R, OT quit with the screenshot sheet MF. Good, at take me up get some rest idiot head. I'm taking the rest of you out of my will. Pinky. We all know we were never in it in the first place. A week into being part of the same team and Izuku is ready to commit murder. He is going to give up his dream of being a hero, just to see the life slowly drain from Bakugou's stupid ruby red eyes. He's in his cubicle, the walls covered in photos of his friends from Shiketsu, packing up to go home at the end of a long day. Izuku has his bag slung over his shoulder, 1 foot out of the small space, when one explosive blonde looms before him, growling something about paperwork. Are you messing with me? Izuku asks, voice pitched low. The cubicle does nothing to hush their conversation from curious ears. Already he can see Ochako-chan float herself in order to investigate, can hear Kirishima whispering to Kaminari. I'm FNG serious, Bakugou retorts loudly, uncaring. You filled out today's report incorrectly, do it again. Deku works his jaw, which hurts with the bruise coming up it. A villain got in a good hit this morning on patrol, and he desperately wants to go home to ice it. I did it right. How can a nerd be so stupid? You left out about 2 hours of patrol info. I'm not about to get sued by some lying civilian because you decided to be lazy. Sued? Over this? Izuku exclaims, laughing loudly. Your quirk, hell, your entire personality is a walking lawsuit. I hear Hawk's hired on a legal team just for you. Somewhere in the room, he swears he hears a quiet, "Byun." Bakugou has his domino mask pushed up to keep his hair out of his face. It's distracting. Izuku hates him. Hates that they were fine for the last 3 days, coexisting. Sometimes actually friendly. And now this. So pointless. Escalated for no reason other than the fact that this is who they are now. I'm sure Hawks did. Bakugou isn't fazed, just like he'll hire a PR team for me when I leave all you losers behind and break into the top 25 by this time next year. Izuku runs his hands through his hair. Grips the strands. Pulls. It's like talking to a child. Worse, a freakishly smart, entitled, spoiled rich kid child. Okay, so maybe it's just like talking to a young Bakugou. You are the most conceited person I've ever met, you know that? Bakugou whirls to face him, finally looking away from the stupid report, now crinkled to death in his hands. And whose demon fault is that? Bakugou roars, I didn't ask to have you follow me around from the time we could walk yelling, Kaken sugoi. Kaken is just the best. I love my husband Kaken. You say I'm conceited? Blame your DMN self. 2 cubicles down, Kaminari whispers, holy hell did he just say Kaken? To which Kirishima responds, did he just say husband? Izuku sputters. Because you were the best. I was just telling the truth. Don't try to use flattery to get your stalker but out of fixing this report, Deku. Go back, add the info, refile it. Izuku glares. Bakugou glares back, thick arms crossed. You look like a mad Pomeranian. You look like wilted broccoli. Your mom likes me more than she likes you. That's not an insult, my mom likes everyone more than she likes me. Fine, your dad likes me more. Auntie Inko told me she wishes I was her son because then I could cook for her. Your cooking makes her sick. The temperature in the room plummets when Izuku responds. I told you not to talk about my family. His voice sounds terrifying even to his own ears. Bakugou's eyes widen slightly, but he doesn't budge. You brought mine up first, dipshit. Don't dish it out if you can't take it. Refile the report. Do it right. Hands fisted at his sides, Izuku hisses, I loathe you. Bakugou starts walking away, casually tossing, get in line, over his shoulder. I'm going to wait right here, he leans against the wall near the entrance, until you're done so you can't weasel your way out of it. Someone hold him back, because Izuku is about to Delaware smash the bane of his existence straight into his next life. The air in the rookie's nest begins to smell like burnt ozone, like a storm in the hottest point of summer. One for all whispers underneath Izuku's skin, use me, use me, use me, I'm right here. Izuku breathes, recites his favorite lines from the most recent All Might movie over and over until his heart rate goes from murderous hummingbird to just less than homicidal human. Grumbling about how easy it would be to literally bring this building down around Bakugou's big head, Izuku drops his bag and gets to work. He opens the file, prepared to show Bakugou how wrong he is, and plot twist. Right there, between 3 and 5 in the afternoon, empty report lines. By the name of the gods and all that is holy Midoriya, Izuku swears he would rather be struck dead right there in his cubicle than face a smug "I told you to." Here lies Izuku, avoidant even in death. It takes all of 10 minutes to fix. All of 4 seconds to press send. From across the room, he hears the ping of Bakugou's phone, his work email connected, because of course he does, alerting him to the report being filed for his review as a teammate. Izuku braces for the laughter, the taunting, teeth gritted, shoulders tensed around his ears. But nothing happens. Bakugou is silent as the printer rumbles out of its sleep, spitting out the 2-page report. Calmly, the blonde paces to the machine, staples it, signs it with a pen he had hidden in his pocket, and paces back to Izuku. Without a word, he extends both pen and paper, the almost bored look on his face a kind of peace offering. Izuku narrows his eyes in suspicion but accepts the olive branch nonetheless, signing it himself before handing it back. Bakugou nods, drops the file in the correct bin for some intern to pick up and properly file away later. "Let's go home, nerd." The nerd in question's head rears back in shock. "Huh." Bakugou rolls his eyes. "You really are stupid. I said, let's go home, nerd. We don't live together." "No shit. I just meant we'd leave together. And I'm hungry. I'll buy us something on the way if we live in the same direction." Izuku perks up. "Are you serious? Do I ever say shit I don't mean?" Denki pops up from his cubicle like a meerkat. "Nope." Bakugou jerks his chin in Denki's direction but speaks to Izuku, never looking away. "See? Now come on, I'm hungry." He turns, work bag slung over his shoulder like a prep school student, walking toward the door without checking to see if Izuku is following. He will not. Izuku is done following Bakugou Katsuki around. He refuses to be his devout shadow any longer. He will never be the same desperate kid who... Bakugou, wait up. As it turns out, they do live in the same general area, likely because the apartments southbound are more affordable. They walk in silence, but Bakugou stays true to his word and buys them each Nikamon buns on the way. They're warm and at the taste of onion and pork. Izuku groans, eyes sliding closed. It's been a long day. When he comes back to the land of the living to pay attention to where he steps on the moderately busy sidewalk, he finds Bakugou watching him, his own Nikamon suspended in midair, mouth open like he was about to take a bite before freezing. Izuku's chest heats. He runs the back of his hand over his mouth, wondering if he has food on his face. "What?" Bakugou seems to come back online slowly, lightly shaking his head. Bites into his food. Looks away and starts walking. "You have a food K&K or something?" Bakugou asks after a handful of minutes. Thankfully, Izuku finished his food so his hands are free to catch himself on a nearby street sign after he trips on his own feet. What a hero, his brain mocks him. So smooth. The blonde smirks. "You just stummed like a freaking Pawn Star over street food. Deku, don't go acting all innocent on me now." Press pause. Rewind. Play it back. The embodiment of impure thoughts and wet dreams just said Izuku sounded like a Pawn Star? Is this a compliment? Is this weird? Izuku internally gay panics, and isn't that just annoying as all get out because he doesn't want Bakugou? He decides offense is the best defense. "Oh, that was nothing," he says flippantly. "If you want to see something impressive, I can pay you back for the food by showing you my OnlyFans account. I even wear the costume you can't seem to keep your eyes off of in some of the videos." The moment he's finished talking, he wishes he could pluck the words one at a time back out of existence. He went too far. That was so creepy. Sheet, their co-workers, is that, did he just secularly harass Bakugou? Where is HR when you actually need them? He whips his head to face his current teammate for God's sake, mouth open to apologize, when he sees the hidden eighth wonder of the world. Breaking news, pro-hero Dynamite blushes. A pretty spread of pink across cheekbones that are sharp enough to carve out a person's heart. Victory rushes through Izuku. He doesn't know what he's won exactly, but that blush is a prize. He'd clear a shelf of limited edition All Might figurines in order to store it, pride of place. It isn't my fault you have legs like that. Stop fucking squatting trucks in your spare time and we won't have a problem, dumb. Deku. Izuku's body is wired, as though he all-for-one Kaminari's quirk. He's pretty sure the sensation means he's dying, or is already dead, because Bakugou just complimented him. He didn't deny it. Izuku had convinced himself that the times he'd caught the other's crimson eyes lingering on his thighs had been a trick of his overactive imagination, classically conditioned wishful thinking after a lifetime of pining. He's always been looking at Kaken. It only took close to 2 decades for Bakugou to look back. So you want my OnlyFans name then? Bakugou's pretty blush deepens to a feverish red. If you don't shut up right now I'll curb stomp you, I swear on All Might Deku. Izuku can't hide his small, greedy smile. Sorry, Bakugou, I'll stop. The rest of their walk is spent in silence, both periodically glancing at their phones to fire off a text or check a notification. It makes Izuku realize, hey, Bakugou, I don't have your phone number. Red eyes flick over to green, suspicious. I know. Izuku sighs theatrically. Why must everything be difficult? Well, we are teammates and work together and have the same friends now and stuff. Before he can convince himself this is a bad, dangerous, don't touch the wildlife they bite idea, he offers the other his phone. Put your number in. Bakugou hesitates before giving an kind of sigh. He reaches out, careful not to touch Izuku's fingers as he takes the phone. It takes longer than it should, and Izuku glances over to see Bakugou's thumbs hover over the contact name. When he finally hands it back without a word, the screen locked, Izuku slides it into his back pocket. Done. He actually has Bakugou's number. For emergencies and stuff. All strictly work-related. Izuku says when they reach his apartment complex, this is me. Bakugou doesn't stop walking, doesn't so much as glance at the building to see where Izuku lives. He simply raises a hand in dismissal. See ya. Izuku watches him go, eyes trailing on his figure until he disappears around a corner. Without further delay, he punches in the front door code. It might not be the nicest complex, but it has a decent amount of security, a must-have as a hero. Agencies have members of support who regularly check the dark corners of the net for any private information being sold regarding their heroes, but you can never be too safe. Trudging up the stairs to the 4th floor, Izuku takes out his phone. The screen lights up, going straight to his contacts. Specifically, the newest edition. Izuku stops just as he reaches his front door. His stomach is doing flips like a gymnast's gold medal winning floor routine. Right there. In his phone. Kaken. Izuku texts him immediately. Just so the other has his number too. Izuku. Hi, it's Midoriya. The slide of metal, the click of the lock. Izuku enters his apartment, a smile slipping onto his face when he sees Inasa sound asleep on their couch. He sneaks into his room, grabbing his things so he can shower before he makes dinner. Izuku drops everything, however, when his phone vibrates. Kaken. Ooh. Izuku almost smiles at that. Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. Kaken. Dunno anyone named that. Izuku. You're the worst. Fine, it's Deku. He waits, tapping the tips of his fingers on the screen. Kaken is typing. Kaken. Wait. The future number 2 hero or the OnlyFans star? Izuku has to throw a hand over his mouth to stop his cackle from waking Inasa. Izuku. Why can't I be both? Kaken. Deku. Please tell me you don't have enough. Izuku. I don't have an OnlyFans, Kaken. Kaken is typing. Kaken is typing. Kaken is typing. Izuku is about to give up and go take his shower when Bakugou replies. Kaken. Go to bed, Izuku. It's only 7 o'clock? Kaken. Exactly. Izuku. Okay, night, Kaken. He smiles, feeling like he's won some intangible competition between them. That's what this situationship is, after all, one big competition laced with contempt and a dash of revenge. To his surprise, one more notification comes through. Kaken. Good night, Zuku. Izuku reads the two simple words over and over and over before slamming his head against the wall. It's Katsuki's birthday. He's 6 today, which is already way cooler than 5 because Zuku is still 5. Almost every kid from his class is here, running wild in the Bakugou family backyard. 2 tables are pressed against the fence, one piled high with presents, the other a home for 2 large cakes. 2, because Katsuki doesn't like super sweet double chocolate. But that's Zuku's favorite, so of course he asked his mom to make both. A girl with lopsided pigtails pulls at his arm, asking him to play some game of make-believe. He doesn't remember her name. He doesn't need to when he has his best friend, who is the best, and Katsuki only needs the best. Red eyes search for green. Target spotted. Zuku is sitting cross-legged on the grass near Auntie, who talks with Mom about lame old people stuff. Don't wanna, he tells the girl, waving her off. She pouts. It's annoying. Escape is easy though because Katsuki is fast and super good at running. He makes it to his best friend real quick. Gripping the other boy by his shirt collar, Katsuki hauls him to his red-sneakered feet. Katsuki must remember to ask Mom for the exact same pair so they can match. Sidekick Zuku. Green eyes ignite. Zuku salutes, an all-might plushie squished tight in his other hand. King Lord Explosion Murder, sir. Katsuki grins, excited. Ready for a new mission? Always, Kaken. We can work on Formation Echo. No, it's my birthday. I wanna work on Formation Alpha. It's the best one. K. Kaken. It is best, you're right. They play together, ignoring the other kids unless they need to use them as villains or civilians until it's time for cake. Mom lets him use the sparks that dance on his palms to light his 6 super cool black and orange candles. Katsuki checks twice, no, 3 times to make sure Zuku is watching as he does it. Zuku watches, beaming the whole time. Katsuki decides for the rest of their birthdays he'll light all the candles if it makes his sidekick that happy. Make a wish, kiddo, Dad says. Mom takes a picture. The other kids clap and Zuku giggles. Katsuki leans in to blow them out, one at a time, each wish the same. Please, let Zuku get a cool quirk like me so we can play heroes forever. Katsuki doesn't invite Izuku to his 7th birthday party. They can't play heroes anymore. It begins earlier than usual. Izuku and Mina are already singing before Katsuki has a chance to set his bag down in his cubicle. His overly decorated, present-filled cubicle. Streamers and balloons and confetti that will take forever to collect up off the floor. It's 8 in the morning, you idiots, please shut up. Yeah, Blasty, Mina sings songs, 8 in the morning on your birthday. Your golden birthday at that. Denki chirps from where he stands just behind Izuku and Mina. Katsuki's brows rise. My golden effing what? Pikachu blinks. Your golden birthday? When the age you turn is the same as the day you were born. It's the 20th and you're turning 20. Golden birthday. Sounds made up. Izuku makes a face. I don't know why you hate your own birthday so much, dude. The rest of his extras agree, just as Ochako, Shudo and Ida approach, each with an offering like Katsuki's cubicle is some kind of shrine. Happy birthday, Bakugou-kun. Ochako smiles, floating a to-go cup of tea from his favorite shop over to him. He rolls his eyes but accepts it. It'd be pointless not to. Shudo hands him a box clad in silver wrapping paper, no doubt something overly expensive for no reason other than to spend his dad's money. Endeavor. Ida does the same, his present less flashy. He doesn't know exactly when they all became close enough to remember each other's birthdays. He'd like to say he doesn't, but he has all of theirs memorized as well. And every year in the dorms he would make them a freaking amazing, kick-butt breakfast and pack their bento. He's not soft though. Nope, not at all. We all have the day shift, so don't run away and hide like you usually do, Mina instructs with an accusatory look. We are taking you out tonight? Katsuki opens his mouth to object but decides resistance is futile. Fine. His extras cheer and whoop, way too excited over the same bar they always frequent. Katsuki thinks he'll just slip out early once they all inevitably get wasted, seeing as it's Saturday and they all have the next 2 days off. Ugh, why couldn't his birthday be on a Tuesday this year or one of the other shitty days? He catches up on some paperwork, scrolls through local news articles for anything interesting, checks the time. They're scheduled to start patrol earlier than usual today, 9 am. Fine by Katsuki, anything to get out of his cubicle, which looks like Party City threw up on every square inch of the space. Locker room. Empty. Thank the gods. He's just pulled the compression sleeves for under his gauntlets up his arms when Deku comes up to his own locker. The gods have abandoned him. It's officially been 2 weeks since they've been on the same team. 2 weeks of slowly becoming comfortable around one another, only to be set back when they fight over something stupid. 2 weeks of either awkward as hell or companionable stretches of silence. The occasional text. Deku likes to send pictures of dogs. Katsuki is more of a cat person, yet he manages to reply vaguely with different variations of cute. Good morning, Bakugou, Deku says as he opens his own locker. Yup. He glances at his nerd sidelong, just in time to watch 2 dark brows furrow. You sound sad. Having a bad birthday? Katsuki almost drops his boot, but he recovers in time to make it look intentional. He bends to lace it up, hoping Deku can't see his rapidly heating face. Deku remembers my birthday? I don't like birthdays. Pointless. His tone is bored, indifferent. I'm sad to hear you feel that way now. I used to love celebrating you. Deku strips, his gray joggers falling to the floor as he wiggles into that ridiculously tight costume designed by the devil himself in order to tempt Katsuki. The pants even have stirrup straps to go under his support boots, for Christ's sake. Stirrup straps. He isn't sure how to reply. He chooses not to. Patrol ends up being dull as hell. At one point in the afternoon, they're so bored Deku literally helps an elderly woman cross the street. It isn't adorable. Katsuki doesn't almost smile at the sight of ripped, handsome, overpowered Deku guiding her over the crosswalk. They're almost back to the agency when hands wrap around Katsuki's bicep. Manicured sky blue nails. Bracelets. Oh my gosh, you're dynamite. Oh my gosh, holy heck, we've been obsessed with you since they had to restrain you at your first sports festival. Katsuki trails his eyes from the hands on his skin to the face of the girl, who looks up at him with raw admiration in her large brown eyes. There's another girl next to her, phone out, recording everything with a smile so big on her face. Katsuki feels like his skin is trying to crawl away from her hands. He wants to step back. Nothing bothers him more than feeling trapped, a result of being restrained during that sports festival she just had to bring up. It bothers him, the public's misconstrued ideas regarding their rights to heroes, the common misconception that they can just reach out and invade their personal space. It's unsettling. So incredibly uncomfortable. They may feel like they know Dynamite, have his Heropedia page memorized, but Katsuki has no FING idea who they are. But they're fans, and he needs to get used to this, so he forces a small smile. Thank you for your support. At the few words, the girl still holding on to him squeezes tighter. Of course. Hey, if you're not busy later, a few of my friends and I? Katsuki is pulled backward with force, an arm wrapped around his waist out of nowhere. The girl is forced to let go with the movement. His back slams into the wall of muscle that is Deku's chest. The shorter boy rocks up to the tips of his toes to pop his chin atop Katsuki's shoulder. Katsuki feels a million small, happy, excited electric shocks pop across his skin, nothing like the sickening feel of that stranger's hand. When Deku talks, his lips graze Katsuki's ear. And Katsuki is fairly certain his heart stops, drops and rolls away into his stomach. Sorry ladies, his voice is smooth, smooth, smooth. Dynamite and I have plans. Katsuki can imagine the bright fanservice smile Deku likely has on his face. The girl recording blushes at the sight of said smile, which for some reason bothers the mother F out of Katsuki, but the other's eyes flash with annoyance. Well, she starts, what about tomorrow we could? Deku laughs like she told the best joke, interrupting her. Actually, we always have plans. Like always. So, sorry but you know hero life and all that. Have a safe day you too. And he's being pushed forward, past the fangirls, both of Deku's hands on his shoulders. Mirio snickers knowingly as he strides in front of them. Deku, says Katsuki once they are a safe distance away, agency in sight. What the F was that? Now at his side, Katsuki can see the color bloom on Deku's cheekbones, like he was out in the sun just a teeny bit too long. He play acts at innocence, hands swinging at his sides. I dunno what you mean. We don't have plans. Yes we do, Deku frowns, it's your birthday party tonight. You're going? Deku glances at him, eyes worried, unsure. Is that okay? Yes please be there Zuku. Katsuki gives a one-shoulder shrug. Sure. Silence for a few steps. And tomorrow? Katsuki pushes the subject. You said we also had plans tomorrow. Deku wets his lips, looks away. You need to be available to reply to my dog pictures? Katsuki holds open the door so Deku can enter the bustling lobby. But, okay, whatever you say nerd. Bakugou Katsuki may be brash and socially insensitive, but he isn't stupid. Deku was jealous. Katsuki feels 10 feet tall as he makes his way to shower and change. IFING love that sheet. He's on cloud 9 until he opens his locker door to another present, this one just a plain paper bag with a note from Mina. I knew you wouldn't bring nice clothes for tonight, she wrote on a small post-it, so I swiped some stuff from EI that I know will fit. Put it on or else. Ilism. The little menace really thinks of everything when it comes to tormenting her friends. Katsuki sighs as he pulls on dark jeans, a plain white shirt, and a black, vintage bomber jacket. He's surprised to find a handful of silver rings at the bottom. Curious, he puts them on whatever finger fits best. Some are plain, some have small patterns. Honestly, they don't look half bad. Deku steps out of the showers, a towel slung around his hips, another in his hands as he rubs at his dripping curls. He stops dead at the sight of Katsuki turning his raised hand this way and that. Deku? He asks, bemused at the odd response. The boy in question works his throat as he swallows, eyes on the rings, on Katsuki's hands. Yeah. Deku mutters, still fixated. Katsuki smirks. You okay over there, nerd? Katsuki drops his hands, sliding them into his pockets. Deku snaps back to attention, returns to the land of the living. Interesting. Yes. Deku exclaims, voice reedy. Yeah, sorry, I'm fine. I'm going to get dressed. Katsuki has no idea what the hell just happened. Sure, see you out there? Izuku has unlocked a new kanken. Bakugou Katsuki's ring-adorned, long-fingered hands. The irony of it is not lost on him. For years those hands scared the hell out of Izuku. Now, he wants them around his throat. Down, down, down his thoughts go, straight into the gutter. He shouldn't go to the bar with everyone tonight. He should go home to Inasa. Being around Bakugou for too long is bad for his health. Everything feels wild and something loosens in his brain when they're together. The perfect example is whatever the mother heck he did today on patrol. Those poor girls were just being nice, talking to their favorite hero, and Izuku ruined that moment for them. It was just the sight of her hands on his kaken. Not yours. Not kaken. He really should just go home. Which is the plan, until he exits the locker room to find everyone chatting in a loose circle, waiting on him. A strong arm slings around his shoulders, another wraps around his waist. Izuku, my man. Kaminari says from the right, the owner of the arm across Izuku's shoulders. I'm so glad you're coming out with us tonight, dude. I feel like we've hardly had the chance to talk. I can't wait to see a drunk Deku-kun. You didn't drink enough at Shudo's party, Ochako adds, arm tightening at his middle. Well, there goes plan run away from Bakugou and his stupid hands. Izuku is a sucker for people like Kaminari and Ochako. They remind him too much of Inasa, his own resident ball of upbeat attitudes and freely given smiles. When Kirishima winks at him and Shudo gives a friendly wave, he knows he's done for. So Izuku grins back and hates himself for saying, I'm excited too, birthdays are always so fun. He's fairly certain Bakugou scoffs at his words, but he ignores it, just like he's ignoring his ridiculous, CC hands. They get dinner before heading to the bar, and it turns into everyone taking turns to tell their favorite Bakugou story. When Ida recounts the time Bakugou actually attempted to make Lord Explosion murder his hero name their first year, Izuku can't help the manic-sounding giggle that escapes him. Bro, you have the cutest laugh, Denki says fondly from across the table. Everything about Midoriya is cute, Shudo adds. Birthday boy tchs under his breath. Izuku is trying not to blush and is failing miserably. Sorry for being so loud, he says sheepishly to a clearly annoyed Bakugou. I just can't believe you actually tried to make that your hero name. I always thought it was a joke when we were kids. Kirishima cracks up. Wait, weren't you two friends when you were little? Like toddlers? Baku bro, why was murder even in your vocabulary back then? From the head of the table, Bakugou ignores his red-haired friend to instead glare daggers at Izuku. Tell them anything about me as a brat and you're dead. Got it? 14-year-old Izuku would be hiding under the table at that look. Now, he finds himself leaning forward, matching the intensity in Bakugou's eyes. Izuku smirks. So I shouldn't talk about that time you cried because the store was out of red sneakers and we weren't able to match? Or how when you were 5 you thought flipping someone off was with your little finger and not your middle finger, so for a straight year no one knew why you kept showing them your pinky. Even Shudo laughs at that, the entire table roaring over how adorable and on-brand little Bakugou sounds. Before he can attempt to leap across the table to actually try to murder Izuku, Kirishima uses his quirk to harden his arm and move it across Bakugou's chest like a seatbelt of cement. Oh no you don't, bro, assault at the dinner table isn't manly at all. Deku, Bakugou growls, but Kirishima seems to know exactly what to say to calm him down. Izuku, tell us your favorite Baku bro story. I'm sure you have so many. Well, this could go one of two ways. Bakugou suddenly looks equal parts interested and nervous. Izuku says to buy time, not sure if he wants to be honest or brush it. Part of him whispers be cruel, tell them what he used to do to you. But the Bakugou sitting at this table, though rough around the edges, is leaps and bounds better than the middle school bully from years ago. Izuku takes a steadying breath. Looks at the table. I have lots of good memories with Bakugou. It's a little difficult to only pick one. If I had to, however, it would probably be when we were 6 and his parents took us to see a movie in theaters. He finds himself laughing as he thinks back. Something scared me, I'm not sure what, I don't even remember what the movie was about. But I think I flinched? Or maybe grabbed at his arm or something. Whatever I did, he knew I was afraid. Instead of suggesting we leave or telling his parents, he stood up on the chair, fired up what little he could use of his quirk at the time, and screamed at the screen. Something about, stupid movie, stop scaring Zuku, and, don't worry Zuku, I'll protect you. Izuku can't help his fond smile as he stares down at his hardly touched food. They kicked us out right after, and Auntie Mitsuki was livid, but it made me feel safe. He really was always meant to be a hero. Everyone starts talking at once. He hears Mina freak out over how cute Kid Bakugou must have been. Hears Ida say that he hopes everyone at the theater had their ticket refunded for the disruption. Hears Kaminari as he doubles over cackling. He doesn't look up. Doesn't want to see if Bakugou is angry or smiling or visibly plotting his demise. Izuku tells himself he isn't feeling sentimental. He doesn't want to be as close as they once were. It's simply Bakugou's birthday, and he told a nice story because he didn't get him a present. He's quiet until they reach the bar. It's a cozy space. A long bar of dark wood in front of an impressive selection of expensive bottles, circular booths large enough to fit their entire party, dim, moody lighting. Izuku likes it from the moment they step through the door. Seated squished between Shuto and Ida, Izuku settles into his beer, courtesy of Kirishima, and tries to relax, which is made difficult by Bakugou sitting directly across the booth from him. He sighs. They've been at the bar for all of 2 hours, and Izuku has gleaned one very important piece of information. UA kids, it seems, are messy drunks. Mina and Ochako kick back green tea shots like they're water, tapping the tiny glasses twice against the table once they're empty. Except, Mina didn't quite finish the last one, and the action sends sticky liquid sloshing everywhere. Kirishima and Kaminari are loudly FaceTiming Siro, who was told he shouldn't come just in case someone bumped into his almost healed arm. Shudo leans into Izuku's side, a concerning amount of cocktail glasses empty before him. He doesn't look drunk until he starts talking. Where's Inasa? He slurs all snake-like. Izuku grins into his glass and tries not to laugh at his sweet new friend. At home. The loud music wouldn't be good for him. But I was thinking we could have a Deku squad. Still hate the name, by the way. Dinner sometime next week. Shudo tips his head back. Izuku, please. I need to see him again or I'll die. Hey! Izuku's eyes flash to Bakugou, who is half standing and leaning on the table, one hand supporting his weight, the other pointing at Shudo. His pupils are blown, eyes a bit bloodshot. Drunk. You can't call Deku that, you burnt fucking popsicle. Izuku sputters into his drink. Can't call him what? Shudo asks, apparently not at all offended when called a burnt fucking popsicle. Zuku, Bakugou's eyes narrow to slits. Can't call him that. Shudo pouts. Izuku admittedly understands why Ochako says half of Japan is in love with him. He's distractingly pretty. Izuku wishes he could be attracted to the nice, pretty, safe ones. But alas, I don't see why not, the aforementioned pretty boy argues. That accusatory finger Bakugou is pointing at Shudo turns on himself. Because that's my nickname for the stupid nerd. Get your own. He's just drunk, he doesn't mean it. He isn't getting possessive. He doesn't look hot when he's threatening his friends. But hey, who is Bakugou of all people to tell others what Izuku can and can't be called? Chill the out birthday boy, Izuku laughs, leaning back into the booth. It isn't a big deal. Two ring-adorned hands slam onto the table, rattling everyone's drinks. No one pays him any mind. It's as though they're used to it. Izuku assumes that's actually the case. And who the mother F taught you how to swear, you shitty dim nerd? Izuku blinks. You mostly. Bullshit. You're really drunk, huh? Sure enough, Bakugou has collected his fair share of empty glasses. Hey Shudo, Izuku says, can you scoot out of the booth? I'm going to go get the birthday boy some water. Stop calling me that shitty Deku. Shudo nods, moving out of the way. Whispers conspiratorially, good thinking, Zuku-kun. By the time Izuku is back to their booth, water in hand, the sole survivors are Ida, Shudo, and Bakugou. The rest of their friends now up and dancing, even though the bar has no dance floor. Here, drink, Izuku orders as he slides in to sit next to Bakugou. The blonde slurs something that sounds like no followed by a lukewarm insult. Oh, what a shame. I just drank my glass of water in less than 10 seconds and... Bakugou has the glass downed before Izuku can finish talking. I win, Izuku. I bet that was way faster than you. Izuku tries and fails to bite back his smile. It's just such a stereotypical Kaken thing to say. A few minutes later, when Bakugou blinks and says, oh, Izuku knows nothing good is about to happen. Feel sick? Yup. Wanna go to the bathroom? Nope. Home. Izuku looks to Ida, the only other sober person here. Currently, Shudo has his hands on two different glasses, both half full. He's boiling one drink and slowly freezing the other, cackling to himself as he does. He'd be perfect for an Asa. Ida, who is Bakugou's roommate? Ida adjusts his glasses. Bakugou lives alone about 15 minutes north of here by foot. Of course he does. All right, Izuku chews on his lower lip. I hate to ask, but could you take him home? I don't know if he'd make it alone, and the others don't look much better. Sure, I'd be happy to help. He's always had a low tolerance, we are quite used to it at this point. Two incredibly warm hands sandwich Izuku's face and twist, turning it until his nose brushes Bakugou's. Izuku can taste the alcohol on the other's breath when he talks. It's the first time he's felt drunk all night. Stupid Zuku. You take me home. Bakugou frowns and Izuku goes cross-eyed trying to look at his lips. But we gotta go, like 5 minutes ago. Red flags pop up all around Izuku's brain. This is a bad idea for too many reasons. Okay, sure, yeah, he finds himself agreeing. Let's go. Oh Christ, why are you so heavy? All right, we made it, in you go. What should have been a 15-minute walk took 45. Bakugou threw up twice, both times in public trash cans. Izuku thankfully got them to in the nick of time. He tried for about a block to carry the birthday boy, but that had made him motion sick, and that was when he threw up for the second time. Then, when they finally made it to the apartment complex, Bakugou took 5 minutes trying to remember his door code. How he forgot it was All Might's birthday is beyond Izuku, that date is sacred. Izuku has never been so happy to stumble into an unfamiliar space. Bakugou barrels past him, headed straight for his very comfortable-looking couch. He flops down onto it, throws his arm over his eyes and groans. Izuku kicks the door closed and locks it, familiarizing himself with the space. It's nice, it screams Mitsuki was here. Shoes off and away, he pads down the hallway to the bathroom where he finds a small trash can to place near Bakugou's head. If you're going to yak again and can't make it to the bathroom, just roll over, 'kay? I brought you this. Don't need your help, Deku. Well, apparently you do, so just let me take care of you. Bakugou huffs a breath in response. His face flushes red. He must be a lot worse off than Izuku had first thought. He sits on the coffee table that probably cost more than what they make in a month as rookies. Head in his hands, Izuku mutters, "What am I going to do with you?" Like this, drunk and sick, Bakugou almost seems normal. He seems tangible, nothing like the infallible, otherworldly being he is when in action. Like this, Izuku imagines a world where he can simply hate the other. But then Bakugou lets the arm covering half of his face drop to his side, and his eyes meet Izuku's. "Have a present for you, Izuku." Green brows draw together. "What do you mean, Bakugou? It's not my birthday, it's yours." "Happy not birthday. It's in my desk. Top drawer. You'll know it's yours when you see it." Confused but compliant, Izuku makes his way into the bedroom. It's decorated similarly, all dark colors and modern minimalism. Aside from a bed and bookshelf, the desk is the only other piece of furniture in the room. With 3 distinct drawers, he pulls open the first and finds a stack of white envelopes, each with a different name clearly printed on top. Yummy. Izawa Shoyuda. Todoroki Shudo. Midoriya Izuku. There are a few more, but he ignores them, dropping all of the envelopes not addressed to himself back into the drawer. He closes it with his hip, fingers already busy tearing the paper. A letter. "Izuku, I'm not sure how to start this. I'm not sure I even want to be writing to you. It's pointless because I know I'll never show you. A stupid letter won't change the past. It won't give you a second chance at having a calm, happy childhood. It won't bring us back to being Lord Explosion Murder. You won't believe this, but these assholes said I can't have that as my actual hero name, Anzuku. But my therapist said it's the only way I can move on and become a good hero, so here we go. I'm sorry, alright? Really f***ing sorry. I never hated you. I was just afraid when it became obvious you'd never get a quirk. Terrified really. And sad. I mourned the future as hero partners we lost, and I think a bit of me even blamed you for it. As if it was your fault. As if you could control it. I'm sorry for that. It felt wrong to stay friends and play heroes when I knew that would never be in the cards for you. I think, in some backward way, I was trying to protect you. That was my favorite thing to do, you know. Protect you. But if I didn't do a shitty job. I'm sorry for failing to protect you, even if it would have been from myself. I don't know what got into me. I don't know how I turned into what I turned into. My therapist calls it gifted child syndrome. I call it a misplaced God complex. I truly thought what I was doing would somehow keep you safe. And when you kept coming, but I spiraled. I never wanted you to jump off the roof. Did you know I waited outside until I saw you leave school so I could make sure you didn't actually listen to me? Did you know I watched you collect your analysis journal and cursed myself the entire time? I bet it doesn't matter to you. I bet telling you wouldn't change anything. I know I'd hate me regardless. Sometimes I hate me. I've never been the kind of person to do anything by half. I've always been good at anything I set my mind to, always done things perfectly. I decided early on to protect you no matter what it took. I don't even remember when. Likely before I could walk. You were always everything. I guess people like me tend to destroy the things we love. I'll never tell you any of this. But I hope one day we run into one another and you're happy. I'll probably ignore you or act like AD, though, so sorry about that too I guess. Please be happy, Izuku. Katsuki. At some point as he read, Izuku must have sat down, because as the world comes back into focus around him, he's sitting in the middle of Bakugou's bed. It smells like him. Everything here smells like him. Burnt sugar and home. Izuku presses his hand against his mouth, refusing to cry. Why are his cheeks wet regardless? You were always everything. I guess people like me tend to destroy the things we love. His heart breaks, gets put back together with hot glue and duct tape, those words healing as the process takes place deep in his chest. Bakugou was sorry. He was right, it doesn't give him those years back. It doesn't fix anything. But Izuku has never been the sort of person who can turn away from a person in pain, and this letter screams remorse. Each word is drenched in wishes to rewind. If he's being honest, he forgave Bakugou long ago. He's missed Kaken. Without giving his legs permission to move, Izuku is striding into the living room with conviction. Kaken is sitting up now, elbows on his knees, head in his hands, the trash can at his feet. He looks pale. Izuku has never been happier to see him. I forgive you. Kaken's head shoots up, eyes wide as he takes in Izuku. How he's shaking, how he's sure his face is streaked with the tears he didn't want to cry. You what? Kaken's voice shatters. Izuku takes a deep breath. I'm not doing this for your sake, I'm doing it for mine. I've been in this push and pull of wanting to be friends with you and then hating myself for being weak. He lifts up the letter. This gives me the excuse to let go of the me that hates you. Now I can be the me who met his childhood friend after years apart, and gets to spend time unashamed, relearning everything there is to know about who you grew up to be. No more words. He's used them all up. They simply stare at one another for what feels like eons. Until Kaken leans forward and retches into the poor, sad trash can. Izuku winces, quietly makes his way to the couch and sits beside him. He rubs his hand up and down Kaken's spine, praying the contact is okay, but remembering he always liked physical touch when he felt sick on sleepovers. Sorry, Kaken rasps when he's done. He wipes the back of his hand across his mouth. I pretty much ruined that lame little heart-to-heart. Izuku laughs softly. Yeah, you did. But it's fine. Feeling any better? Kaken nods, more sober, but more headache-y. Where are your painkillers? Above the fridge. Izuku retrieves 2 pills alongside a glass of water. Kaken downs them and then finishes the glass. They sit in silence for a moment. It's easy. The pins and needles he's felt around Kaken since they started working together is gone. Let's be Izuku and Kaken again. Red eyes tentatively slide to clash with green. Yeah. Izuku gives a small smile. Yeah. Kaken stands up so slow, looks down at him. Exhales. I'm going to go brush my teeth. When I come back, we start all over. We can keep the brat memories and that sentimental sheet, but the rest is gone. Deal? Izuku doesn't hesitate. He reaches out and grips the second chance. It's a deal, Kaken. Cool. Great. Yeah. You gonna go brush your teeth? Izuku smirks, tilts his head to one side. Shut up. Yes. Okay, Kaken. You're killing me with that, you know? You're so dumb sometimes, Zuku. Learned from the best, Kaken. Gonna put me 6 feet under, I swear, Kaken mutters, the words fading as he makes his way into his bathroom. The door closes. Izuku takes the trash out and, like a villain, leaves it in the hallway for Kaken to fully deal with tomorrow. On his way back into the apartment, he stops in the kitchen. Curious, he opens drawers, peeks into the pantry and cabinets. Startles when he finds birthday candles. Leave it to Kaken to be prepared for anything at any time. Inspiration strikes, and since Kaken is a health nut he has to settle, but it should work. When the birthday boy returns from the bathroom, he finds Izuku on the floor, cross-legged in front of the coffee table, back to the couch. On a small plate in the center, he's put a DM candle in one of his protein muffin bites. You have to make a wish on your birthday, Kaken. At this, Katsuki beams and Izuku feels like he's won every gold medal in every Olympic event. He's slain the Minotaur and made it out of the labyrinth. He's 5 years old and happy again. Happy, bursting with light like a cracked open star. Want me to use my quirk to light it? Always, Kaken. Always. Izuku is in trouble. He knows this with stomach-churning certainty as he walks into his apartment at 1 in the morning. The lights are on. Inesa is situated on the beanbag chair they stole from the dorms, the one that looks like a soccer ball. He isn't looking at their TV, the inane chatter from the K-drama characters nothing more than white noise. Their eyes meet across the shared space. The 900 square feet of photos tacked haphazardly to the walls, of mismatched rugs overlapping because Inesa prefers carpet to hardwood and Izuku forgets to put socks on in the morning when he wanders out for breakfast, of secondhand furniture, out of date but cozy and warm and homey. The difference between his apartment and the modern display floor that is Katsuki's is sobering. So different. Just like the raw disappointment on Inesa's usually kind face is different. So wrong. Izuku feels the guilt creep in before Inesa even opens his mouth. His friend is homebound recovering while he's off drinking with the people they should be getting to know together, as a unit. As the Shiketsu wonder duo. He feels like a shitty hero partner, an even worse friend. Hi buddy, have fun with Bakugou? It's like he's been shoved in the chest, he's off balance, his heart hammers. How? Inesa holds up his phone. We have each other's locations, remember? You didn't come home, he frowns. I got worried. He totally forgot to tell Inesa he'd be out late. How did you know Bakugou was there too? Flat brown eyes. I didn't. You just told me. Izuku purses his lips and pushes a breath out between them. He hangs up his coat, kicks off his shoes. Takes 5 slow steps to enter the living room. Everyone went out for his birthday. I got roped into it. Kaken tipped the plate, small fireworks going off in his hand to light the single birthday candle. Izuku is almost 20, he grins like he's 5. Make a wish, Kaken. No sheet, deck Izuku. Midoriya. No, that's weird as sheet. Izuku. You can still call me Deku, if you want. A beat of quiet. But shoulda trademarked that sheet. Katsuki smiled a slanted, wicked smile as he took a bite out of the tiny protein muffin, only to hand the other half to Izuku, who pretended to push it away. Indirect kiss, Kaken. A dusting of pink across sharp cheekbones. Do you ever stop being embarrassing? For F's sake. Roped into it. Into staying for hours as they swapped stories about high school on the couch. Staying until his blonde head couldn't stay up and he fell asleep against Izuku's shoulder. His hair smelled like lavender shampoo. The expensive kind. So screwed. Izuku is so royally screwed. Everyone was out at the bar this late? Inesa's lips twitch, seemingly appeased to hear Izuku was with a group. Looks like we work with a bunch of party animals. He tries to keep his face neutral as he actively lies to his best friend. He's not sure why, but he really doesn't want Inesa to know he's been alone with Katsuki for the past 3 hours. Izuku feels rotten. He's relieved Inesa didn't check his location recently, that he didn't see he was at a private residence. Yeah, they're all really fun. They made a group chat and everything. Hope you don't mind I gave them your number. Inesa stands and stretches. Not at all, eyes. I'll be back on Wednesday anyways, so I'm sure I'll need to use the chat at some point. I'm excited to get back to it. Right? Both Inesa and Shiro will be returning to work. Izuku won't be in a team with Katsuki anymore. But that's fine, totally fine. It's not like they'll never work together, it's not like they won't see one another in the office. He's fine. Izuku gives a smile. Seriously, can't wait. It's not the same without you. It isn't the same. It's different. Working with Inesa is a sense of home and security, and he can't decide if that's a good different or bad different when working with Katsuki is fresh and exciting and natural as breathing. His friend moves to turn off the lamp in the corner. Bakugou give you a hard time for going to his party? No. I know you're worried, but it's okay, I promise. He's better now. The couch smelled like nitroglycerin and sugar. Like the designer brand cologne Izuku totally didn't sniff when he found it in the bathroom. I'm really happy you ended up with a quirk, that you got everything you deserved in the first place, Katsuki said, looking directly at Izuku. And I'm kinda glad you didn't go to UA. Who knows what I'd have done. Glad I had some time to grow up a bit before seeing you again. Even though you growled at me when you saw me in Hawk's office? Katsuki laughed. He has a great, warm, loud laugh. Izuku wants to make him laugh more. Oh, Deku, I would have tried to bite your head off if I'd found out about you getting a quirk in high school. We'd have torn down buildings fighting it out. Yeah, Izuku smiled, probably would have. Katsuki sed on his teeth a moment, thinking. Aizawa woulda loved your nerd butt. Eraserhead. Help me meet him, and I'll help you meet All Might. Deal. Inasa sighs. I just don't want you to get hurt, Aizu. He comes over, rests a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm sorry if I'm acting like an overbearing parent. I just can't stand the idea of him hurting you after you've made it this far. I feel like I'm watching someone who once had Stockholm Syndrome walk willingly back into the arms of their kidnapper. Izuku knows. He understands. He lies, and the words taste like ash. Very dramatic comparison. But don't worry, buddy, we're strictly co-workers. I've been over that schoolyard crush for years. If found, return to Hawks. Tuesday, 4:32 p.m. Charged. Guys, some Twilight Zone sheet is going on RN. Eater is fast. Kaminari, please be more specific. Redartsu. Why use the chat, thanks, we are all in the same room. You are cubicle touches mine. Charged. Yeah, but I can't say this out loud, they'll hear me. As he thought. Pinky. As a professional gossip, brah, I knew. Charged. Right. I am like anxious over it? Quinochago. Someone explain. Can I just say I love this chat? Such a good idea, so we can always update one another. Smiley face. But hey, what's wrong, Kaminari-kun? Septis. Pinky. Ugh, so cute, Greenie. Stray for this. But you gotta go. Pinky. Has removed Lord Explodo and Deku from chat. Pinky. Don't say I never did nothing for ya. You are now free to gossip about the cabin, Sparky. Charged. Thank you for your service. Guys. Ya know how Baku and Izu are like, baby buddies, right? Quinochago. For the sake of my fragile mental health, please just say childhood friends. Eater is fast. Seconded. Redartsu. Thirded. That's a word, right? Charged. My two brain cells say yes, EI. Anyways. So I know they use TOB friends and all, but like, it was clearly strained? Even at dinner on Sat? And the bar? Are they bros now? As he thought. Or are you talking about how Bakugou and Izuku have been attached at this hip all day, seemingly out of nowhere after 2 weeks of cold hostility? Quinochago. V socially aware, to do. Proud of you, sweetie. As he thought. Thank you. Charged. Yes. I am literally watching Baku smile at Izu Arin. Redartsu. Wait. Do you mean sneer? Eater is fast. Perhaps you meant smirk? Quinochago. Snarl? Pinky. No, dead, but I'm peeking over my cubicle and am seeing it too. Katz is leaning against Greenie's desk. Arms crossed like a real-life Eichmann as they talk about their reports. Soft smile on his face. Charged. I am short-circuiting. Oh my gods, are they finishing each other's sentences, Arin? As he thought. Kachaka-an so mien. A memoir by Midoriya Izuku. You like it, Deku? What will be on Bakugou Katsuki's headstone? Quinochago. PFFFFD. Also still can't get over Bakugou having a cute nickname like Kakin. Pinky. Who are you and what have you done with Sweet to Do? Also same. Take me up. I'm gone 2 weeks and y'all let Ko break and Roki go wild. Can't trust y'all with nothing. By the way, pics or it didn't happen. Pinky. Image Isolaz Bakugrins.jpg. Charged. See. Brothers. Redartsu. Hiya bros. Quinochago. Close friends, besties, roommates, colleagues. Anything but lovers. History hates loverses. Gale Force. Separate them. As he thought. Anything for you. Quinochago. Shudo, my sweet friend, light of my life, we talked about this. As he thought. Right. I meant that in a really normal, coworker kind of way at Gale Force. Redartsu. I don't see the problem. The Gale Force. Charged. Yeah man, I'm thrilled to see Baku look like that. Also, your man Izu doesn't seem to mind. Gale Force. You have no idea what you're talking about. Quinochago. Inesa, what's going on? Pinky. At icy thought new stop is back down don't ruin this. Take me up. Immediate ship. Hashtag by Deku hashtag hoes not brothers hashtag history hates lovers. Icy thought. Inasa, I have done as you asked. Izuku is now secured in my cubicle. Please provide further instructions. I have an angry Pomeranian at my desk. May have rabies. Gale Force. Thank you, Todoroki-kun. Tell Izu, Stockholm Syndrome. He'll understand. Gale Force has left the chat. Charged old. I feel like I just messed up. Red Artsu. Nah man, that'd be to do. Bakugou over at his cubicle acting like he stole his firstborn child. Leader is fast. I tell him to remain professional in the workplace. However, to quote Ishido, I am not touching that mess. Queen Ochako. Tenmiea. Take me up. R.I.P. to do. Pinky. May he rest in pieces. Red Artsu. I'ma see myself out. I see thought. Help. Katsuki is possessive by nature. He's fairly certain it's a trait he gets from his mom. So when half saunters up to Deku, grabs his arm to bring him to standing, and tosses him over his shoulder, well, he kinda freaks out. What the hell, ice for brains? He's followed them into Shudo's cubicle, where stupid but icy hot has Deku standing behind him, arms thrown wide as though Katsuki is going to attack. Inasa told me to separate you two, he deadpants, but there's a gleam of trouble and humor in his eyes. Lanky BSTRD is enjoying this. You're such a little troll, you know that? Everyone thinks you're this nice little? Deku makes a small strangled sound, and both boys turn their heads to look at him. What do you mean Inasa told you to separate us? How would he even know we were talking? His head whips around in panic, eyes wide, and Katsuki knows something's up. He isn't supposed to come back until tomorrow, is he here now? Shudo has the decency to look guilty as he explains, group chat. He told me to tell you, Stockholm Syndrome. Green eyes slide closed. Deku groans. That's why Ishido kicked me out. And then quieter, almost a whisper. He's going to murder me. Katsuki's hackles rise. Like hell he is. If Breezy Boy has an issue with us simply talking then, he can come say it to my face. He points a finger at Deku, Shudo still standing sentry between them. Do you understand me, Deku? Don't let him give you shit for having other friends. He isn't upset I have other friends. Deku squares his shoulders, a defensive light brightening his eyes. Katsuki isn't the only one with a protective nature. Sometimes he forgets how similar they are. He's trying to protect me. Had Deku said this to him 3 days ago, he'd have flinched. He'd have spiraled, thinking of how he deserved Inasa's distrust. And perhaps he still does. But now, after their talk, the decision to move on, the thought of anyone believing Deku required a savior, a knight in shining armor to defend his honor, sees him the F off. From what, Izuku? His voice comes out harsh. You're a God's med pro hero, and a fucking good one at that. All Might himself noticed you. What did you call yourself? The future symbol of hope? Sheet, Izuku, come on. You can fend for yourself just fine. Also, it's been my life's mission to protect you. Well, most of my life. All right, my childhood. I'll protect you. No one else. It clicks. He wants to be more than friends. He wants to be partners. He wants to be the wonder duo. Bakugou Katsuki always wins. Shudo drops his arms, defeated. Well, DMN, Bakugou. Now I feel silly. Katsuki snorts. Crosses his arms. Yeah, you looked pretty stupid carrying grown but Deku like a rag doll. Forgive me, Izuku. Deku smiles, but it's strained. It's okay, Shudo-kun. I'm glad you got to text Inasa. We'll do that dinner soon, yeah? Blue and gray eyes widen, light up, sparkle, whatever stupid sheet eyes do when people are happy and smitten. Katsuki wouldn't know. He isn't a sap. Before he can voice the thought, one of Hawk's 2 million assistants pops her head into the already cramped cubicle. Hi, sorry to interrupt, she says, but Hawks needs to see Deku and Dynamite. He tried calling your desk phones but couldn't reach either of you. Well, DMN. 4 minutes later and they're seated in front of Hawk's desk. Deku's knee is bouncing at a frantic pace, his hands ringing in his lap. Katsuki rolls his eyes. The idiot probably thinks they're about to get fired. He's so stupid. It's not adorable. Katsuki doesn't think about reaching over and gripping his thigh, running his thumb over the tight fabric of his costume to soothe him. Hey boss man, if you could explain what we are doing here before Deku has a heart attack, that'd be great. Hawks laughs, and Deku tosses him an appreciative glance. Katsuki smiles. See? I know you so well, baby. His smile falls, crashes out the window, and plummets the 20 stories to the ground. What was that intrusive effing thought? Baby? Since when? Sorry about that, Deku. Hawks begins, ignorant to the battleground of conflicting thoughts growing bloodied and wild in Katsuki's head. I actually have some good news to share with you both. He shifts in his chair, steeples his fingers. My Hero Merchandising ran a poll on their website to let fans choose the highlighted item for this year's upcoming winter apparel. The Fresh Faces option won in a landslide. Katsuki raises a brow. And this has to do with the two of us, how? Hawk smiles. Once that option was the clear winner, they wanted a rookie who had caught the attention of the public. The whole idea is if the rookie ends up making it big, that piece of merch will one day be priceless. They really think the line is going to sell well. He laughs. And since you're smart boys, I'm sure you now realize. Deku stands. Oh my gosh, they chose Kaken. Green eyes, green hair, green costume, and so many freckles all turn to Katsuki. This is going to be so cool. I can't wait. Can I pre-order the merch? Do we get first picks on items since we know him? Oh, wait, that's only if you're okay with me wearing your stuff. Kaken, I don't want to be creepy, haha. That might be creepy, right? But like I totally plan on wearing all of our friends' stuff and... Their boss clears his throat, and Deku blushes before taking his seat once more. I am so sorry, sir. As I was saying, Hawks laughs. They wanted a rookie but ended up choosing two. The duo. They're calling it the Dinoco line. Congrats, boys. You're getting shirts, sweatshirts, caps, and I'm pretty sure backpacks? Oh, and sweatpants. There will be separate items for you as individuals, and ones themed around Dinoco. You're meeting with designers for the line tomorrow. Holy shit. This is everything. A merch line, less than 1 month after their debut? From a company as large as My Hero Merch? This fits so perfectly into Katsuki's plan to break the top 25 after 2 years. He could kiss Hawks on the mouth. Hell of a yeah, Deku, you hear that? He says, his pulse a raging wild thing in his veins. This is huge. But Deku doesn't move. Katsuki takes it as surprised, happy shock. He turns to Hawks. But I have one condition. My parents have been designing merch for myself and Deku since we were kids. I want their designs to be considered. Izuku slowly comes back online. Really? His voice is so soft, it melts Katsuki's heart. They made mock-ups for me too? Of course, nerd. You know how the old hag gets. She's been planning it since we were 2. Deku looks 3 seconds away from breaking down. He exhales. I am incredibly appreciative of this opportunity. And I understand Kaken, Dynamite and I have had some pretty public captures, but his throat works as he struggles to swallow. Katsuki grows nervous. There is no Dinoco. There will be a Shiketsu Wonder Duo, but Deku looks to Katsuki. There will never be a Dinoco. Katsuki feels like the wind has been knocked out of him. Izuku. I'm sorry, Hawks interrupts, but My Hero Merch made it clear it's all or nothing. You can agree to both, or they move on to the next rookie on their list, which is fine by me since it's Shudo and therefore our agency is still in the spotlight. He leans back in his chair. In 2-3 years, I'm sure you'll both be high enough in the rankings to where you could negotiate with a brand. But right now it's a blessing for your careers to be given this opportunity. I'm no PR manager, but as your boss, I can say you'd be stupid to pass it up. Hawks claps his hands together in finality. But up to you too. They want an answer by tomorrow morning. Izuku has been shoved into a box, the walls closing in on him at a rapid rate. He's struggling to catch the breath that races through his lungs. He hasn't had a panic attack in years, yet he's dangerously close to the precipice of one now. When Hawk started talking about the rookie line, he was ecstatic. He knew without a shadow of a doubt that it would be Kaken. He's so flashy, so different, Top of the class at UA, devastatingly good-looking, so perfect for a clothing line? He means, fashion is in the guy's very bloodline. The hero Deku doesn't really care about rankings or sweatshirts in his signature green. He thinks it would be cool, of course. Who wouldn't? But he knows that isn't what matters in the end. Should All Might pass tomorrow, Izuku wouldn't mourn his merch, his former ranking as the #1 hero. He'd mourn for the man's inspiring words and smiles, remember his actions. However, such things matter to Katsuki. A fact made clear now, as Hero Dynamite has Hero Deku caged against the hallway wall, palms flattened on either side of his head, thumbs centimeters from brushing his hair. Absently, Izuku wonders what Katsuki would do if he just hooked his legs over the other's hips, if he hitched himself up, if his mouth was at the same height. Izuku has a devil on each shoulder, his angel long since fled, and it seems they're both horny little Joes. Red eyes burn, embers of a wildfire. We're doing the line, Deku. Izuku's teeth sink into his lower lip. He wants to. Gods he wants. But Inasa, his best friend, his future hero partner, would smile at the news only to cover his hurt. I can't do this to Inasa, Kaken. And it's deceiving to the public. Because they aren't a duo. There is no Dynaku. Something eerily similar to pain flashes across Katsuki's face. Izuku can't find it in him to feel bad. He's only telling the truth. Katsuki's right hand curls into a fist. Izuku, just come home with me. Tonight. To Mizudafu. I'll show you all of my parents' designs, they're packed away in the home studio. He lets out a wavering breath. At least consider this. Katsuki, that's a 3-hour drive one way and it's already almost 5. Zuku, you're so difficult for no reason. Katsuki leans away, runs both hands through his hair. Sheet, please. The devils on his shoulders revel in the word, dance around the bonfire of Izuku's heart. Feast on what could only be described as a wrecked look on Katsuki's face. His bones turn mushy and he feels himself give in. Izuku accepts the fact he's just as weak for Kaken as he was when they were kids. It's bizarre. Should they fight right now, he'd win, no contest. But one single word has Izuku crumbling. He really doesn't want to dwell on the feelings bubbling in his chest and racing through his veins, thick and sweet as honey. But just to see the designs. Katsuki doesn't smile a lot. He smirks, he sneers, occasionally his lips kick up on one side. He smiled for Izuku on his birthday, a small miracle. Nothing like the hesitant, almost innocently soft look on his face now. Thanks, Zuku. Heat crawls up his neck. And no problem. Do you have a car? Don't you? Green eyes roll. We didn't all grow up in massive houses with fashion mogul parents, Kaken. Oi, who says my parents bought my car? They share a look. Katsuki turns away to march over to the elevators. Fine, maybe they did, but it was a graduation present, so F all the way off with that. Izuku stops at his side as they wait for the next available lift. Is your car orange? He teases. I liked you better when you kept that smart mouth shut. Kaken, you think I'm smart? Ding. People step out. They step into the empty elevator cab. Katsuki presses the button for their floor. Katsuki glances down at him. What was your class standing? First. Inasa was second. They glide down a few floors in silence. So he's your best friend, huh? You talk about him a lot. Yup. Izuku shuffles on his feet. Just like Kirishima is yours. Katsuki clicks his tongue. Right. Ding. They're silent as they go straight to the locker room to shower and change. Izuku rushes through his shower, desperate for a moment alone. While Katsuki is still under the loud stream of water in his stall, he dials Inasa. A warm voice fills the speaker. Izu. Involuntary smile. Hey buddy. You on the way home? I'm making katsudon to celebrate the eve before my return. Izuku winces. Actually, Inasa, I have to run home for something. I don't think I'll be home until late tonight. Home to Mizudafu? A hand claps his shoulder as Ida smiles on his way out for the night. Izuku mouths by. Something came up. It's then that he notices the lack of background noise. The showers are off. Katsuki pads towards their lockers, hands busy pushing his wet hair off his forehead. No one should look that edible. Dang, you showered fast, nerd, his gruff voice says, loud per usual, easily picked up by Izuku's phone. Inasa sighs. Seeing as you were neighbors, I'm assuming you're going home with Bakugou. Yeah. We're friends now, I told you. He said sorry. I forgave him. Please understand. I can't tell you what to do, Izu. But I can say I don't trust him. Be careful. Izuku wants to be mad. He wants to tell Inasa he's a big kid who can make his own decisions. The wall stopping his anger is the understanding he would feel the same way should their roles be reversed. Izuku sighs. I will. Inspiration strikes. Hey, you should invite Shido-kun over for dinner tonight since you already made enough for two. He really loves Katsudon. Besides him, Katsuki snorts. Maybe I will. You do keep singing his praises. Yeah, call Izuku the best wingman to ever exist. Perhaps some good will come out of Izuku ditching his best friend to romp around his hometown with his childhood tormentor who just happens to have the face a model would kill for. They say their goodbyes, each wishing the other good luck. It's 10 minutes later when they're pulling out of the underground parking garage in Katsuki's very not orange car when Izuku's phone vibrates. Shido-kun. You are my new best friend. Izuku smiles. Izuku. Inasa text you? Shido-kun. I am on the way to your apartment as we text. I actually just walked into a lamppost as I typed that. Izuku, I think I'm having a heart attack. Izuku. Shido-kun, that's called excitement. You have a crush. Shido-kun. Yes, I want him to crush my head between his thighs. Izuku sputters, pitching forward so fast in the passenger's seat the belt locks him into place. Katsuki swears and almost swerves into the other lane in surprise. What the F dash, Deku? Breathless, Izuku reads their conversation aloud. Katsuki scowls, drums his fingers on the steering wheel. Coulda lived my whole life without hearing that. Gonna be scarred for life. Thanks, Deku. Izuku. I'm rooting for you. But hurt him and I'll end you. Shido-kun. Understood. The remainder of the drive to their hometown is filled with easy conversation. There's never a lull, not a moment where the dark cabin of the car becomes uncomfortable or stilted. Izuku finds himself laughing until he's red in the face more than once, steals glances at Katsuki and his rare smiles. Each one feels like a prize. If it weren't for the knowledge that they get to do it all over again to make it back to Tokyo, he'd be sad as they pull into the Bakugou family driveway. He is out of the car and in his mom's arms before the engine shuts off. I didn't know you'd be here, Mom. Inko laughs, sweet and short and so familiar his heart aches. Katsuki texted Mitsuki and me, sweetheart. We're doing a late dinner. Izuku turns his head to look at the blonde, just in time to see his long legs fold out of his car. You didn't tell me about a Midoriya Bakugou family reunion, Kakin. Katsuki shrugs. You didn't ask. And he guesses that's fair. But he can see the contentment in those red eyes. He knows Katsuki did this to be nice. Izuku can't help his smile. They're finally living the life they were meant to have. Friends, their families together, meeting after a long day on the job as heroes. Inko. Izuku. A voice he'd recognize anywhere calls out from the front door. Izuku throws his arms wide. Auntie. Katsuki stalks past as they hug, grumbles something about being the second son. Dinner is something you'd find in a 5-star restaurant, Uncle Masaru's cooking even better than it was last time he visited. Auntie Mitsuki rubs her knuckles into Katsuki's hair every time she passes by with more water or a fresh dish, but Izuku sees the clear adoration in her eyes. Katsuki humps, but he sees his small smile, the one a stranger wouldn't know to look for. The one reserved for these kinds of moments. Izuku wants to keep this night bottled up inside his chest forever. When the food is gone and his mom and auntie are deep into some sake, Uncle Masaru leans back in his chair and lightly pats the table. You boys are here for the hero merch, right? I won't lie, I've been waiting for this day since you two were toddlers. We have the original LEM and Zuku stuff, and then the refined Dynamite and Deku merch. Izuku beams. His face is sore from doing so all evening. I had no idea you'd designed merch for me. Mitsuki leans across the table, dropping her hand atop his. Izuku honey, the moment your mom sent me a picture of your hero costume in your first year at Shiketsu, we started sketching. I am not going to cry, I am not going to cry. You're going to make him cry, you expired coupon. Katsuki stands and pushes back his chair. The legs scrape against the hardwood. Don't any one of you touch the dishes. Deku, I will clear and clean once we're done looking at the stuff. It's in the studio, right Dad? Masaru nods. Inko grabs Izuku's sleeve as he stands. Make sure to come model it for us. With a laugh and a side hug, Izuku agrees before making his way further into the house, trailing after Katsuki. Located on the second floor with a bayview window, the Bakugou home design studio is cozy and comfortable, all warm tones and bolts of fabric propped against the walls. Pictures of Katsuki at varying ages cover the far wall, their go-to male model before their line became large enough to hire professionals. Izuku snaps a few pictures of the best ones while Katsuki has his back turned. If found, return to Hawks. Now that I've been added back to the chat. Pinky. Izuku honey, I am Suri. Well, it's okay Ashido. Anyways, enjoy guys. Image holidaywearkatsuki.jpg. Image tuxedokatsuki.jpg. Image beachwearkatsuki.jpg. Image Japan's next top modelsmize.jpg. Charged old? No fucking way. Take me up. Deku, you're a god. Red Artsu. I just did a real-life spit take JFC. BRB on my way to print these out. By the way, better start running Izududo. I'm in danger, smiley face. Hey, Deku, you lazy piece of shit, come help me, Katsuki says from the large storage closet. Izuku pockets his phone and prays Katsuki doesn't check his ever again. Worth it. Okay Mr. Pro Hero, didn't know you'd need help lifting clothes. Oh, boxes. So many, it looks like Izuku's apartment after they just moved in. All of these are full of merch for you? Is awestruck. Katsuki throws a box, which Izuku catches and sets on the floor. Izuku. They're for us. It feels like Christmas morning. Green shirts with his mask's outlines stitched on the BRST, sweatshirts with the darker green design of his costume, the sleeves white for his tech gloves, plushies of all shapes and sizes, sweatpants that say Deku on the butt in college letter font, a special line of zip-ups in matte black with vibrant silver and emerald stitching, his mask's outline on the sleeves. It's the kiddo stuff that causes his throat to tighten. The sizing is tiny, the designs are wild with fun colors and lots of Z's for Zuku and small explosions for Katsuki. Everything matches, clearly a set. All of the tops say Wonder Duo on the back. The taste on his tongue is bitter. Bittersweet. He's here, Izuku is finally here with Kaken, but it's much too late. He looks over to where Katsuki sits in his own pile of merch. His thin brows are furrowed, his eyes narrowed as though the clothing has personally offended him. You good? Izuku asks. Katsuki offers one quick nod. Can't decide. On. 2 shirts are laid flat before him. Katsuki points. Which one for the main front of the shirts and sweatshirts? On the right, the black shirt has a large orange X with 2 dots above one of the lines. On the left, the X is alone, no dots in sight. Kaken, they're the same. They are not. Izuku is on his teeth to avoid laughing. HM. The dots are cool. Red eyes flit to green. Do you like the dots? They add something, though not that much detail is needed. It's a real statement, the bold X. But, would you wear it? Absolutely. I'd buy out the store, Kaken. That signature freaking smirk. The one that makes Izuku's stomach twist and his cheeks heat. Put it on now then. Your mom wanted us to model the sheet, right? You wear mine, I'll wear yours. Oh, this is fun. Izuku chooses one of the dark green shirts with his mask on the left BRT. For you then, Dynamite. Catch, Deku. 2 shirts pass by one another as they're thrown simultaneously. Neither waste time. They're changed and racing downstairs, pushing past one another to be first in the dining room like they're kids, not grown men. Made it first, Kaken? Izuku throws his hands into the air victoriously, spinning like Rocky as he enters the dining room. Katsuki barrels in directly behind him. Cheated, you cheated on the stairs. How? You took them 4 at a time. You're just mad you didn't have the guts? Oh my, Inko says, and both boys turn to finally pay attention to their audience. All 3 are staring, wide-eyed and terribly fond. Mitsuki has her hand gripped around Inko's. Masaru has his head resting in his hand, elbow propped on the table. He's struggling between watching his son and gazing at his wife's reaction. I never thought I'd see them like this again, Mitsuki whispers. I can die happy, Inko replies through signature Midoriya tears. Oi, Katsuki barks, no one is fucking dying at family dinner. Izuku can't help it. It's in his chemical makeup. He cries. Katsuki has 4 pieces of merch selected, folded up on the sewing table in the studio, ready to go once they're done cleaning up the mess of strewn fabric and kiddo-sized clothing. He did not get misty-eyed when he saw the tiny orange and green capes. Nope. Hey, Deku, you about ready to go? He gathers his stuff, goes to the door, and flips the light switch, the room now illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the large bayview window. He turns, got a long drive ahead of us and it's already 9. The rest of what Katsuki had planned to say crumbles to ash in his mouth. He swallows and it burns on the way down. Settles in his stomach and fills it with heat. Backlit by the window, Izuku has his arms out, torso twisting slowly as he looks down at his outfit. Dopey soft, lazy smile. Feelin' almost. He changed again while Katsuki was packing up. Dynamite sweatpants under an oversized black t-shirt with his orange X spanning across his torso. Izuku twists further, emerald eyes watching as the shirt swishes mid-thigh, and Katsuki's mouth goes dry at the sight of property of dynamite printed across his shoulder blades. Mine. Izuku starts at the sound of his voice in the otherwise quiet room. He looks up to see Katsuki, who cannot for the life of him seem to look away. Why did he ever look anywhere else? Kaken. He wets his lips, exists now solely for the sight of Izuku in his clothes. His name, his colors, acclaiming. All over his Midoriya Izuku. So Katsuki says it. You look good in my clothes, Zuku. And even in the dim light, Katsuki can see the flush crawl under freckled skin. Oh thanks Kaken, you looked great in. Come here. A wide-eyed look. A moment's hesitation. Katsuki's world tilts on its axis, threatens to fall out of orbit should Izuku say anything other than yes, 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 please. When Izuku crosses the room to meet him, Katsuki's brain severs from reality. They're alone, it's dark, and the most beautiful man he's ever seen is dripping in his own clothing line. His mind can comprehend nothing else. Their toes touch. Izuku tips his head back and their eyes lock. He's not sure how long they stay like that. Silent. Breathing each other in. Zuku, and if his voice is ragged. There's a lot he wants to say. So many words pushing in his mouth against his lips. I want you so bad in this moment it's painful, you're ethereal in a brutal way and I'm getting lost in it. Tell me you need this too. Tell me this feels as right to you as it does to me. I know. Izuku says it's so soft, so quiet. Of course he does, of course he knows. They're like the walkie-talkies they got for Christmas when they were 4. Always on the same wavelength, always dialed in. Painstakingly slow, Katsuki raises his hand to Izuku's cheek. Follows the trail of freckles with a finger. Brushes his knuckles over his jaw. Izuku lets him, looking utterly spellbound. Tell me to stop? Katsuki asks, he begs, he hopes and fears all at once. He can't breathe. Izuku shakes his head, looks at him like he's the whole world. No, start, don't stop. Whatever this is, start. Katsuki swallows the rest of Izuku's words. Their mouths meet and it's warfare. He doesn't know how Izuku likes to be kissed, where he should put his hands, if Izuku normally takes the lead, and if he does, Katsuki doesn't know if he wants to follow. Because he's never done this before. But he does know they're both competitive and there's so much they've buried between them, begging to rise from the dead, and they're kissing as they try to beat the other into SBMson. It's wet and hot and anything, everything, all things. Euphoric and addictive but not sweet, not slow like a first kiss should be. In a way, it's perfect. Because they have never been what they should be. Katsuki pulls away first, only because his head is swimming in all that is Izuku and he needs to breathe. Izuku's hand slides up his neck, weaves into his hair and pulls, exposing the side of him for his lips to explore. The spot behind his ear, his pulse point under his jaw. "Can I mark you?" Katsuki groans. "Yes." Bites followed by licks to soothe the hurt, a trail down to his collarbones. He knows it's reckless, that anyone will be able to see them the moment he puts on the tank top of his hero costume. He can think of nothing beyond the warmth of Deku's tongue on his skin. He's hot, too hot, burning up. His hands rove down Izuku's back. Lower, lower, until he's pitching forward to clasp him around the backs of his thighs, and he lifts 3 long strides, blind as Izuku has crushed his mouth back to his, and they reach the wall. They're all rolling hips and clashing teeth and sweet, dirty sounds. "Kaken, Kaken, Kaken? Wanna see you, Kaken? Let me take this off, Kaken?" It's perfect. Izuku is perfect. They're perfect together. The sound of Izuku's scarred fingers ripping at Katsuki's belt is heaven. And they come crashing back to earth when the door opens, when the light flips on, when Mitsuki steps into the room, saying something about how it's late and they should just spend the night. A moment of silence in memory of their dignity. "OF dash," she gasps, hands coming to cover her mouth. "Oh fuck," Deku whines, pressing his face into Katsuki's shoulder to hide. "Motherfucker," Katsuki groans, lowering Izuku to his feet and turning to face his mom, actively shielding the smaller boy from what is likely the most embarrassing moment of their collective lives. "So," she says, a smug kind of smile on her face, "you finally woke up and realized Izuku was the best thing to ever happen to you. I'm proud of you, Katsuki." Katsuki's mind cannot even begin to wrap around that statement right now. "Yeah, I'm gonna need you to get the F out of here." His mom just makes an easy gesture, still grinning. Sure, carry on. I'll tell Inko you two are too busy to say bye." With a wink, she shuts the door behind herself. Katsuki sighs, their moment ruined. "Izuku. It's for the best she came in, you know," says Deku. Full stop. "No, it really isn't. I really wanted to continue to eat you alive." Something heavy and uncomfortable sinks into Katsuki's stomach. His voice sounds lifeless. "And why's that?" Deku scoots around him. He makes his way to the sewing table where their chosen items are folded and ready. The little sheet shrugs. "We were able to get it out of our systems without going too far." "Get it out of our systems?" Deku nods. His flush, the wet gleam of desire in his eyes, both are fading fast. He's using his hero voice now. He's lost him. "It's only natural for us to have done this at some point. We both clearly think the other is attractive, and we've been shoved together after years of being apart." He gives Katsuki a teeny smile, so FNG casual. "I mean, it's not like there were feelings involved. And I really don't want a friends with benefits kinda situation, certainly not with you. And wow, that hurts. I'm so happy we are finally friends again." Deku's ripping his chest open. It's the threat in Shudo's guest room coming full circle. "I'd never do anything to risk messing this up, you know? And I know there's no way you feel anything romantic towards me." "Huh, can you imagine? Together? Talk about toxic." "I get it, Deku," Katsuki quips. "I agree. It's cool. Let's just go, yeah?" Izuku blinks. "Yeah, Kaken okay." He shuts his eyes tight when Izuku turns to leave the room, to head downstairs, to continue his life with Katsuki now out of his system. Sheet. Katsuki's hands. Warm, surprisingly soft from his quirk, large and reverent. All over his skin. Gripping, petting, holding Izuku's neck. His arms and thighs, his face. Vermilion bedroom eyes half-lidded and burning. Only watching Izuku. Finally. His back against the wall, caged, cornered and wanting more. "We were able to get it out of our systems," Izuku had said. Blasphemy. As if Bakugou Katsuki didn't own every inch of him already. Every nook and cranny of his body is stuffed with Katsuki's breath, and the sounds Izuku captured with his own mouth echo through his chest. He can't go more than a pocketful of minutes without thinking of it. It's nothing new, Izuku comes to realize. He was a house, bare-boned and foundation unsteady, once formerly tended to but then abandoned. His owner just happened to come home after an extended holiday, resuming residence once more, the doors and windows opening freely as though he'd never left. And when they kissed, the white walls Izuku didn't know were so plain turned technicolor. They're bare again as Katsuki drives them in silence back to Tokyo. He wants to break down this barrier of unease he's built between them. But how can he when Katsuki so readily assented? I agree. It's cool, he'd said. Voice even, face relaxed. Clearly whatever that moment was is a blip in Katsuki's timeline, probably inconsequential in the scheme of his life. With a face like his, with a body like that, with a personality so rare and enticing, there's no way that was his first kiss as it was Izuku's. It's embarrassing, sure, a first kiss when you're almost 20. But it wasn't until he was 17 that he truly found his confidence, and once located, he was so busy becoming a proper hero that he had no time for boys or girls and what comes along with the icky, lovely feelings smoldering now in his chest. Also, he's always had a thing for blondes, which narrowed down the possibilities. Spiky blondes, with sharp smiles and loud voices. And nitroglycerin for sweat that causes explosions which he can manipulate from his hands like a living, breathing fireworks show. Who also, only when Izuku says it, responds to Kaken. Okay, so he unequivocally has been holding out for Katsuki. At least now Izuku can say, if only for a moment, he had him. Tell me to stop, Katsuki begged, voice wild and rough in a way that made Izuku ache. Tell me to stop. Horror cracks through Izuku like a whip. Katsuki hadn't wanted to kiss him. Yeah, he thoroughly messed this whole thing up. At this point, they won't even be able to remain friends. Katsuki is going to think things over and realize Izuku is creepy and awful and he probably is a bad kisser, and oh my gods, I went for his belt? Deku. Izuku squeaks. Jumps in his chair to curl against the door at the sound of Katsuki's voice. The cool contrast of it in comparison to what he sounded like in the dark of the studio is a bucket of cold water to the face. No, worse, he's being waterboarded by it. Sinking to the bottom and... Deku. Oh, he needs to respond. Izuku swallows. Yeah. Katsuki doesn't look away from the road. Gaze lost in the pitch-black night encasing them. It's late and they have work in the morning. But that's fine, that's what coffee is for. He won't find sleep tonight. You were mumbling again. What has you so worked up? Izuku almost laughs. The correct answer is, you have me wound so tight my spine might snap. Instead he says, the whole Dynaka thing. I think I'll agree to it. It's quiet, the only sound the engines purr. Katsuki drives a nice car, low to the ground and fast. Foreign, Izuku thinks, because he didn't recognize the ornament on the hood. He glances at the time on the console. It's close to midnight. They still have another 47 minutes until Tokyo. He isn't counting or anything. Not that it matters, since Izuku feels about 2 seconds from falling apart, ripping at the seams. R.I.P. Izuku's sanity. And then Katsuki huffs a single laugh. Of course you're going to agree to it, shitty nerd. You really think I'd let you turn this down? I'm not just being selfish here, this kind of break is once in a lifetime. It is, you're right. I'm always right. You always are, see? Izuku stumbles over his jumbled thoughts and the pounding heartbeat now stuck in his throat. The last time he used the nickname he was miming it. Oh no, oh gods, he's ruined that too. Alright Izuku. I'm going to say this once and then we're done with it, says Katsuki. We made out. It was whatever. But we have been, are, and will continue to be permanent fixtures in each other's lives. Sure, we had some issues at one point, but what matters is we're back on track. 5 minutes of mindless stupid won't ruin that. Take Kaken out of your vocabulary and I'll murder you. Understood? The weight of his sins runs off his chest. The devils on his shoulders sigh in relief. Izuku could cry. Okay, Kaken. His voice is brittle, and Katsuki seems to slump into his seat, his shoulders relaxing for the first time since they left Mizudafu. By the way, Kaken, I'm proud of you. Katsuki looks at him for the first time since they got in the car. For what? Small smile. You just said like, 4 sentences and didn't curse once. The bear has been poked. Deku, you dumb Ifeichi sweater, I swear on all that is holy I will kill you. Shitty dimmon wet sock looking a-hole. Lots of clothing references, kaken. My parents are clothes people, Deku, what do I expect? Maybe you should go into fashion instead of hero work. Katsuki laughs. I could be the next best jeanist. If he did denim you could do leather? Sounds like a BDSM nightmare. Kaken. I'm scandalized. Katsuki gets a devilish look on his face. You weren't in my parents' studio. A gasp. Bakugou Katsuki, I swear if you make fun of me. Kaken. He mockens, voice raising an octave to sound more like Izuku's. Wanna see you kaken? That's it, I'm jumping out of the car, goodbye cruel world. But, Kachan. I can't wait until you have to wear your winter costume tomorrow because you have hickeys from your ear to your chest. Katsuki blinks, and Izuku's won this round. Motherfucker. For the second time in a handful of days, Izuku trudges up the stairs to his apartment well past midnight. He's tired. He's mentally wrung out from every second of the day he barely survived. He feels like a million hours took place in a whirlwind 24. Shudo kidnapping him, the merch line offer, the first complete Midoriya Bakugou family dinner in a decade, kissing Katsuki. Kissing Katsuki. Jesus Christ. That happened. He's rubbing at his eyes with one hand, trying to fit his key into the teeny lock with the other. Oh geez, he's a hero. Opening his own door shouldn't be this hard, when the door opens for him. Maybe it sensed he really could use the help. The door gods noticed his struggle. Oh nope, not divine intervention, it's just Shudo. A kiss to hell, swollen-lipped, white and red hair mixed pink Todoroki Shudo. Izuku blinks. I take it dinner went well? Gray and blue eyes shimmer. You could say that. Have fun with your walk of shame. You mean walk of game. Boo. It's Wednesday morning, Katsuki and Deku have confirmed they'll do the Dinoco line, and though there was an adrenaline high that came along with that, Katsuki is dead on his feet. His bedtime is 9 p.m. on the dot. Stupid Deku forcing him to haul his butt to Mizurufu. Worth it however. In more ways than one. He passes by his friend's cubicles in the rookie's nest, repressing a smile to see Zero is back. White and yellow streamers crisscross over his head, welcome back cards litter his desk. Same deal with Breezy Boy's cubicle. However, after scrolling up in the group chat once added back, Katsuki decided that fucker is public enemy number 1. Anyways, back to his actual friend. The Baku squad had hung out with Zero a few times during his recovery, but nothing beats seeing one another every day as they're used to. He leans in Cellophane's doorway, arms crossed. Ready to kick some villain, but today? Zero grins as he spins in his desk chair. Hell yeah I am, dude. I was going stir-crazy in the apartment. Is it awful I'm hoping for a bank robbery? Or like, a natural disaster to strike? Nope, I do on the daily. Zero nods, eyes excited. Those eyes then sink to his neck. Go comically wide. Katsuki is already in costume, and it's warm for late April so he's in his tank top. Cats. You hook up with a vampire or something? Behind them, someone chokes. They both turn to see Deku, face adorably reddened and sputtering as he tries not to spit out his coffee. At his side, Inesa runs his hands down his face. Katsuki isn't positive, but he thinks he hears Breezy Boy mutter, Jesus take the wheel from Izu. Good morning, Casey Katsuki. So good to see you, Zero. Zero has a hand over his mouth, dark eyes dart knowingly between Deku and Katsuki's throat. Sheet, Katsuki forgets his idiots aren't actually idiots. Zero clears his throat. Twice. Yeah man, good to see you too. How was being, partners with cats? Great. So good. Plus ultra really. UA kids say that right? Okay well. He grips frantically at Inesa's sleeve. Gotta go. The nerd dips around the corner so fast, Inesa struggles to keep pace. Mina pops up out of literally nowhere. So you tappin' that? I've been described as feral by a few hero analysts, raccoon eyes. Don't start with me. The pink demon snorts. That's a yes. She skips over and grips him around the wrist. As funny as it was to watch Greenie freak out over his own handiwork, that's a real bad look for midday patrol. Let's get Ochako, I'm sure she has concealer. Round Face did in fact have concealer. They're tag-teaming him in Ijuru's cubicle, Mina holding some puffy, egg-looking sponge to his skin to make it look seamless. Sue, they starts, you two like together? Everyone ships it. No. It was a one-time thing. We're friends. Bakugou bro. He can't do this right now. He can't do this ever. Drop it, or I teach Denki British insults. And being good friends, they do. If found, return to Hawks. Friday 12:05 p.m. Leader is fast. If anyone is on break, I recommend looking at Tokyo News livestream. Izuku and Inasa are fighting alongside a few other pros and it's live. Charged. I'm technologically challenged, just drop the link. Pinky, says the walking phone charger. But yeah, drop the link. Leader is fast. https www.tokyonews.org livestream na 76G24MQ_V. Charged. Whoa, how does he move like that? Take me up. Holy sheet. Shiro nudges Katsuki's shoulder. They're in line with Tide grabbing lunch. They'd all failed to pack a bento, yet another thing he's blaming on Deku today. He's annoyed and ready to eat his own hand. He was late getting up, so he skipped breakfast. Dude, check this out. Cellophane, I'm trying to order. Dynamite, it's Deku. And if that doesn't get his attention, like Aizawa activating his quirk. He's monopolizing Shiro's phone in an instant, eyes fixed on the blur of green shooting across the screen. Deku looks wild, ricocheting off buildings, hopping like the bunny his hood resembles from one impossible angle to the next. Crackling residual energy glows in his wake. When the gap between buildings is too wide, he extends an arm and black and teal tendrils of energy similar to his green lightning shoots from his hands. He swings, and Ijuru was right. He looks like that spider hero from the old American movie made before quirks manifested. Icy Hot may have fire and ice, but it's all part of his one half hot, half cold quirk. Deku's super strength and this, what did I call it? Black Whip? Have nothing in common. What the is Izuku? The villain is trying to escape, putting distance between them with what looks like a civilian hostage slung over his shoulder. He's fast, his quirk seems to be a knockoff Ingenium. But Deku's faster. Only problem is, Deku can't attack without risking the civilian. He's dancing around him, above him, looking for an opening. From the ground, the camera focuses for a moment on a bulky figure, Breezy Boy, who raises his hand and mouths, Aizu now. A tornado of wind wraps around the villain, who has to choose between their hostage or maintaining their balance. They choose the latter, and the unconscious civilian shoots up into the vortex of wind. But Deku expects this, shoving off the nearest building and rocketing through the gust, on the ground and handing the woman over to first responders the next second. With the innocent out of the way, the team makes quick work of the villain. It's seamless. Katsuki watches as the two come together and clasp hands. The ticker at the bottom reads, now in Haryuku, rookie star Deku handles hostage situation with debuting rookie Gale Force. Commentators wonder, where is Hero Dynamite? Right here. Getting lunch in a calm, peaceful, Deku-less cafe. 2 districts away from the nerd he should be fighting alongside. Katsuki hands back Shiro's phone. Turns to leave. Shiro frowns. You aren't gonna eat? Not hungry. Inasa has been back for a week, a full 7 days since they were on call this weekend, and they've fallen right back into their familiar rhythm. Inasa distracts, and Izuku executes the takedowns. Mirio watches on, only helping when needed, allowing his charges to accumulate experience. It's foolproof. Izuku never thought he'd admit it, but it's boring. Like a training sim back at school. So when his comm hisses in his ear on patrol, he listens attentively. Team Lemillion, you're closest to a villain attack in Akihabara. Team Tide already responding, backup precautionary. They need assistance with growing crowds. Only engage if needed. Mirio presses to his ear. Lemillion here, roger that. We'll handle bystanders. They're on the scene in minutes. If Izuku pushed one for all to 80% to get there first, because Katsuki is there, Katsuki is fighting, well, that's between him and the gods. It's all explosions and smoke and the smell of kakin. Shiro is present, signs of him on the light posts where his tape sways like party streamers. The cement is wet as though it just rained, proof tide is in the thick of it. It's the fireworks Izuku can't look away from. The villain has a gigantification quirk. They're smashing their arms into the windows of buildings, reaching in and destroying anything they can. It's mindless, hectic madness. Green eyes search. The popping off his quirk to flash through the air, Dynamite grins, eyes confident and wicked as he fires off a round of precise AP shots, hitting the villain's bicep tendons in their shoulders spot on. The villain has to drop their arms from the pain and loss of function, and they're distracted enough to back into the trip wire of tape Zero has lain between buildings. Down the villain goes, dust springing into the air as they hit the ground. Dynamite lands with predatory grace beside them, one hand in the air, the gauntlet unused, unneeded. The metal of them glints in the light, pristine as Izuku knows he takes them completely apart and cleans them after every shift. Kaken's perfect like that. The civilians Mirio and Inesa had kept at bay cheer, phone cameras flashing in a wild sort of fanfare. He'd completely forgotten to do his job. Izuku has been standing here, a fanboy through and through. He realizes his mouth has been open. It closes with a click of teeth. They haven't had time to really talk, him and Katsuki. Between long patrols, working out, training and team sparring and paperwork, it's been not more than nods and smiles as they pass by one another in the rookie's nest. They're due to meet with My Hero merch soon, but that isn't for another 2 weeks. Izuku feels like an addict whose fix is just 100 yards away. He steps forward. Deku. Oh my god, it's Deku. Did you come to help, Deku-san? Can we take a picture? No one at school will believe. He puts on his best smile. He can talk to Katsuki later. Except later, when his phone vibrates and he opens the text, he decides he'd rather die than face Katsuki right now. If found, return to Hawks. Quinochago. LMAO Deku sweetie. Lord Explodo. What did he do now? Quinochago. https hawthornews.com Hero has heart eyes for Dynamite now WVB67H. Oh no. Izuku's thumb shakes as he presses the link. Deku has heart eyes for Dynamite. Opinion piece by Ito Imiko. Wednesday, May 20XX. Earlier today during a villain attack, civilians on scene couldn't help but notice responding hero Deku look a bit starstruck as he watched active hero Dynamite. Previously thought to be a hero duo, and wow do we hear it, hot hero news, hope Dynaku is still a thing. Fans are thrilled with the footage and images now flooding the internet. Could the popular ship be canon and set sail? See some of the best images below. And they're all the same. Incriminating in the worst way. Izuku in costume, looking up with stars in his eyes, lips slightly parted. Some show his profile, others are taken from behind, Katsuki clearly the focus of his attention. Oh no. Mother heck. The group chat goes bananas. If found, return to Hawks. Gale Force. What? At least now I know why you weren't helping. Take me up. Izuku, no hard eyes for me? Red Artsu. This is so manly. By the way, that's a good pic of you, dude. Totally insta-worthy. 200k likes guaranteed. As he thought. Walk of game. Lord Explodo. I didn't know you were there. Izuku files his patrol report, grips Inesa by the collar, and they're out of the office in record time. Katsuki is on his way to the merch meeting downtown, scrolling aimlessly through his Instagram feed when he sees it. A post from Izuku on his personal page, the one only friends can follow. He's in a restaurant, hand close to his face, fingers making a peace sign. That level of cute should be illegal. At the table with him sits Inesa, half-half, and a guy with dark eyes and unruly black hair. And Katsuki is gay, all right? So he knows that objectively, the dude's attractive. It's been almost a month since Izuku sent Shuto in his stead to have dinner with Inesa while they went to Mizudafu. Katsuki doesn't necessarily care, but he knows they're seeing one another. So this picture looks AF ton like a double date, Izuku sitting much too close to this unknown attractive a-hole to be friendly. Katsuki taps on the picture and their tags come up. Shindo-yo is attached to the guy's face, Deku tagged him right on his mouth. And if that doesn't make Katsuki wanna blow something up. He goes to the stupid fucker's profile, and of course, it's private. But there, in his bio, it says Ketsubutsu grad. So he's a hero. Doesn't matter, he has nothing on Katsuki, who feels murderous and has no idea why. The car, sent to pick him up from the merch company, and yes, Katsuki feels famous because of it, pulls up outside of a building in Ginza, the flashy, couture center of the city. His parents' office is 2 blocks away. Inside, floors so polished they shine, elevator, short wait, ding. Gliding 13 floors up. The mirrored walls of the cab leave him with time to stare at his jeans and oversized sweatshirt. They did say to dress casually after all. He's about to see Deku. He runs his hand through his hair. The office is exactly Katsuki's style. Sleek, modern minimalist. Clean and orderly. Creams and sandalwood and sharp black accents. Which is why the green fashion disaster that is Midoriya Izuku stands out as he waits awkwardly in reception. He turns to the sound of Katsuki approaching, and his heart does somersaults as the nerd's face lights up. Truly, Katsuki is pathetic. Kaken. Thank goodness you're here. My driver dropped me off super early and I've just been waiting and boy am I nervous for no reason haha. Stopping just at his side, Katsuki gives a taunting smile. You do know they aren't taking our pictures today, right? It's just a meeting. I know. But what if they see me and don't want to have me and change? Deku, Katsuki frowns. What do you mean, if they see you? Of course they've seen you, they choose you because most of Japan has seen you. Izuku blinks owlishly. After a moment, he sighs. Yeah, I guess. It doesn't take a genius to take 2 and 2 and get Deku. You don't think you're attractive enough for this. Izuku hardly reacts, but the way his lips twitch tells Katsuki everything he needs to know. One day, Katsuki hopes he finds someone with a quirk that will allow him to go back in time. He'll march straight into his middle school, grab his stupid younger self by the throat and scream. He knows Izuku's lack of confidence is at least partially his fault. Izuku, you think Ida kissed you if you weren't the hottest motherfucker to ever exist? Okay. He really just meant to say shut up, don't be stupid, of course you're good looking. But he guesses whatever the F that was works too. Deku's mouth falls open. Katsuki can't handle the silence, so he just keeps going. You have that stupid fluffy hair and the prettiest eyes. Did you know only 2% of people have naturally green eyes? Because that's a FING fact, and you're absolutely shredded with the most kick-ass quirk, stupid sharp jawline idiot. Izuku's eyes are blown wide, and Katsuki wants him to understand, to really get it. You're perfect, I'm sorry I ever made you think otherwise. Wake up and realize the first photo shoot you do in your costume will bring on the biggest wave of gay panic since Snipe did that GQ spread in leather chaps shirtless. Sheet, I still have those saved on my phone and the fucker was my teacher at UA. A laugh bubbles out of Deku, and Katsuki knows he's succeeded. They smile at one another for a moment and it hits him. Katsuki loves nothing more than when Izuku smiles at him. Because of something he said, something he did. Though he'd never say such a sappy thing out loud. He also doesn't tell Izuku that, just as he once saved those pictures of Snipe, he saved each and every image of Izuku staring at him as he took down that villain 2 weeks ago. Every single one. The sound of 2 hands clapping together draw their attention to a doorway behind the receptionist's desk. A woman stands there, her pantsuit white and without a crease in sight. She has feathers for hair and bright, clever eyes. Boys. Our Dainaku. She waves them over, and they follow dutifully. My name is Hannah and I'm the lead on the Dainaku project. I'm so excited you both agreed to this. She smiles over her shoulder as they travel down a long hallway. The walls are lined with news articles, photos of old ads with every pro to ever hit the top 20, awards, and accolades. They enter a conference room where a team of people in suits sits, prim and proper, around an oval-shaped table fit for 20. Coffee and pastries wait in the center, and Deku reaches as they sit. Katsuki slaps his hand down. You're a hero, not a dumpster. Food is fuel, dumbass. Kaken, that's mean. Muffins make me happy. A happy hero is a good hero. And a sugar-crashed hero is a slow hero. I'll feed you once we leave. Real food. Kaken. Oh, they're perfect. Hana breathes, hands clasped over her chest. From the looks on the faces around them, Katsuki can see they're all thinking the same. He feels uncomfortable, a sideshow at a carnival. Deku slides down a bit in his chair. So, Deku starts, "What are we doing today?" The email said something about making final selections. Hana's eyes stop doing that weird dreamy thing they've been doing since they sat down. She nods, presses a button on the remote at her seat and gestures to a projected image on the far wall. As you can see, we have 3 options for each of your main designs. 2 are drafts from our designers here at H. 1. She presses a button, and Katsuki can't help his grin. Is the design your agency sent in from Bakugou and Company. Your parents truly have an eye-catching fashion sense, dynamite. Deku raises his hand. I vote for Kaken's parents' design. They made them when we were kids. I think it adds more sentimentality to a line that is intended to one day be comparable to All Might's Golden Age attire. Those original merch pieces sell for the current cost of a 4-bedroom home. Also, it feeds the fanbase Kaken has had since he was 15 and debuting in the sports festival. Fans have felt like they've grown up along with him, in a way. The theme is perfect. There's a collective moment of woe around the conference table. Deku, what the F dash? Since when are you a marketing nerd? It kinda just makes sense, Kaken? Hana interjects, I love the Kaken thing, can we use that at all? Both boys JRK to look at her. They speak at once. No way, lady. I'd rather we didn't if that's okay, Hana-san. She smiles softly, clearly briefed beforehand on Katsuki's certain brand of speaking. Okay, thought I'd at least try. Anyways, back to your point, Deku, we agree. However, part of this line is giving the fans a vote, just as they voted for Dainaku. So we're going to do a shoot with you both in all 3 styles, post the photos, and let the public choose. She smooths her already impeccable blazer. Whatever style wins, we'll produce a full line and do an extensive photo shoot for the campaign. You'll both be in the attire, of course, along with other models of varying body types. Katsuki seks on his teeth a moment. Alright, so if that's the plan, why are we here today? We need a sign sheet or something. Hana tilts her head, a bit confused but still professional. Did the email not explain? Deku's knee knocks his underneath the table. No? We're taking the photos for the voting part of the process. Today, hair and makeup is waiting for the both of you in the styling department. She glances at her watch. Now, actually. Izuku was not ready for this. Izuku can lift a semi-truck with one hand and punch a villain into the next zip code with the other. Have him face a team of stylists, however, and apparently, Izuku folds. Hands he doesn't know are combing through his hair, wetting it before putting something sticky through the strands. His skin is tacky with a strange powder that will even out his tone without hiding the trademark freckles. Someone has a contraption that belongs in a torture chamber close to his eyes and they squeeze to curl his eyelashes? One glam station over, he sneaks a peek at Katsuki. And he shouldn't have, because while someone call Mount Olympus, they're missing a god. Someone has done the world a favor and has made his hair messier. He looks like a debauched prince who graced unworthy courtiers with his presence after rolling out of bed. They've applied a smudge of black shadow atop and under his eyes, just as he does under his domino mask when in his costume. Except it's more precise in its corners and lines, and his crimson eyes look bloodletting lethal. A lot is going on, and the bottom line is Izuku's really hot for Katsuki, and if they have to pose next to one another it's going to be blaringly, embarrassingly obvious. Izuku was not ready for this. It's a blur of people he's never seen and will never see again ordering him to do this. Tilt this way, smile. Then they're shoved into a fitting room. Your best friends? You don't mind sharing, right? And the door closes and they're finally able to breathe. Katsuki is used to this. So he saunters over to the racks of clothing as though this is his morning routine. They're labeled, thank Christ, he says offhandedly, so annoyingly casual. Looks like we're in t-shirts first. Izuku? Sheet. Izuku hadn't noticed he'd sat down, legs out in front of him on the cold tile floor. Katsuki crouches in front of him, face drawn in concern. I know, Zuku, I know it's a lot. And they're FNG stupid for not warning us beforehand. But you're gonna be fine, wanna know why? Small voice. Tiny quiet voice. Why? Katsuki smiles. Small smile. Tiny, soft smile. Because I'm with you, nerd. And Lord Explosion Murder always protects Izuku, right? They're 5, crossing a bridge atop a small creek. Izuku falls in. Scrapes his knees on the pebbles under the water. Kaken is there, extending a hand. Izuku, you okay? Izuku takes it. Always will. They're almost 6, and Izuku cut his hand on the rough bark of a tree they'd been climbing to make a treehouse. Izuku doesn't know how they'll make the treehouse, but Kaken seems confident, so he knows they'll manage. Dumb Izuku. Kaken scolds, ripping part of his shirt to wrap around Izuku's palm. I'm going to have to marry you or something so I know you're always safe. I'd marry you, Kaken. Of course you would. Who else is going to peel all of your oranges for you? They're pro-heroes, and Kaken is telling Izuku he'll be just fine. Izuku inhales. Exhales. Nah, Kaken. I'll be fine because I'm Deku, and if I need backup I have dynamite on speed dial. Katsuki looks shocked before he slashes a confident, all too pleased grin. That's my effing boy, Izuku. The words light Izuku all the way up, fire off all of his nerves. He adds another K&K to the very Katsuki-specific list. Praise. God's DMN. Bright lights, so many poses he feels stiff like a mannequin, cheeks that hurt from smiling. Because that's their look, Hana says. Izuku with his warm smile, Katsuki with his CC little smirk or set-off scowl. Hours and a small mountain of water. Bottles later, and they're finally in the changing room once again, but this time to put on their own clothes and head home. They'd been laughing and making jokes at one another's expense the entire shoot. So stiff, that you look like a mall cardboard cutout. You have more makeup on than Mina did when we went to that club last week, Kaken. Oi, this is a look, Deku. Send that toxic masculinity back to 2023 where it belongs. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying guys can't wear makeup. I'll put more than words in your mouth, Deku. Bakugou Katsuki. So, Katsuki starts as he pulls off the last of the sweatshirts they were told to wear. Wanna tell me about your new boyfriend? Izuku freezes, his top halfway over his head. My what? Boyfriend? That stupid-looking brunette in your last Insta post. Oh my gosh, you mean Shindo? No, Kaken, he's a friend. Inasa lives near his old school and they were gym buddies over the summers. Katsuki hums, now fully facing Izuku. He doesn't move to put on his shirt. Izuku swallows. Is it hot in here? It's really hot in here, isn't it? I didn't like seeing that picture. Izuku's world stops. Just decides to take a nap and leave Izuku reeling. I can't fathom why. He finishes pulling his own shirt off, having realized he was just stupidly standing there with it and swathing his head. Katsuki looks newly determined. Like he's settled on something, like Izuku is a challenge. I'm pretty possessive, Deku. It's not a good thing, but there are a lot of bad things about me and you stay anyways. So tell me, he starts to move toward Izuku, do you mind? He's rendered to a mess of nerves and sparks of excitement. Lights, camera, action, he steps forward to meet Katsuki in the center of the space. Their eyes clash. Do I mind what, Kaken? They don't touch. So close and so far at the same time. That I'm a bit territorial, even though I know you can fend just fine for yourself. That I hated seeing that picture because all I could think was that guy looked so average, and you deserve the best. That I want Deku to be a real thing, and I need you to drop Inasa and be my hero partner instead. Izuku was so on board. He was ready to set sail on the USS Katsuki. It was starting to sound like a confession, and Izuku was more than ready to sell his soul for one explosive blonde. Until he brought up Inasa, and reminded Izuku of the sobering fact that he hasn't even told his best friend about what he was doing today, about the clothing line. From the way Katsuki's eyebrows are furrowing, Izuku knows he senses the change in Izuku's mood, how the air in the room gains 200 pounds and crushes the breath out of Izuku's lungs. He takes a step back and it feels wrong. Katsuki. Ah, the blonde says with a self-deprecating smile. See, Izuku, when you stop with the Kaken thing, that's when I know I've lost ya. It's really complicated, there's so much more involved than just hero partners. He raises his hands, and Izuku stops. I get it. You really don't. You really don't. We need to talk about this. 3 sharp knocks on the door. Hana's voice. You boys about done? Your respective cars are here. When Izuku looks back at Katsuki, his clothes are on and he's striding towards the door. Kaken. See you at work tomorrow, Deku. He wants to follow. Wants to play chase. He doesn't. Because he doesn't know what he would say if he did. He doesn't know what this feeling is. Izuku was not ready for this. It's the day after the photo shoot, and Izuku's luck goes from bad to life-threateningly terrible. A villain attacks an outdoor shopping center. Multiple teams have already been called in. Other agencies are responding as well. Apparently to no avail, because Team Lemillion gets called in to respond. Mirio was called to a different scene minutes prior, leaving Inesa and Izuku alone to accept the call-out. The villain is one of the most impressive Izuku has ever faced. She's clad in black, a mask covering her face from the nose down her throat. He quickly deduces her quirk allows her to manipulate shadows, harden them to use as weapons, and when she steps into one, she pops out from another. It's giving Izuku a headache. In minutes Inesa is out cold. The villain appeared from seemingly out of nowhere, and with a swift kick to his neck, Inesa hit the side of an alley with a sickening crack. Izuku is fast, freakishly so, but even he can't pop in and out of existence as the villain is. The sun is setting, the buildings throwing shadows for her to use everywhere. He's losing a concerning amount of blood from the shadow blades still embedded in his arms, his back, his right thigh. He thinks his left arm is broken. The villain is laughing at him. His calm hisses in his ear. Deku, status update. The voice says, your heart monitor is at dangerous levels. Do you request backup? Shudo and Charge Bolt are 10 blocks away. But there's only one person he trusts. One person he needs. Get me dynamite, he orders. Get Bakugou Katsuki. Get him here now. Katsuki is not the kind of person who enjoys surprises. He used to unwrap presents when his parents weren't looking, only to tape the paper back together with a surgeon's precision before they were the wiser. The same principle applied to becoming a hero. He trained so thoroughly, studied so intently, each step of his life was sturdy and sure. No surprises. Always prepared. There was nothing to prepare him for Deku to crash land back into his life. For these feelings. Regret, longing, possessiveness, chest-tightening happiness, bitter jealousy. And today, fear. Heart-stopping terror. Get me dynamite, Deku rasps through the comm, their communication channels connected now by the in-office field director. Get Bakugou Katsuki. Get him here now. Katsuki's existence narrows to pinpoint accuracy. He has to get to Izuku. Izuku needs him. Nothing else matters. Deku, he says, and his voice is so calm it's unnatural. I'm here, it's me, I've got you. But I need you to tell me where you are. I need you to explain what's going on. Can you do that for me? He's rooted to the spot as he waits. His limbs are cement and iron rods. Katsuki, thank the thing gods, Deku coughs, and it's wet with what he can only assume is blood. I'm at the Choku shopping center, behind the main row of shops. I think I'm near a taiyaki place? Villain, bad one Kaken. Don't know where NASA is. He's down, Kaken, I can't. He's off, Siro and Tide yelling after him in confusion. They had been busy cuffing a pathetic purse snatcher when the call came through. Katsuki doesn't waste the precious seconds it would take to explain what's going on. I'm 5 minutes away, but I'm going to have to get airborne, okay? It'll be hard for you to hear me with my explosions, but I'm listening, so don't stop rambling, got it? There's a crash on the other end of his comm. Deku grunts. Deku? For minutes away. He's sweating, his quirk in overdrive, each explosion pushing him farther, closer to Izuku. Deku, I need you to keep talking to me, let me hear you're okay. A death rattle of a cough comes through, and Katsuki feels like he could tear the city apart. Moki. Deku's slurring now. Good, nerd out on me, okay baby? Tell me about the fucker attacking you. Heavy, labored breathing. Villian, mid-20s female, approximate 177 centimeters, black hair, full black bodysuit, quirk, another hacking cough. Apparently can manipulate shadows and use them to travel seamlessly from one location to another. 2 minutes away and Deku chokes out a chilling laugh. That's actually a really neat quirk, Kaken. Of course. The nerd is getting his butt handed to him and he's complimenting the villain actively drawing his own blood. It's such a Deku thing. Katsuki would roll his eyes if he wasn't seeing red. I can see the shopping center now. Relief almost soothes the monster of anger inside him. Can you tell me why you haven't been able to get her down? You too focused on property damage or some sheet? It's a mall, Kaken. He hisses in pain. Katsuki cringes. Don't want to fill out all that paperwork for each store I level. The A agency's insurance company would bite my head off. I'm going to kill you if this speech doesn't get you first, I swear, he growls. The paperwork, Deku. Catch dash. And he doesn't hear the rest of it, because there's a GG-worthy snap followed by Deku screaming and Katsuki's morals bleed from white and black to a calm, lethal gray. Touchdown in a back alley behind the main shopping center, and Deku's finally in his line of sight. Where he'll stay, if Katsuki has any say after he kills the Catwoman wannabe standing above Izuku, her heeled boot crushing into his chest. The air is sharp with the tang of salt and iron. Deku is up against a wall, sitting in a growing pool of his own blood. At first, Katsuki doesn't understand why he doesn't just shove the villain off of him. Until he sees the shadows impaling his arms, his thighs, his calves, his hands, embedding him into the brick and cement. Katsuki becomes sure of two things in his life. The first, Izuku never stopped being his best friend, who he now wants to kiss and stuff. Fucking gross. The second, he has startlingly zero qualms about committing murder for him. He'd happily light the match to this city's funeral pyre if it meant Deku lived. The villain tilts her head to look at Katsuki. He can't see much of her, only her dark eyes and her black hair, pulled up into a tight bun atop her head. Oh, this just keeps getting better, she drawls. They keep sending me fun little heroes to break. Katsuki finds he's smiling. He feels manic. Gone. Yeah, no. No. Her voice is liquid sugar sweet, dripping like honey and dark humor. He rips the comm out of his ear, drops it to the ground and crushes it under his boot as he moves deeper into the alley, closer to a barely conscious Deku. Gonna FNG kill you for touching him. When the police question Katsuki later, he isn't lying as he says the fight was a blur. What he can say is he got the villain away from Deku and aimed his gauntlets at her before howitzer impacting the entire section of the shopping center. 6 shops gone. 2 food stalls incinerated. 1 villain missing, her body not found in the rubble. He'd later find out the only reason why Hawks didn't fire his but for excessive force was due to the 11 other heroes she'd put into critical condition and multiple civilian casualties before the area had been evacuated. Some news stations are hailing him as a savior, commending his powerful quirk. Others are calling for his license to be suspended. Katsuki doesn't regret it. He rode in the ambulance as they transported Deku to the hospital. The EMTs accepted his presence real quick after asking him to leave and he practically foamed at the mouth. Package. Dynamite. He sat beside his parents and a weepy Auntie Inko while Deku was in surgery. Has been waiting for uncounted, unimportant hours at Deku's bedside as they wait for him to wake the F up. At one point a nurse told him the rest of their friends and some of Deku's from Shiketsu had shown up. But, as only people named Midoriya or Bakugou have been approved access, they only dropped off cards and flowers before instructing Katsuki to text them when Izuku wakes. He'll take his sweet time doing that. He needs to talk with the nerd first. So wake up, Izuku. Come on, wake up. Open those pretty green eyes for me. Broken bones, internal bleeding, head trauma, more lacerations than the chart on the little medical clipboard could document. Thank the gods for healing quirks, he whispers as his head rests on the hospital bed, right next to Deku's bandaged hand. The hand he wants to reach out and hold but can't quite bring himself to. The exhaustion hits then. Everything from the past 5 hours rains down on him, pelts his skin, has his eyes sliding closed. Just a rest. A long blink. Izuku hates hospitals. Don't get him wrong, he respects the heck out of healthcare workers, he's just here way too often. But he's said this before, hasn't he? Except this time, it's Izuku laid up in between crisp white sheets, his skin wrapped up like a mummy. But that's alright, Izuku prefers this to seeing a friend in his place. And speaking of friends and bandages, he really wishes there were none on his hands because then he could feel Katsuki's hair as he cards his fingers through the spikes. He knows Katsuki uses expensive shampoo, the kind that is just shampoo, not the 5-in-1 stuff Izuku gets at the corner store, and that he also uses conditioner. It's a shame his hands are forever numb in so many places that he couldn't really enjoy the sensation when he tangled his fingers through the strands in Katsuki's parents' studio. When he tugged his head to the side, beep beep beep, Katsuki's voice coming through the comm, reflexively calling Izuku baby, beep beep beep. Okay, stupid incriminating heart monitor, he'll stop thinking about the best 5 minutes of his life and his lifelong crush using endearment terms. Dramatic, annoying machine. It was early morning when he woke to a nurse checking in on him. He'd whisper asked for the time, and she'd softly told him it was just 6 in the morning. She'd smiled, pointed to a dead-asleep Katsuki, and mouthed, "Your boyfriend has been here all night." Izuku really didn't have the heart to correct her. So he smiled and played pretend. Lazy sunlight sneaks its way across the floor through the windows, gathers in the valley between Katsuki's shoulder blades. Izuku is tempted to extend his arm and trace the dappled patches, but he can't with the temporary casts. A shame really. The same nurse pops her head in the doorway. "Midoriya-san, are you up for visitors?" We'd usually say no until visitation hours, but they all have hero clearance and said they won't leave until they see you. Izuku grins, he's a bit fuzzy, still exhausted, but from his charts he took a look at, he's out of the woods. Sure. And that's how every member of If Found Return to Hawks ends up moseying into his hospital room. Emotion pricks his eyes at the sight. Izuku will never grow used to having people other than his mom care for him. "Izu-dude," Kaminari starts, "we've been so worried about you. All Hawks knew was you were in surgery last night after being impaled in multiple places, and Katz has been radio silent since the police debrief and holy fucking shit." Kirishima's jaw drops. "Is that Katsuki?" He squints. "Is he still in his costume?" "He's letting you pet him?" Ochako blinks and rubs at her eyes. Ashita wastes no time pulling her phone out to take a picture of a face down, sound asleep, lightly snoring Katsuki. Izuku's fingers still sifting through his hair. He smiles, eyes on that blonde mess of sleepy Kaken. "Yeah, he's out like a light. The staff told me he's been refusing to leave since he swooped in and saved my butt." Izuku trails off, and the smile slips. "I think she'd have killed me if he hadn't gotten there in time." He's whispering now, "Kaken saved my life." Ida draws his attention, arm chopping the air as he speaks. "He certainly went all out for you, Izuku-kun. He fought so hard his comm fell out and we lost contact. With your, Inasa's and Bakugou's radio silence, we were all worried sick." Siro huffs, "You know that custom-fitted comm didn't fall out. Katz knows better than to use howitzer in tight quarters like that. 10,000 yen says he exploded the thing so we couldn't hear him rip into that villain. The guy threatens to kill me when I eat his last protein bite. I don't want to know what he said to someone who hurt his Deku." The bets run wild and the money pool grows. Izuku feels warm inside at his Deku, but that could very well be the super fun painkillers. He doesn't remember much, so he can't place a bet himself. Ashido points out he'd be cheating if he did anyways, since he was there and could be feigning memory loss. Watching them, he gets the feeling Class A has experience placing bets with one another, that they do this a lot. It's surprisingly sweet. With their attention elsewhere, he looks at the only silent person in the room. Inasa. Izuku's voice is strained. The last time he saw his best friend, he'd been sent careening into an unforgiving brick wall. Yet he looks utterly fine, not a scratch on him. Inasa steps to the side of his bed, not monopolized by Katsuki. "You're okay, I'm so relieved. We aren't family, so the nurses couldn't tell me if you were here or if you'd been discharged." Inasa gives a small, fake-looking smile. "Yeah, Recovery Girl was here to help with the mass amount of heroes that villain took out. One kiss and I was back to normal. Sadly, you needed all of your strength to make it through the surgery, and her quirk leaves you exhausted, so she couldn't help your case. What exactly did I need surgery for again? Those shadow weapon blade things scrambled your organs when she impaled 2 through your stomach. Oh, got it. He tries to smile, and Inase's face crumbles. Izu, I'm so sorry. Izuku doesn't hesitate, hero voice coming out in full force. Everyone out now, please. I need to talk to Inase. It'll only be a moment. Kirishima nods knowingly. Of course, bro, want me to drag Katsuki out of here? Izuku's fingers fist into pale blonde hair. He swallows. The idea of Kaken leaving makes him anxious. A close-lipped smile warms Kirishima's already kind face. I understand. We'll all go grab breakfast or something in the cafeteria. Kaminari groans. I hate hospital food. Shush. Once the door is closed behind Shudo, who looked back at Inase, concern etched on his face, the waterworks begin. It's a thing they share, the ability to cry rivers at the drop of a hat. Whether it be over something like a cute video of an alpaca, Inase's favorite animal, or a life-or-death battle, Izuku's favorite activity these days, put Inase and Izuku together with emotions running high, and there should be a flash flood warning. Izuku notes Katsuki's breathing has hitched, his shoulders now rise and fall unevenly, lacking the calm rhythm that comes with sleep. He's awake. Izuku scrubs his fingers against his scalp, hopeful he understands the message. Don't move. Don't leave. Inase has Izuku's free hand between both of his larger ones. I was useless. You were jumped. She didn't fight fair. There is nothing you could have done. This is the second time I've been out cold while you fought. Yeah, and this is the second time I've let someone hurt you. I should have had your back, and I didn't. Do you blame me for it? Inase hiccups, frowns. No, of course not, Izu. Kaken stiffens at the nickname and begins to lift his head. Izuku would roll his eyes at the dramatic response, instead opting to fist his hair and push his face deeper into the mattress. Kaken huffs. Inase, thankfully, doesn't notice. Then if you don't blame me, understand that I don't, and never could, blame you. They have a momentary battle of wills until Inase eventually deflates. I'm just nervous about your recovery now, he says, brown eyes roving over the many casts and bandages. They said you're going to be out for at least 2 weeks, and for the first few days we'll need a lot of help. After my recovery time away, I don't think I can swing the time off. This time Katsuki shakes his head like a dog, dislodging Izuku's hold. He sits up, stretches, the joints in his spine and neck crack obscenely. Well, isn't that perfect? I've been suspended. For 2 weeks for saving your partner's butt. He sends a mocking smile at Inase before grinning at Izuku. Bada bing bada boom, Nurse Kaken at your service, Deku. Izuku can't help his super unattractive snort at the idea of Nurse Kaken. Inase, on the other hand, is not amused. His eyes narrow. You could at least have the decency to pretend you weren't listening. Been called a lot of things, breezy beach, and not one of them was decent. Air fills Izuku's lungs rapidly as he prepares to yell at his best friends. At the rise of his chest, something pulls on his stomach. Pain burns through him. The sensation reminds him of that time his appendix burst in their second year on a training trip. He must have winced or flinched because the hostility in the room evaporates. Izu. Inase says, concerned. Oi, don't baby him, Katsuki snaps, eyes rolling. After a second, he glances warily down at Izuku. But, you good Deku? The same nurse nudges the door open, brows raised in question. Getting some spikes on your monitors out here, Midoriya-san. What do you say we add something to that 4 of yours? Izuku opens his mouth, but it's Katsuki who says, yeah, give him the fun sheet. Inase looks at Katsuki like he's speaking in tongues. Fun. A wicked smirk. I really want to see a drugged-up Deku. Izuku worries the inside of his cheek. He's nervous thinking of what ridiculous praise he might spew if he's on strong painkillers with Katsuki in the room, still in costume, eyes smudged black from his mask, hair a mess. You've been here all night, Kaken? You should shower and change, he says. Katsuki's face scrunches up before smoothing into a mask of indifference. Izuku is an expert in all things kaken, so he knows he's offended. He reaches as far as he can without wincing, and noticing what he's after, Katsuki hesitantly offers Izuku his hand. Izuku squeezes it. I never said to leave. Hospitals have showers, and if the bag in that corner is my mom's like I think it is, I'm sure she brought me clothes for when they let me leave. Crimson eyes widen fractionally. Want me to stay? Please. Katsuki looks to the attached bathroom, which after all of his visits Izuku knows has a shower. After a moment's consideration, his lips twitch. Fine, Katsuki shrugs. I guess I'll stay. He moves to the bag, swipes it off the chair and paces to the bathroom. Points a menacing finger at Izuku. You better be good and drugged up by the time I'm done. Yes, dear. I'll kill you, Deku. Izuku smiles. You mean you'd kill for me, kaken? Beach didn't die, she got away. Izuku blinks. Wait, did you try to key? With a huff, Katsuki slams the door, and soon the sound of running water fills the silence he left in his wake. Inesa sighs theatrically. That's the guy you've loved your whole life? Really, Izuku? You couldn't like someone I don't know nice? Perhaps not teeming with homicidal tendencies? Izuku panic whispers, eyes frantically making sure the door is closed. You can't say stuff like that with him literally in the next room. And I don't love him. You're both blatantly looking away from the truth. What's that supposed to mean? Izu, you're my best friend, but you're really dense sometimes. I'm going to tell Shuto you're being mean to me. A gasp. Don't you dare. The shirt and pair of joggers Andy Inko brought for Izuku are tight on Katsuki, the hem of the threadbare Eraserhead shirt. Did Izuku get it custom made? Because Katsuki is pretty sure his homeroom teacher doesn't and never would have merch, just barely brushes the waistband of the sweats. But they're clean and he no longer feels coated in the sweat and grime of yesterday, so, small wins. And they smell like Izuku. Spearmint and vanilla, so, big wins. He collects his costume off the floor, taking count of the pieces as he does. Compression sleeves, pants, belt, top, no mask. Katsuki sighs. That'll be the 4th mask he's lost this month. No, he won't consider removing it from his costume. Masks are cool, even if the entire world knows who he is already. Steam wafts out of the bathroom as he opens the door, expecting to see his family or Izuku's, maybe some of his Shiketsu friends. Katsuki guesses he'd be fine meeting them, though he'd rather have time alone with the nerd. What he doesn't expect to see is a skeletal-looking man with wild yellow blonde hair perched on Deku's bedside, petting through his messy green curls. Oi, Walmart Jack Skellington, who said you could touch Deku? Walmart Jack Skellington blinks at Katsuki before returning his gaze to Deku. Izuku my boy, he sighs, this first impression is only further proving my point. Igniteloveignite, Deku whines with a pout, and Katsuki knows he's been given the good stuff. But look, Deku proceeds to grab Katsuki's dynamite mask out from behind his pillow. The little thief had it the whole time. Deku pulls it down his head, haphazardly situating it over his eyes, and gives a wobbly smile. Sheet, he looks so cute. He's dynamite, Dadmite. He's my second favorite hero. Katsuki stomps further into the room to stand guard at Deku's side. His arms cross over his chest as he glares at the intruder who is grinning fondly at Deku, silently laughing and mouthing, Dadmite, while shaking his head. Whole situation is FING weird. But the more pressing question first. Then who's your favorite hero, you drugged up little JRK? Deku points to the blonde man. Him, duh. Huh? Who the F is he? Yagi Tashinori, the man says, a forced smile on his face. But you'd likely know me by my hero alias. Up until a few years ago, I went by All Might. Katsuki scoffs. Yeah, and I'm a milady. No, kaken, he's All Might, Deku insists, blinking against the mask that slipped down his face, now more of a bead LD. Katsuki sighs as he leans over to fix it. They really gave you strong stuff, didn't they? Maybe I should go talk to someone, I think they overdid it. And you, Katsuki looks to the intruder, you really need to leave before I call security. You some kinda hero fanboy. The polite smile on the man's Yagi's face dissipates until he's not quite glaring at Katsuki, but rather looking at him the way Aizawa used to look at Mineta, well, every day. He stands, and he's tall. If anyone in this room needs to leave, it's you, young Bakugou. Izuku is my son in everything but blood, whereas you are the reason why his third-year community engagement project was an anti-bullying campaign. I'm not one to hold a grudge, but I will do everything in my power to protect my successor. Katsuki's palms heat. You know all about Deku and me? I know everything about what happened during your years at Aldera. Katsuki freezes, eyes blowing wide. His heart whispers, no, 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 please. We don't think about that anymore. From the hospital bed, Izuku makes a wounded sound. I'm not offended you don't believe I am who I say I am. I'm just shocked my boy would even consider entertaining your friendship. Even more surprised young Inasa hasn't tried to have Hawks fire you. To this very day, only 3 people know, one of them being my therapist. Izuku told him. Katsuki has assumed from their first encounter that Inasa knew. It only makes sense Deku would tell his best friend about something like that, though Katsuki hates to admit it. So if Inasa knows, and some random therapist knows, and Auntie Inko hasn't tried to murder Katsuki in his sleep yet, wouldn't Izuku tell his mentor? The person who has been his personal hero his entire life? Of course he would. Holy shit. This guy's not some stranger who wandered in, he's All Might. Katsuki bows, deep from his waist. Eyes on the white tile floor, he says, I'll never be able to fully make it up to Zuku for what I did when we were kids. I know that. But I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to. He's pretty sure Izuku is crying. Big baby. The rest of your life, huh? All Might asks, voice disbelieving. Slowly Katsuki stands straight once more. Yeah. In whatever capacity he'll have me. And thank if he's out of his right mind right now, because I'd never say this sheet if I thought he'd remember it tomorrow. All Might sighs, a short, almost resigned sound, and Katsuki feels like he isn't exactly forgiven, but he also didn't further F this up. He's never been one to get starstruck, but DMN he just disrespected his lifelong idol. I'll admit, you have a strange charm about you, young Bakugou. And as alarming as your response to seeing me here was, I do appreciate you being protective of my boy. He turns to run a large hand over Izuku's hair. He tends to protect everyone other than himself. Katsuki frowns. I'm starting to realize that. Are you two done talking about me like I'm not right here? Deku sniffs, Katsuki's mask now dangling from his nose. I wouldn't be a good dad might if I didn't voice my concerns, now would I? Deku glares, about as menacing as a puppy, you're making fun of me. Never my boy, All Might smiles. Katsuki can't help but gawk at the exchange. When he'd heard Izuku had been mentored by All Might, he'd assumed one-on-one classes, sparring sessions, pointers over a lunch meeting or two. Not this father-son relationship they clearly have. Not the adoration in All Might's eyes, and the raw respect in Izuku's. He can't find it in him to be jealous as he would have weeks ago. Katsuki's happy for death. Christ, someone put a stake through his heart because he's growing soft. All Might stays for the next 20 minutes, talking to Deku and taking videos of him when he says especially loopy sheet to send to someone named Torino. Katsuki doesn't ask questions. He only leans against the wall, letting the two catch up, though it sounds like they text or talk on the phone daily. He also gets the feeling All Might is especially close to Auntie Inko, but he doesn't want to touch that topic with a 10-foot pole. Katsuki bows to All Might once again as the world's most famous hero stands to leave. Blue eyes search red. You'll take care of him? Katsuki swallows. He knows there's more behind that question. Yeah. I will. All Might nods. I believe you. I heard about how you dropped everything to assist him yesterday. And how he trusted you to show up in time. So for that I thank you. He makes his way to the door. I won't give you a shovel talk, young Bakugou, but I will tell you that there are many current pros who would. His eyes land on a now sleeping Deku. To know my boy is to love him. But I have a feeling you know that already. Katsuki opens his mouth, closes it. He sighs. I know. Deku, what are you doing with your hands? Katsuki has been in the hospital, right beside Deku, for close to 24 hours now. Deku just woke up from another nap, and for the past few minutes, he's refused to speak, only gesturing wildly to Katsuki with his hands. Finally, understanding he's making no progress in getting his point across, Deku groans. It's sign language, Kaken. Katsuki is so surprised he laughs. What the hell, Deku, why? The nerd is still a little loopy, but this is just hilarious. He smiles. Katsuki feels a bit breathless when Deku smiles at him and no one else is around to see it. When the expression is just for him. He's still wearing the demon mask. Stupid idiot won't let Katsuki take it back. Been teaching myself since we were 13 and I realized your quirk was getting louder each year. Gonna hurt your ears, Kaken. You may need to know sign language one day, so I thought I'd learn first. Mother F-. How has he never considered this? Almost to himself, Katsuki mutters, I'm going to lose my hearing? Deku nods solemnly. Damage it at least. Should probably look into preventing that. Now that he thinks about it, he has been hearing some ringing in his ears after drawn-out fights. Okay, I'll talk to Mei, a support friend of mine, but, wait, Izuku, Katsuki feels his throat tighten. Why would you take the time? We weren't friends when we were 13. Deku reaches over and flips his hand atop the mattress so it's palm up. Over the course of the day, Katsuki has learned this means he wants to hold hands. He kinda loves it. Kinda. Izuku smiles at him, expression soft as he interlaces their fingers, and Katsuki isn't sure if he wants him to remember all of this tomorrow or not. Yeah. Always hoped, though. The vulnerability is salt in the wounds All Might ripped open earlier. It's not like he doesn't deserve the reminder. If anything, his voicing that he'd always try to make it up to Deku on top of realizing he'd literally kill for him, not even a full day before, solidifies just how absolutely gone he is for Izuku. It's a relief to finally accept it. It's hell to know he won't act on it. I don't FNG deserve you, Izuku, Katsuki whispers, the words tumbling out without permission. Thankfully, Deku giggles, the sound like sunshine, and the mood lightens instantly. No one deserves me, I'm perfect. Oh, shut up. Green eyes brighten, and Katsuki has come to recognize that specific look. Means Deku is about to suggest something ridiculous, something like, let's play Honesty Hour. Yup, something like that. Katsuki rolls his eyes, but he's struggling to say no to Deku at this point. How do we play? Just tell lots of truths. This is stupid. Fine. You first. I like your eyes. Oh my F-, Deku. No. Deku whines, brows coming together. Rule 1 to Honesty Hour, you can't make comments about the honesty told. This is ridiculous. Kaken. He throws his arms into the air. Pro-hero dynamite, defeated by pouty pink lips and freckles. Fine. He shifts in the chair he's pulled to the bedside. Green is my favorite color, I guess. Izuku beams. I used to rewatch all of your sports festival fights on HeroTube. At that, Katsuki feels a long-formed knot loosen in his chest. I used to wonder if you'd watch me, or if you'd turn off the TV when it was my turn to fight. I'm glad to hear you watched. Izuku yawns, nestles into his pillow. Crooked fingers squeeze Katsuki's. Always watchin', Kaken, he mumbles. Love watchin', Kaken. Katsuki isn't sure what it means that he spends the next 10 minutes in raptured silence, watching in wonder as Deku's face smooths out, as his breathing becomes even. His voice is lost in the sounds of a busy hospital. Monitors, the squeak of shoes on polished tile hallways, the air conditioning unit powering on. Love you too, Izuku. Izuku has been discharged from the hospital for 23 minutes, and already he's exhausted. After 3 days of bedside chats and snuck-in fast food, the Bakugous and his mom had to return home to Mizurufu. So, when he was discharged with strict instructions to do little to nothing for the next 2 weeks, Katsuki volunteered to drive him home. Actually, Izuku offered to just take public transport, but Katsuki snarled at him and called him a dumbass, so in a way, if you squint, he's been kidnapped. Oh well, he's pretty sure a significant number of people would pay good money to be kidnapped by Bakugou Katsuki. Absently, he wonders if there's an official Dynamite fan club yet and if he can join, become its president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. What Izuku hadn't expected when Katsuki pulled around the front of the hospital with his car, however, was Kaminari and Kirishima in the backseat. He almost doesn't want to know why they're not at the agency, seeing as it's 11 a.m. on a weekday. The dynamic Katsuki has with his friends is concerning. "I'll eat your firstborn child cooked medium rare if you don't shut the hell up," Katsuki growls over his shoulder, annoyed the two won't stop playing I Spy. "I'll steal your kneecaps and use them to keep dirt off my own while I garden," Kaminari casually retorts. What the heck? Our apartment doesn't have a garden, danks," Kirishima points out as if this is the natural, logical response. "If we got a bag of dirt it could." Kirishima tilts his head. "Mina does like flowers. Right? I spy something." Katsuki snorts, interrupting their game. "What is this amateur hour? Your threats SCK, dunce face. I'll rip out your ribcage and use it as a xylophone." Izuku gapes as he looks at Katsuki, equal parts amused and alarmed. Kaken, that's a really well thought out, very specific threat. "Oh, he always sounds like an experienced serial killer," Kirishima says, waving his hand lazily in the air. "Also, Izuku, if you want him to stop, just play with us. He wouldn't threaten you." Katsuki takes the next corner a bit too fast. "I threaten the nerd all the time." "With what?" Kaminari laughs. "A good time?" Izuku grows curious. He twists in the passenger seat, leans back against the cool glass of the window and smiles. "Kaken, I spy. Jesus F Deku. Something red." He scowls, but Izuku watches as his eyes begin to dart around. It takes him exactly 4 seconds. Silk scarf tied to the anagram Loi Luna handbag of the hag who just walked into that complex, the one on the left. Kaminari whistles. "I was gonna say the light, but it's green right now, so..." Izuku grins. "That's right, Kaken." Smug smile. "You'd think he won an award, not one round of a driving game." "Say it, nerd." "Ugh, do I have to?" "It's just I spy." Katsuki side-eyes him, one brow artfully raised. It takes everything in Izuku to not outwardly react, to hide the fact that the look alone has his stomach clenching. "Fine. Kaken sugoi." They've taken to watching reality television game shows. As they are now, on day 4 of Izuku's recovery PRD and Katsuki's suspension, laid up on the couch, peeled apple slices on the shared plate between them. "They need to get their shelter built before that storm comes in," Deku observes, opening his mouth for Katsuki to pop in another slice. He claims his arms are sore since the casts came off yesterday. Katsuki suspects Deku just likes making him do unnecessary shit. "Put me and you on an island for a month, that prize money would be ours easy." Deku talks as he chews. "Oh, it wouldn't even be a competition. I'd feel bad for the other contestants." Katsuki clicks his tongue. "I wouldn't, stupid idiots literally signed up to be miserable and cold." "True. Think they'd let us on the show?" Deku smirks. "Katsuki, if you want to cuddle with me and claim it's for body heat, you don't need to drag us out to the wilderness for me to oblige." He has to actually close his eyes for a moment. It's become a trend. The nerd openly flirts, and Katsuki breathes through it. The alternative is ruining their friendship and acting on his impure thoughts of ripping Deku's stupid graphic t-shirts off every time he smirks like that, talks like that. Don't get him started on how he felt when he had to help the nerd wash his hair in the shower because he can't lift his arms high enough yet. Katsuki needs a bath. In holy water. A kiddie pool full of it. He spent more time with the nerd in the past 4 days than he had in the past 4 years. Sure, they've been talking daily when they patrolled together or in the office, but that was in public and always around other people. Get Deku alone and he's a wild card of suggestive bedroom eyes and witty comments. It's addicting. Katsuki goes home to his apartment once Inasa gets off work and it feels empty. For the first time in his life, he wishes he had a roommate. But that's just a lie he's telling himself, isn't it? He doesn't want a roommate. He wants Izuku. And as time goes on, the word "want" is starting to sound a lot more like need. Just as he has been for the past 4 days. Katsuki plays it off. Dumps, I'd have won the first challenge. You know, the one where they get flint and blankets and sheet? I wouldn't need your gross body heat. He tilts his head, thinking. Or the flint really. I'm a walking fire starter. Deku cackles at that, leaning his head back against the cushions. It's his unabashed, flushed-cheeked, adorable laugh. The one that's loud and breathy, and Katsuki has only heard it when it's just the two of them. Nothing like the composed chuckle other people hear. Katsuki wants to swallow the sound every time. Deku swallows the water he's been sipping, and red eyes trail the movement of his throat as it works. He's in a tank top, his muscled arms clad in overlapping scars. They've talked a lot over the past few days about nothing and things light as air, and also the heavy stuff, the everything stuff. Izuku used to break his bones when he used his quirk. Izuku is a martyr. Izuku is dangerously selfless. Izuku is the most beautiful person in every aspect. Katsuki really likes everything about Izuku. He knows he used to joke when they were kids about marrying Deku. He wouldn't joke about that sheet now. He's saved from thoughts too serious to have while watching Survivor via text. Their phones light up in unison, situated side by side on the unstable eyesore of a second-hand thing Izuku calls a coffee table. Katsuki has been tempted to break it for days now, so Deku would have to buy a new one. Probably the group chat, Deku says with a yawn. Katsuki reaches for his cell, languid as he unlocks it. It's from Ida. Apparently, if we turn on Tokyo News, we'll see Breezy Beach and Easy Bake Oven fighting. Deku lurches forward, wincing as he does. Idiot keeps forgetting he's injured, excited as ever to watch heroes in action. It warms Katsuki's chest, always his fanboy. Turn it on, Kaken. Fine, but relax, you're going to pull your stitches again. You'll just sew me up again. It's concerning you didn't even wince when I did that the first time. Kaken. News. He changes the channel, and as promised, Breezy Boy and Half occupy the screen, fighting what appears to be a group of villains in a public park. What do you think, Deku? Gang-related? Deku hums, there's a lot of people there. Turf war? There is that new quirk enhancer drag causing issues among the more organized groups. Katsuki nods, likely the case. He watches, not as engrossed as Deku but still interested. He and Shudo bicker like brothers, but he respects the guy more than he'd like to admit. They're on the same team this shift, Shudo and Breezy Boy, since Denki took a personal day to go visit Shinso. The Purple People Eater had been working on an undercover case for the past month, and Sparky couldn't wait another moment to go see him. Gross little lovebirds. Katsuki isn't jealous. Look at them go, Deku breathes, wonder in his eyes as he leans closer to the TV, mouth open in a smile. The way Inesa is able to accelerate Shudo's fire and make it grow with his wind is amazing, truly a perfect quirk pairing. Oh wow, did NASA just use an air current to push Shudo faster on his ice? That's so cool how he basically skates everywhere, so dang fast. Katsuki turns away from the fight then, ignoring the TV completely. He watches Izuku instead, catalogs his open expressions, the almost childlike wonder. Pert nose, large eyes, freckled skin over defined cheekbones settled into a face with angles while remaining somewhat soft, like the last of his boyhood clings on. His hair is an absolute mess of bedhead and tangles. Katsuki blames the nap he took at noon for that, seeing as he brushed it for him this morning. His undercut needs to be touched up, too, now that he really looks. Katsuki can fix it for him later. He cuts his own hair after all, not trusting anyone else to get it right. He decides he's best suited to take care of the nerd. No one else. He also realizes he may have a domesticity K&K. But he'll circle back to that at a much later, perhaps never, date. When Deku whoops and says that's my buddy, Katsuki assumes they've wrapped it up and looks away before he gets caught. A reporter approaches Inesa, who stands tall with a grin on his face. In the background, Shudo talks to a group of officers. Gale Force, can you spare a moment for Channel 4, Tokyo News? No rookie would ever decline. Like a well-trained rank climber, Breezy Boy gives the reporter a wide, fan-service smile. But Katsuki stiffens. Something about the boy's brown eyes is cold, is off. Of course. We just watched a quirk pairing made in heaven. How did it feel to work with Shuto, who by all accounts, is already rather famous as a member of the Todoroki family? Deku is in a deep breath, hands fisted tight around his glass of water, retrieved directly from the warped wood side table. No coasters in sight. Katsuki itches at the thought of no coasters. You got this, buddy, Deku says before he looks to Katsuki to explain. Inesa doesn't love interviews. Neither do I, so we spent forever practicing and… I'm glad you asked. We are a rather perfect pair, in fact, we're dating. Katsuki just about throws up. Did the fucker just admit that on live TV? Beside him, Izuku seems to be at a loss for words. The reporter, however, is not. Really? That's certainly a development. How do you think it will impact your ability to work together? Inesa looks directly into the camera now. A feeling of anticipation, a voice warning. Get ready, get ready, get ready for it. The kind of sixth sense heroes gain with experience, crashes into Katsuki. It has made us realize our compatibility. Inesa says, our probation period as rookies is over in June, so only a few weeks from now. At that point, we'll be able to register as a hero duo, and Shuto and I have every intention of becoming permanent, professional partners. Katsuki swears the second hand of the clock on the wall stops ticking. Time comes crashing to a halt. Whiplash-inducingly sudden. He reaches out to catch Deku's cup purely on reflex as it slips from between his hands. He quickly looks to Izuku, and the breath is forced from his lungs. Katsuki has never seen Deku simply blank, void of emotion, nothing like the boy alight with feeling as he watched heroes on TV. It's like someone pressed pause on his life. He's frozen in a state of shocked, abysmal nothingness. Wow, the reporter's voice croons in the background, ominous and haunting like sirens at a crime scene. Well, we can't wait to see what you two do. Together. Inesa bows, have a safe day. Katsuki has heard that before. Deku says that. That's Izuku's line. The words work like a counterspell, snapping Deku out of his frozen state. He's red in the face, vibrating with emotion, his expression changing rapidly between anger, desperation, utter destruction, and fear. Without a word to Katsuki, he dials a number on his phone. Ring ring. Ring ring. Katsuki feels like he's watching his own fate unfold before his eyes. This call, whatever is about to happen, is a fork in the road. His road. Their road, together. Ring ring. Faintly, Katsuki hears someone answer. Inesa, what the F did I just watch on live TV? Dexys. And because Katsuki is selfish and awful, he mouths, speaker. Izuku presses the speaker option, sets the phone on the coffee table. His hands are trembling. Katsuki wants to hold him, but this isn't his fight, and Deku is the general in his own wars. Oh, saw that did you? Inesa asks, acting like he didn't do that interview knowing fully well Deku would be watching. For the second time this month, Katsuki contemplates murder. Of course I did. Deku's voice breaks. It was on national TV. Yeah, well, I saw your little My Hero merch campaign on the electronic billboards downtown. You and Bakugou posed so pretty all over one another like a God's med matching item. His voice turns mocking. Text Emichim to submit your vote for your favorite style of the Dinoco line. Japan's favorite new team, the Wonder Duo. Deku's eyes are wide, staring at nothing. He's so pale. Inesa laughs now, and it sounds cruel. When were you planning on telling me you were going back on our goal? On what we've been working on for years. Deku is beginning to hyperventilate. His hands reach out for something, for help, for divine intervention. What he finds is Katsuki, and he grips his knee like a lifeline. Inesa, buddy, IP planned on, I didn't know they already posted those, I was going to, we aren't actually. 3 years of planning, Izuku, Inesa interrupts, voice curt. Our entire career at Shiketsu was spent perfecting and planning and dreaming, and you've thrown it away for an idiot. For a vulgar, insensitive, downright violent. Inesa, please? What does All Might think? You're going to ruin his legacy by associating yourself with the likes of Bakugou, who, might I add, wouldn't even want you if he knew the truth about that quirk of yours. Where was he when you weren't this powerful, clearly popular hero? Where was he when Deku still meant worthless, and not, you can do it? Deku flinches. Katsuki can't think around the unadulterated hate boiling in his stomach. But Inasa doesn't stop there. You're thinking with your D, and not your head, Izuku. He's a devil with a halfway decent face and a flashy quirk. Why can't you see he's nothing more than a villain? Think real hard before you finish that sentence, Yurashi. Katsuki blinks. The little hairs on his arms, the back of his neck, stand on end. Deku sounds lethal, is lethal. The turn of phrase, if looks could kill, now registers on a higher level of understanding. His eyes glow neon jade, his skin crackling in red, effervescent lines of power. He used Inasa's family name. Deku stands, the motion sinuous, as though he's ready to end the world. Katsuki wants to kiss him stupid. 3 years you say? 3. Deku laughs and it's hysteric. He's reached his limit, snapped clean in half. Katsuki doesn't worry, he'll put him back together later. That's child's play, Yurashi. I've been a spoken-for member of a hero duo for 19. The only wonder duo Japan will give a sheet about once June rolls around and we're registered. He flashes a wide smile, a predator ready to bite. But hey, congrats on going public with Todoroki. You'll need the shoulder to cry on when you continuously come in below Katsuki and me in the rankings. Deku ends the call. Izuku. Deku lifts one finger, effectively silencing him. It's a really inappropriate time, but the motion has Katsuki burning hot everywhere, his skin too tight across his bones. He might slide off the couch and melt on the floor if he has to bear witness to another moment of badass Midoriya Izuku. Deku presses on a favorited contact, lifts the phone to his ear. 2 rings. A faint, "My boy," can be heard on the other end. All might. You might want to talk to Detective Tsukachi and Gran Torino about damage control. Inasa and I practically just declared war on one another, and I'm not sure what he'll do with. Green eyes warily lock with Katsuki's. With certain information he knows. I see. They speak for some time, Deku choosing his words carefully while still explaining everything that happened. Heavy silence for a heartbeat once he's done. Then Katsuki hears All Might as he says, "Okay, my boy. I'll reach out to Inasa and see if I think I'll need to call Tsukachi. Just know I support you. Don't tell young Bakugou, but I think he's good for you now. We all face challenges for a reason, and you two found one another again. You know I don't believe in luck or coincidences." Deku makes a small sound, something between a hiccup and a sob. "Thank you. I, meant it when I called you Dad Might." A laugh. "I know you did. And I've meant it every time I've called you my boy." Deku begins to cry, but he wipes the tears away with an unsteady smile. "I've got to go. Kaken is staring at me like I'm about to break into a million pieces. For you to talk soon. By All Might." The call ends. Deku releases a soul-cleansing sigh. They look at one another. What should he say? Sorry? Plot twist, honesty Venji hour all over again he isn't. It isn't like he wants Deku to be sad, to lose such a close friend. But he's selfish, and Deku has always been his. Katsuki's had dibs since he could form sentences. Pretending otherwise was growing old. However, he's pretty sure Deku doesn't want to hear, "I told you so," right now. Bakugou Katsuki is bad at feelings. So, he brilliantly says, "Hey." Small watery smile. "Hey, Kaken. This mean we're partners now?" Deku takes a deep breath. Swallows. His eyes dart away before steadying on Katsuki's once more. He nods, and Katsuki feels the excitement from his head to his toes which curl in his house slippers. You can't go back on this, you know. Katsuki stands so they're at eye level with one another. You and Breezy Beach can't reconcile and then you walk away from this, from me. From us. Izuku works his jaw like he's chewing everything over. His face is streaked. Flush red and wet from tears. Dark, clumped, long eyelashes. A lower lip with anxious teeth marks indented in the skin. Something solidifies on his face. Deku squares his shoulders. Want a contract, Kaken? Want me to sign it in blood? Say the word. Izuku tosses his arms wide, takes a step back. Everything about the pose screams abandon and freedom, an end and a beginning. Katsuki would follow Deku to the end of the world. I'm all yours, Dynamite. His grin is wide and lopsided. Come, collect your prize. One ready to change the world as the wonder duo, pro-hero Deku. It's everything. Izuku is everything. They're going to be everything. Katsuki takes a step toward Deku, navigating his way around that stupid, wobbly coffee table. He hates it still, the table. Hates this apartment. The fact that Izuku's room is directly across the hall from Breezy Boy's. You mentioned a contract, Katsuki says. Don't need one. But I am looking to negotiate. Izuku drops his arms with a wince, injured idiot, and nods, indicating he's listening. He has his nerd face on, his tongue peeking out of the corner of his mouth as he prepares himself to work something out. You're going to move out of this apartment, Katsuki says. Today. Right now. You're going to stay with me while we look for a 2-bedroom. Oi, don't look at me like that. It only makes sense if we're going to be working the same shifts. Anyways, then, when we're home and I've fed you and you're comfortable, you're going to explain what Breezy Beach meant about me not wanting you once I found out about your quirk, which I can promise you is bullshit. He exhales. Do you agree to these terms? Katsuki expects a fight. An argument at least. Denial. Perhaps some stupid Deku sheet about individuality and impending, inevitable codependency like when they were brats. Nope. All right, Deku acquiesces, rendering Katsuki momentarily speechless and shocking the world. I'll pack what I need for now and we can get the rest tomorrow. He looks around, frowns. I'm not cleared to lift stuff right now though, and most of this is mine. I don't know who we can ask to help. Most of my Shiketsu friends went international or to the US with All Might's recommendations. It's just Inasa and I here in Tokyo. Izuku, Katsuki sighs. 2 things. 1, all of my idiots have adopted you. No idea how this is going to play out with Icy Hot, but you're stuck with Siro, Denks, Kiri, Mina, Cheiko and Ida. If you met the rest of Class Gay, I'm sure they'd feel the same way. Don't know if you've picked up on it yet, but they practically worship you. It's the Deku effect. But Katsuki doesn't admit to thinking gooey sheet like that. 2, your sense of style, interior and fashion, is a heinous, Eren Yeager-level crime against humanity and I revoke your right to purchase any decor for our future apartment. Let shitty Inasa keep all this shitty sheet. A beat of silence. And then Izuku laughs. Fing cackles. That stupid, perfect just for them laugh. He smiles at Katsuki, so dim and bright and happy. Some kind of demigod with dimples on either side of his lips, resilient to the end, even though he has every right to be devastated right now. Okay, Kaken. His head tips a bit to the side. Green eyes, his smile, both soften to something private, a secret between them. He sighs a small, contented sigh. Let's go home. It's 3 in the afternoon on a random Thursday. Forgotten apple slices litter the faded carpet, their plate long since overturned. The TV is still playing the news, and the weatherman predicts rain. But Midoriya Izuku is smiling, and Bakugou Katsuki is the happiest he's been in years. So, you're telling me All Might got his quirk? What did you call it? All for one? No. Gods no. It's one for all. Very, really, totally so different. Okay, sounds like the same thing but go off Deku. Anyways, he got it from someone else. Nana. Right, from this Nana chick. And she got it from lots of other people? Not lots, I'm the 9th holder. Deku, that's a lot. You gonna stop interrupting me? Izuku laughs and makes an apologetic gesture with his chopsticks, choosing to fill his mouth with another bite of Katsuki's homemade katsudon. Okay, so you have this transferable, literally OP quirk and all of the other hosts' quirks now as well. And All Might picked you after he saw you try to save me from the sludge villain? Deku leans against the back of his seat at Katsuki's kitchen island. Pretty wild thinking about it now that I'm older. Most powerful hero ever comes up to a skinny preteen and goes, "Hello, here's a secret that could tip the world on its head, I'm just gonna trust you with it. Also, eat my hair." Katsuki can't help his laugh at that. He grins, loving the sight of Deku in his apartment, eating his food, in his FNG merch that Deku keeps effing wearing. Domesticity KNK, hey what's up hello. That's all effing wild dude. Some comic book sheet. Deku nods, pushes his now empty bowl away. It's kind of the only reason I'm not freaking out more about Inasa knowing and telling people out of spite. I mean, would you believe that if someone told you? Not a DMN word, Katsuki scoffs. I'd deck someone for thinking I was dumb enough to fall for it. Deku looks relieved. And tired. Exhausted really. He's hurt. He just moved most of his stuff into Katsuki's apartment unexpectedly and hurriedly. He just had a fallout-worthy fight with his best friend of 3 years and by default now has Katsuki as a partner. By default. Doesn't sit right. Gotta ask you something. Deku looks over to him, waits. Since we were teamed up with Lemillion, I've wanted to resurrect the Wonder Duo. I thought instantly that we worked well together. And I realized we are still... stupid, we're still friends. Like when we were kids. Yeah, we had to work through all the me bullying you shit. Deku snorts, Katsuki glares. Shut up. I'm trying to talk about feelings. 2 scarred hands raise, placating. By all means, continue. Dipsai. What I'm getting at is that I knew right away I wanted to work with you. And that's a hell of a confession since for my entire time at UA I swore up and down I'd work solo and be number 1, laughing at everyone else. He stands, collects their plates to put them in the sink. But I thought you didn't feel the same way. Are you teaming up with me now to PSS off Inasa? Or did you secretly want to this whole time as well? For a moment, it's only the air conditioner, the water from the faucet, the scratch of a sponge on dishes. Kaken, Deku says, and now he's right next to Katsuki, his head tilting to rest on his shoulder. I put on a real good show of hating you and being mad, but, I'm still me. Still the kid who thought if you said so the ocean would stop its tides and the sun would put out its light. I think All Might was right, this wasn't a chance thing or luck. I think we were meant to play out this way. Katsuki takes a deep breath, his hands frozen under the streaming water. Deku's hair tickles the skin of his neck. Vanilla. Spearmint. I think if I'd have gone to UA instead of Shiketsu, we'd have had some weird rival dynamic. You'd hate me for being strong out of nowhere, probably secretly afraid I was going to get myself killed. And I'd go stupid trying to prove myself to you every chance I could. We had time to grow up this way. Work through things. Deku shrugs like he isn't spewing wisdom and waxing poetic about how they're meant to be or some shit. I'm happy, Kaken. Are you? He swallows down whatever is threatening to rip out of his mouth and ruin this moment. Yeah, sappy nerd, I am. He manages instead. Deku steps away, rocks back onto his heels. Blesses him with a small, close-lipped smile. Good, I'm glad. He makes his way into the living area, looking around at the walls as he does. We need pictures. Katsuki puts the dishes away. We won't be here long, I'm gonna break the lease. Also, I said you can't even decorate. Green brows come together in mock hurt. Pictures are easy, I can't mess that up. You put yours up with multicolored tacks. Without frames. In no order. It was aesthetic. It was atrocious. It's disturbing, it's perfect, how comfortably they move around one another. Izuku brushes his teeth as Katsuki washes his face. Izuku makes fun of his 6-step routine complete with serums and under-eye cream, and Katsuki harasses him until he's sitting on the counter, Katsuki positioned between his knees, rubbing something that smells like chemicals onto his face. It tingles, Kaken, he says. Is it supposed to do that? Shut up. Yes. Is this why you're so pretty, Kaken? Katsuki looks away, but not before Izuku witnesses blood pool under the pale, perfect skin of his cheeks. His hair is pushed out of his face with a pink scrunchy headband, much like how he wears his domino mask after a shift. He'd pulled Izuku's bangs away from his forehead with little clips. It's so NTMT, so private, Izuku can't help but feel like it's a moment where time has made a pocket just for them, a small space where they get to exist without outside influence. He likes that no one else gets to see this side of Katsuki. Oh shit. Unless they do? Someone does? It hits him that he doesn't know much about his new roommate best friend childhood crush hero partner's private life. Kaken? He asks, feet dangling off the edge of the counter as Katsuki begins to brush his own teeth. Do you have a partner? Crimson eyes look to green, humor in them. No sheet, Deku. That makes him feel not great. Izuku worries his bottom lip a moment. Katsuki rinses the toothbrush and puts it away. As he exits the space, Izuku hops down and follows him into his bedroom. After a very drawn-out argument, they decided Izuku can't sleep on the couch with his injuries and Katsuki is a drama king who outright refuses to do so. The end result is, we used to have sleepovers in the same bed all the time, idiot. It's fine, just sleep with me. And Izuku thinking, yeah, I didn't want to eat you alive when we were 6, but okay. What's their name? Do I know them? Katsuki looks at him like he's actually stupid. You don't know your own name? I know you're a space cadet sometimes, but really? He needs to rephrase. No, not your work partner, Kaken. I meant like girlfriend? Boyfriend? I don't want to mess up your relationship by staying in your room with you. Katsuki steps around Izuku's unpacked suitcase to make it to the left side of the bed. Because I always sleep closest to the door, Deku, you should know this, and places his phone atop the bedside table. Thank the gods it's a king-sized bed. But they're heroes and neither of them would ever be considered small. Izuku needs a GoFundMe to pay for all the therapy he's going to need after this. Without looking at Izuku, Katsuki gets into bed and pulls his shirt off with one hand. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners. He sleeps shirtless. Nah, no time for that sheet. Izuku feels a hell of a lot better after hearing that. He flips the light switch at the door and crawls into the other side of the bed. Silk sheets. Because why would Kaken have anything else? They lay there in the dark, and Izuku suspects they're both doing everything in their power to not move, to not make a sound. It's counterproductive, because he's positive Katsuki can hear the frantic pace of his heart as it tries to self-destruct, to work itself to death in his chest. Boyfriend. Izuku almost jumps out of his skin at the sound of Katsuki's deep, rough, deep drowning in him voice. What? Katsuki turns over onto his side so he has one arm under his pillow. Izuku parrots him, turning so they face one another. He clears his throat. If I did have a partner, I'd have a boyfriend, not a girlfriend. Thought that was pretty obvious since we, mauled one another a few weeks ago. Izuku is so thankful for the dark because his face is on fire. Kaken, you cannot say things like that while we're sharing a bed. I think I'll die. All he hears in response is a sharp intake of breath. All right, Katsuki grinds out, new FING rule, you cannot call me that stupid nickname past 9 p.m. Izuku stops living. Softly he asks, why? A heavy moment between feather light silk and shadowed quiet night. Honesty hour? Izuku fists his hand into the pillow. Honesty hour. Katsuki swallows. Izuku can hear it. I love when you call me that. Kaken, he laughs, closes his eyes a moment. I remember when I first met my class. Denki heard my given name and said it, just effing yelled it like he'd come up with it first. It was so wrong to hear it from anyone else. I punched him in the face. Izuku laughs hard. He thinks of a sweet, silly, earnest, innocent Kaminari and a mean, ruthless, scowling teenage Kaken. You'd never think they'd end up being friends. But Izuku knows is the poster child. Really, it's impossible to not get Esigi into Katsuki once you feel his pull. And now, he continues, sometimes in times like this, when you use it, I think about how you can change my entire mood with the tone of your voice, or how you lengthen the syllables. It can be short and scolding, or low and long, and he hisses a breath through his teeth. I don't effing know what I'm trying to say. It turns him on. And well, it's honesty hour, so. I had an existential crisis when you called me baby. Katsuki goes still. Izuku doesn't want him to bolt. He knows Katsuki has a tendency to run from talks like this. The best thing to do when Kaken is vulnerable and therefore nervous and therefore, frankly, dangerous. Crack yourself open. Take his vulnerability and up the stakes. Put him on higher ground, even if in actuality you're leading him around by the nose. I liked it, Izuku admits. A lot more than I should, like a friend slipping up and using an endearment term. I was half dead, Kakin, and I heard it through the comm, and spent the next however long wondering why I was happy as F while getting stabbed by a villain. 2 heartbeats of quiet. He opens his mouth to speak, shifts to move closer. But then Katsuki sighs. I just got you, Izuku. I don't want to F it all up, not yet. It's been a long, shitty, great, confusing day, all right? So let's just call it. He sounds conflicted. Like his voice is betraying his thoughts. Izuku understands. Oh, does he understand? He wants to close the space between them, press their bodies together until he doesn't know where he ends and Kakin begins. He wants to lick all of the uncertainty out of his mouth and wake up tomorrow and do it all over again. Okay, he says instead, voice softer than the pillow he's pretty sure his grip has torn into. Good night, Katsuki. Katsuki groans and it's illegal. Izuku emits a startled, flustered laugh, and Katsuki tosses an arm over his eyes as he rolls over onto his back. You saying my given name while in my bed is even worse than the nickname, Holy Sheet. Sorry, Bakugou. Stop. No more talking. Talking in bed privileges revoked. But I'll GG you. Silence. I'd be down for that. That's it, I don't care if you're hurt, you're sleeping on the couch? Kakin. He wakes late, having nothing to do and nowhere to be. Last night was surreal, to say the least. They didn't kiss, didn't F up what they just found, exactly as Katsuki had ordered. However, when Izuku opens his eyes and realizes he's warm because of the arm around his waist, the legs tangled with his, the mouth lightly breathing against his hair, he can't help his bittersweet smile. Izuku closes his eyes, ignores the time, the sun rising in the sky, and takes what he can get. There is something to be said about the dark magic of morning afters. It's calming and cloying, but only at first, only until the glamour and excitement seeps away and you're left with the facts. The sensation is similar to waking up after a drunken night out, head spinning, stomach unsettled, mind wondering what the hell you did, and if you're about to check your phone to AF ton of regrets. But this isn't a morning after, it's a late afternoon after. Technically, it's also not the first time Izuku has woken up today. It is, however, the first time he's woken up without the comforting weight of Katsuki pressed against his back, or under his cheek as he dozed on his chest. He'd been a balm to soothe the festering, inevitable pain of yesterday. And now, in silk sheets too cold and a room too foreign, the reality of it all comes crashing down, an avalanche of oh gods, what have I done? Izuku lost his best friend. Practically shoved him away. Hurt his best friend. By breaking ties with Inasa, he's likely severed relationships with the rest of his former classmates. Because if Izuku is being honest with himself, he was never great. He was never the outgoing, wonderful friend in their group. Inasa was. People probably never understood why he hung around with someone like Izuku in the first place. Stop, this is the old you talking. Stop, you're a hero now, please, stop. But his thoughts won't stop, a runaway train. In a flood of emotions and fear and the heady head rush that is a demanding, confident Bakugou Katsuki, he tucked tail and moved out like a coward. The justice scale of right and wrong is dipping up and down like a teeter-totter, one side heavy with 3 years of steady planning, another stacked with lifelong dreams and unrequited love that might not be so unrequited. It was the wrong choice, and oh, it's Kakin, he's always the right choice. Right? He squeezes his eyes shut tight. Maybe if he doesn't look, the world won't look back, won't notice him. Maybe he can ignore it all a little while longer. Izuku doesn't feel so great. It's gradual until it's not. He's sweating. His palms, behind his neck, the shirt taken from a suitcase and not his dresser at home too tight and growing sticky. He's vibrating as he struggles to pull in air. His throat is closing like a self-sabotaging attempt to stop the world from harming his already frantic heart pounding in his chest. Izuku registers it's a panic attack. He's had many, but it's been some time since the last. This one comes knocking, no, breaking down his door like a mean old friend. No one should see him like this. He's supposed to be a hero. His hands reach to cover his face, cover his mouth because Kakin can't hear, he can't know. His fingers curl, his nails digging into the skin of his cheeks, his nose, under his eyes, his lips. Don't look, don't look, don't look at me. Inasa used to help him through these during their first year in the dorms. But there's no more Inasa now, is there? He kicks out, pushing against nothing, meaning just to shift, to get the covers off because he's suffocating, but the air crackles like a windbreaker rubbing against plastic wrap, and it's static, and one for all sends him flying. He hits the wall, crashes to the floor. His skin lights up in red lines of power and sparks of green, and he feels like a monster set loose to break, destroy, to ruin. Sobs rip from his chest, one after another, and it hurts but feels deserved because he did this, didn't he? He pushed his friend away, he folded like a tower of cards when Katsuki waltzed back into his life. And for what? For what, for what, for what? He doesn't sense a presence before warm hands grip his wrists. The shock of physical touch has him bucking away. Sheet, Katsuki curses. Sheet, Deku, you need to breathe. I need you to breathe. Stop, Christ. Deku, you're scratching yourself. Stop. No, no, not Kaken, he can't see, he's never seen. He's yanked forward, hands torn from his face, the mask they created gone now, exposing him. But then he's wrapped around the shoulders by strong arms and the familiar scent of burnt caramel. A hand rises to the back of his head, his cheek is pressed against a warm, bare shoulder. The next inhale comes easier. I may not have seen you like this before, Izuku, but I've seen the aftermath of my panic attacks, all right? What hero hasn't had one? You don't need to hide from me. You never need to hide from me, not anymore. Another tidal wave of emotion, because it's all he's ever wanted to hear and straight from the source. That scale in his mind tips, and he knows, is certain he was meant to end up with Katsuki in some undetermined capacity. He just wishes the road to get here had been smoother. Izuku cries himself out, and it's an out-of-body experience because he can hear the sobs and gasps and can do nothing to stop. Katsuki holds steadfast, murmurs a litany of calming words and makes small hushing sounds. He tells Izuku it'll be okay, turns his body around so he's leaning against the wall, and Izuku's pulled, back to front, against Katsuki's chest. He can feel Kaken's heartbeat through his back. It's slow and calm, and Izuku runs out of energy from shaking and tears from sobbing as he focuses on it. Katsuki pets through his hair, moving the damp strands from his forehead. His other arm is wrapped tight around Izuku's middle, keeping him together. The body-racking sobs become small hiccups, the bones rattling under his skin mellow out. His focus shifts from Katsuki's heartbeat to his never-ending stream of words. There you go, baby. You're okay, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I have you, Izuku. He inhales and his lungs rattle. He exhales, long and through pursed lips. I'm sad, he rasps, the words startling in the otherwise silent apartment. Katsuki laughs once, breathy and surprised, but not unkind. I figured. Nearly broke my dimmin' heart crying like that, Izuku. Izuku sighs, and feels wretched because the words make him feel better. They're silent for a moment, the only sound is Izuku sniffling. Wanna talk about it? Katsuki asks, voice soft. I heard you kept saying, for what? Can you tell me why? I don't want you to think I'm regretting. He feels small and awkward, wishes now he wasn't cradled in Katsuki's arms, wasn't sitting between his legs while he says this. But at the same time, he really doesn't want to move. He'd like to take up permanent residency right here, stay for a lifetime or two. He swallows and tries again. I don't regret choosing to be the Wonder Duo or moving with you, but does it make sense to say I wish it had just happened another way? Katsuki sighs. For a moment, Izuku fears he's offended him. Then, I get it. I've been bad about all this. Izuku frowns. I disagree. Elaborate. Lips drop a kiss to the top of Izuku's head and adrenaline shoots down his spine. What a beautiful hell this is. I knew you'd disagree. You have rose-colored glasses for anything me-related. I love it, and don't at the same time. I certainly don't deserve it sometimes. Catch. Hush. Another kiss, more fireworks in his bones. Izuku shivers and Katsuki laughs, low and soft and warm. Squeezes Izuku like he's precious. As I was saying, I've been bad about this. You just lost something while I've only gained. I gained a hero partner who I kick but with a merch line you didn't want but I forced you into, a roommate who looks freaking stupid in face masks at night. Izuku giggles and it's a weight off his chest. Katsuki turns his head to press his cheek to his hair. But you, Deku, you lost a friend. I won't say best, because I've been your best friend always, even when I wasn't. I secretly was. Don't fight me on it. But that's 3 years of friendship up in smoke after one phone call. If I'd just given you up like I was probably supposed to, you wouldn't be here, crying your eyes out on my floor. Izuku moves. He twists until they're face to face. You want me? Katsuki rears his head back, eyes wide. Izuku realizes what he said. Oh shoot, I mean, you want me here, right? Roommate? Hero partner. Yeah, Katsuki says, voice rougher than it was a moment ago. Well, that's what I want too. Try to let me go, he emphasizes with air quotes, and see what happens. They consider one another for a moment. Katsuki seems to reach a decision, a calm settling over his features as Izuku examines him. Fine. You good now? Izuku takes stock of himself. Slowly nods. Tired, throat hurts, but I'll be okay. Great. Katsuki playfully pushes Izuku away. Get off the floor, dude. I made pancakes for lunch since we slept through breakfast. And I'll make you tea. And that's that. They live like a married couple with none of the benefits. Katsuki cooks, Izuku cleans the dishes. They don colorful scrunchy headbands to keep their hair out of nightly green tea masks, Katsuki having decided Izuku would have wrinkles by the time he was 25 if he didn't start taking care of his skin. It took one day to realize they have a lot of matching All Might merch, which they now wear at the same time on purpose because it makes Izuku happy. Izuku asked if they can get a cat. Katsuki said no. Izuku pouted. They're now planning on getting a cat. Katsuki could only sigh in defeat when Izuku suggested they name it Kachin. Movie nights with one big bowl of popcorn between them. Their hands brush. Neither pulls away as quickly as they should. They go to sleep on opposite sides of Katsuki's bed after talking in the dark for hours, only to wake up tangled together. The tension in the air has grown into an ever-present poltergeist, haunting them at all times. Katsuki gets worked up at the slightest things like he's 15 all over again. The nerd could breathe heavily and he'd get hard. Just a few minutes ago as they bickered on the couch, stooped over Izuku's laptop while they search for a 2-bedroom apartment, he just about ummed at the sight of Izuku yawning through a stretch, his shirt riding up to show off his abs. And if he's been picky about what place to choose because he really likes sharing a bed and having one dresser so their clothes get mixed, it means Izuku ends up wearing his shirts more often than not, and yeah, he likes that. Well, that's a secret he'll keep until the day he dies. Because things are going really well and Katsuki tends to F things up when emotions get involved. He doesn't want to can't F this up. The nerd is too occupied, too unsettled. He had a panic attack that scared Katsuki shitless a week ago. The last thing he needs is Katsuki confessing like a love-struck idiot. It's fine. He's fine. Being friends is fine. It's Saturday night. They go back to work in 2 days. Might as well be 2 years. Katsuki is literally dying for some action at this point. Deku admits he feels the same way. He was cleared to resume hero work at his checkup yesterday, which they celebrated with a competition to see who could do more push-ups in the living room. They're both just really incredibly restless. So, all things considered, when Deku comes out of the bathroom after a shower wearing nothing more than heather gray sweatpants hung low on his hips, when he smirks at the stricken look on Katsuki's face, what happens next really isn't Katsuki's fault. Alright, so maybe it is his fault when he's up and across their shared space in seconds, hands on either side of Deku's head as he crowds him against the living room wall. Deku doesn't even startle. He flattens against the surface, tilts his chin up to close the distance between their mouths. Centimeters keep them apart. You're a tease, Deku, Katsuki accuses, his voice strained, his hands clawing against the builder-grade paint job on the walls. His nails leave marks. Goodbye security deposit. Deku hums, face still flushed from the hot water. So Ryu. Katsuki feels like someone took his resolve and replaced it with cotton. He's lightheaded and fuzzy. His eyes dart down to the water dripping off Deku's hair, rolling down his neck, collecting in the hollow above his collarbones. He leans closer and their hips meet. They're both in sweatpants. Both already there. "Wanna make you feel good, Izuku," he breathes, mouth disconnected from his sense of right and wrong. "Let me make you feel good, baby." And when Deku's, "Please, Kaken," the single thread keeping him sane snaps. He falls to his knees. His hands slide down Deku, palms heating along the way. Izuku writhes beneath his touch and babbles yes, 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 and it feels like victory, feels like he's the luckiest man alive. Because Deku's responsive and mouthy and his. No one will ever hear Izuku sound like this, no one other than Katsuki. He wants to take their bodies and their futures and stitch them together. He's going to. Katsuki teases at the waistband of Izuku's sweats, one finger dipping into the fabric, brushing against the bone at his hip. He begins to mouth at him through the material. Izuku whines, needy and high, and Katsuki has to taste him right this second or he'll actually cease to exist. He has both hands on Izuku's hips, ready to pull the offending material away and worship him when he hears familiar voices. The scratch of a key working the lock of the door. Katsuki supposes he's cursed. "Motherfucker!" Deku catches on quick. No, why does this keep happening? The handle turns. Hinges groan. Surprise. Happy almost not suspended anymore. He had given Aijuru his spare key when they all moved to Tokyo. Emergencies only, he had said. Like death and dismemberment kinda emergencies. Not whatever the F is going on as his best friend stands right there in the doorway, jaw practically on the floor, takeout in his hands, with Denki, Mina, and Shiro right behind him. "Oh my F dash," Denki says just as Shiro brags, "You all owe me 2,000 yen. Because Katsuki is on his knees an inch away from Deku's D dash, practically drooling for it, Izuku against the wall, both hands threaded into blonde hair. They don't move. No one seems to breathe until Katsuki growls, "Get the dash out." Slowly, in a dreamlike state, Denki simply raises his phone. And takes a picture. Nothing ruins a moment like Katsuki trying to murder one of his friends, as he is now, on his feet in 0.2 seconds to chase him down the hall. Izuku has gotten himself into plenty of embarrassing situations. This one takes the cake. He fidgets, left alone in the apartment to stare at Katsuki's, their friends. Izuku. Kirishima looks equal parts thrilled and mortified. I'm so sorry, but so happy about this at the same time, and I think we should go." "I'm not, me too, and we're staying." Ashido sings songs with a smug smile, seeing herself into the apartment to plop down on the couch. "That was 1, the hottest thing I've ever seen, and 2, I am in love with the idea of these two idiots together. No offense, Greenie." Izuku feels like this is all a really bad, kind of funny dream. None taken. The rest of their friends are inside now, filling the kitchen island with boxes and a few bottles. "So," Shiro starts, a sly look on his face, "you two been hanging out a lot?" Izuku comes to terms with the fact that they aren't going anywhere anytime soon. He walks to the kitchen to examine what they've brought. "Well, I live here now, so..." "Yeah." Mina gasps, "And they were roommates." Kirishima pops a Western-style slider into his mouth. "When that happen?" Izuku sighs. He had a plan. A solid, get Kaken to make a move plan. It did not include a group dinner or a friendly heart-to-heart. Simply put, Inesa and I aren't good right now. And Kaken and I are going to register as a duo, so living together makes sense. We're actively looking for a bigger place. And a cat. I'm going to call it Kachen. Kaken said we should name it Prince Explosion Murder. Shiro nods slowly, like all of this makes perfect sense. "Yeah, we kind of figured as much, what with the whole Deku thing. Congrats on that, by the way. Huge deal to get a line with MHM so early. And can I cat sit?" Izuku, for the first time since those billboards and online ads have been up, lets himself smile over it. "Thanks, Shiro-kun. Of course, I'm sure we'll need a sitter. Don't Fanji thank them for a demon Fanji thing, Deku, and no, you'll all stay the hell away from Prince Explosion Murder." Katsuki stomps back into the apartment, Denki thrown over his shoulder like a rag doll, limbs limp and swaying with each step. Izuku catches his eye, and the electric blonde gives a small upside-down grin. Best to play dead when cats gets like this. Noted. Shut up, dunce face, you're lucky I didn't throw you down the elevator. Well, you exploded my phone, so I wouldn't really say I'm lucky. Kirishima laughs from where he's rooting through the fridge. You absolutely deserved that, Denks. Bro doesn't value his own life, Siro adds. None of you fuckers do, grumbles Katsuki, unceremoniously dropping Kaminari on the floor. Ow. Crimson eyes fixate on Izuku. Blonde brows come together in a kind of frustrated, bemused expression. Why are you still FING shirtless? Put some clothes on, you weirdo. They're not leaving now that they've been allowed in, like a coven of vampires or some sheet. White hot embarrassment slaps Izuku in the face. He's just standing around, Nur clearly visible, chest and back and scars on full display. Oh my god, some sorcery. He scurries into the bedroom, returning in under a minute with a baggy sweatshirt to cover, well, everything. Everyone is spread out around the large coffee table, food placed carefully on plates and drinks on coasters. Condensation rings on wooden surfaces make Katsuki see red, and it's clearly something his friends are well aware of. It's a no-brainer to come and sit cross-legged at Katsuki's side instead of taking the last empty chair. This earns him a small smirk. Their friends are all chatting, so no one notices how the expression makes Izuku flush. That my sweatshirt? Yup. You do that on purpose? But you like me in your clothes? Katsuki's voice is hypnotic as he says, you already know I do, Zuku. Izuku is about to crawl into his lap when Kaminari makes a gagging sound. Guys, love you both, but stop? Izuku's heart does a happy little dance at the word love. He can really see himself growing to adore this weird, wild group of people. Katsuki chucks a pillow at Kaminari with force. That's homophobic, a-hole. Dude, I'm literally dating a dude. Izuku smiles. I'd say pics or it didn't happen, but you don't really have a phone anymore, do you? Everyone just stares at him for a wide-eyed moment. Kirishima chokes up. Izudid, you're becoming one of us. I like a sassy greenie. Vicious, Deku, I like it. Katsuki leans into his side, and Izuku can't help but laugh and apologize to a good-natured Kaminari, who waves it off with a smile. Yeah, he already adores this weird, wild group of people. At some point last night Kaminari had pressured everyone into a game of Rage Cage. Izuku had never played, and he'd gotten wrecked. Izuku has been added to a group chat titled Baku Squad Ride or Die. He knows Kaken came up with that one, where a video has been sent of Izuku crying on the phone with Aizawa Shoyuda. Apparently, he called his favorite underground hero with Katsuki's phone on a dare, the rest of Aizawa's former students in stitches over it, their laughter drowning out Izuku babbling. It's nothing in comparison to the video Izuku took on Katsuki's phone of everyone's reactions to him calling All Might, putting him on speaker, his voice undeniably recognizable. Then Ishido found Katsuki's tequila, and the Wonder Duo decided to go shot for shot, Izuku confident he couldn't get hangovers due to his quirked-out metabolism. He wakes up the next morning in their bathtub, Katsuki sprawled on the floor, the bath mat a temporary pillow. It feels like someone took a chainsaw to his head. F me, Izuku groans, shutting his eyes again because the world is spinning faster than usual. Wanted to, Katsuki huffs, his own arm thrown over his face, one leg propped up on the tub. I blame Denki for everything that has ever gone wrong in my life. Same. Izuku focuses real hard on not throwing up. Hey, Katsuki says hesitantly, yesterday? That was a lot, right? You mean in the living room hallway? Emchim. Izuku exhales, inhales through his nose. It was. Is that, bad? No, it sounds like Katsuki is sitting up, but Izuku is convinced he will die if he opens his eyes. But maybe we should figure things out before any of that. Which means you need to stop walking around half-naked, Deku. At least for a bit. A beat of quiet. He isn't sure if he agrees wholeheartedly, or if he really hates the idea of slowing down when it already feels like they're in slow motion. He finds hope, however, in the way Katsuki makes it sound like they're on the right track to putting a label on whatever they are. Izuku likes labels. Shoot, his label maker is still in his old apartment. Sure, Kaken. They lay there a while longer, and soon it feels safe to sit up. Wanna order McDonald's and have it delivered like lazy assholes? Izuku nods, all serious like they're making a business deal. Absolutely. Izuku has a coffee in each hand as he waits by the front door of a confectionery shop. Katsuki is inside, getting them both chocolate and work again muffins because his friend Sato said this spot bakes the best in Tokyo. Kaken has made it very clear this is a once-in-a-while kinda deal and has warned exactly thrice that they're likely to crash from the sugar later. He doesn't know Izuku lives off junk food. Or, he used to until moving in with Kaken. But he calls the trade-off fair and smiles as he people watches. Enjoy it, nerd, Katsuki says as he passes through the door, the little bell atop it chiming happily, brightly, fitting Izuku's mood. He smiles and thanks, swaps one black coffee for one muffin, and takes a big bite, miming around it. An elbow finds his ribs as they walk to the agency. There's my little food pawn star, Katsuki teases. Gonna use this as content for your OnlyFans? Shush, you're just jealous you aren't this muffin. At this point, Deku, I'm not ashamed to say you're right. Izuku chokes, spitting out a chunk of perfectly good muffin. The top part, the best part. He sputters a bit as he frowns down at it. I will actually kill you if you pick that up to eat it. 5-second rule. It's the downtown sidewalk, Deku. You're going to catch the bubonic plague. Izuku sighs, mourning the loss of some of his breakfast. After a long moment he says, I'm not sure that's how it works, Kaken. The whole plague thing. What the F, did they even teach you at Shiketsu? Enough for me to wipe the floor with you next time we spar. You're a little menace, did you know that? Symbol of hope but more like symbol of stupidity and recklessness. They're outside the revolving doors of the agency at this point, and it's really just the universe working against him that Inasa and Shudo stride up from the opposite direction. Whoops, there goes his stomach, rolling down the sidewalk, doing flips as it goes. Nerves fill his torso in its place. He's thought about this. Kaken and he have talked about it, what will happen when they inevitably see one another. He forgets everything he planned to say, it just evacuates his head like a fire drill. Katsuki visibly draws up and stiffens at his side. His presence makes him feel better, but only a bit. Izuku opens his mouth to say what he has no freaking clue, but he doesn't get the chance. Shudo looks to make eye contact with Izuku. I'm in no way part of this. I like you both, in fact, I'm really glad to have become your friend, Midoriya, and I hope we still are. He faces Katsuki. Bakugou, after what we've been through, you know I'll always be there for you. That being said, I support my partner, and if anything ever becomes physical, I will take his side. Physical? Do they think he's going to fight Inasa? Absurd. So blown out of proportion. From the corner of his eye, Izuku watches Katsuki give his menacing, let's go smile. Same sentiment here. But you already know I'd kill for Deku. Inasa's jaw works. Heroic as always, Bakugou. And oh how Izuku hates that. He can't stand the implication that Katsuki is anything other than the pure-blooded hero he was born to become. But now isn't the time to start a fight. Nope. Damage control. Remain calm. Izuku takes a step closer. The space between them is heartbreaking, even if he's the reason behind it. Inasa, can we talk later? Maybe at lunch? If it's about the remainder of your belongings, they've all been moved into your room and you have a key. Text Shudo beforehand and I'll be sure to make myself scarce. Please do so soon, as I plan on moving out by month's end. Obviously, I'll expect your half of what it will cost to break the lease. Ever territorial? Katsuki snaps. Won't be a problem. You'll get your effing money. Kaken. Inasa passes by without another word, moving swiftly through the revolving doors. Shudo gives them an awkward wave as he follows obediently. He doesn't realize he's shaking until there's a hand at his wrist, dragging him into the lobby and down a random hallway. Their muffin wrappers and empty to-go cups are tossed into the trash. He's pressed into a corner. Then two hands are cradling his face. Katsuki dips a bit so they're at the same eye level, expression brutally serious. Who are you? Izuku blinks. W. The hands at his face squeeze. Tell me who you are, Deku. I'm Deku? Midoriya Izuku? And what is Midoriya Izuku? Izuku swallows. Shiketsu in a breath. An idiot sandwich? Katsuki rocks Izuku's head back and forth, frowning as he does it. It makes him a bit dizzy. He feels like a bobblehead. Wrong. Midoriya Izuku is a FANG champ, the king of all nerds. He's too nice for his own good. Everyone downright loves him even though he rambles like a psycho. He's the one who took up All Might's mantle. He's going to be the second greatest hero of all time, right next to me, the other half of the Wonder Duo. He presses in closer, and their noses boop. Now tell me, does it sound like someone that powerful would let a few snide words from a FING side character ruin their day? Tell me. Izuku could cry, but it wouldn't be due to his run-in with Inasa, not anymore. No, he whispers, throat too tight for much else. That's right. So what are you gonna do today, Midoriya Izuku? His lips twitch. Work. Katsuki laughs, a small soft laugh. No, dweeb. You're gonna kick some villain but with me, and then we're gonna go get your stupid Kacchin. Excitement. Happiness. Kacchin. Really? It's so easy to please you, you're like a demon kid. I've never had a pet, Kacchin. Don't be mean. Katsuki's mocking expression softens. I know, Deku. He sighs as he stands straight once more, patting one hand against Izuku's cheek before lowering his arms. Don't let him get to you, okay? I know you miss him or whatever. He'll come around. Don't know a soul alive who could stay mad at your stupid face. They start walking toward the elevators. Izuku's arms swing at his sides. He feels 1,000,000 pounds lighter after Katsuki's pep talk. He looks up at his personal motivational speaker as they pause to wait for the lift. Thank you for that, Kacchin. Don't mention it. Like, really don't talk about it while we're at work. How come? It'll ruin my image. Izuku laughs, rolls up onto his toes to poke into the center of Katsuki's cheek. But you're such a softie. Get bent, Kacchin. I'm a bit. Oh no you don't, you little fucker. Busy right now, Deku. I found him, Kacchin. It's fate. It's a sign. You found Wa. The fist of the villain Katsuki is attempting to cuff connects with his jaw. The blow snaps his head back but doesn't stun him as it would if he was, anyone else. With a frankly animalistic snarl, Katsuki whips back to face the low-level criminal. Their smug smirk transmutes into instant regret and fear. Katsuki has one hand fisted in the loser's collar, the other an inch from their face, palm fizzing like a summer festival sparkler. He must look a certain kind of feral today, because the criminal goes boneless in his grasp, their hands raised in defeat. I give, he sighs. No fucking shit you do. A block down the street, Deku pokes his head out from an alleyway. The little dweeb is positively beaming. Oh no. Kacchin. He's up to something. And then, like this is the Lion King and the dingy alleyway is Pride Rock, Deku lifts the saddest excuse of a cat Katsuki has ever seen high above his head. Of course. I found Kacchin. He was rootin' around near this dumpster and look, isn't he darling? Katsuki just blinks. The criminal stares, open-mouthed. After a moment, one of his creepy all-black eyes looks up at Katsuki in question. That one's kinda loopy for a hero, ain't he? Without hesitation, he accidentally cracks the villain's head against the nearest lamppost. His head slumps to the side, KO. Oops. Katsuki strides up the sidewalk towards him, the villain now hiked up over his shoulder. Mirio stands next to Deku, cooing at the sewer rat cradled in his arms like a baby. The thing attempts a meow, but it sounds a lot more like a wheeze. Thanks for the help with the takedown, assholes. Katsuki grunts as he drops the unconscious, possibly concussed villain like a sack of potatoes at their feet. Mirio smiles. You had it handled, Dynamite. Deku and I had to save this little dude. The cat is scrawny, long and too thin. Its fur is a strange white, almost lilac in places with large, dark eyes. Every inch of the thing is matted and dirty, and a piece of one ear is missing. Somehow, the sight of it sparks a sense of familiarity in Katsuki. Strange. Izuku, that thing is not stepping 1 foot into my apartment. Deku narrows his eyes, sizing Katsuki up like an opponent. He smirks then. Bratty little expression. Katsuki wants to punish him for it. Were there 50 shades of effed up thoughts, down boy. Unaware of the little gremlin pining after him in Katsuki's brain, Deku presses on. Well, seeing as he has paws not feet and your apartment is now technically our apartment, I accept your terms seeing as they are null and void. He nuzzles his face into the cat's nose. Squeals. Oh little Katchin, I can't wait to get you a collar with one of those little bells. Deku doesn't spare Katsuki a glance as he spins on his heel and continues on their patrol route with a skip in his step. A hand clasps his shoulder, a sign of support in these tough times. Good luck, Mirio says with mirth. Well if dash. Izuku carries his sweet, beautiful new baby for the rest of patrol. Seeing as he was able to clothesline a purse snatcher one-armed without jostling Katchin in the other, he'd say they make a pretty good team. Kakin had only sighed, but that's all right, they'll win him over. Izuku is playing the long game. When they get back to the agency, he's quick to run to Kaminari and Siro in the rookie's nest, yelling look, look, look. Kaminari shrieks. It's Toshi as a cat. Oh my Nizu, I need to send him a picture. Just behind Izuku's shoulder, Katsuki groans. Motherfuck, that's what the little fleabag reminded me of. God's damned mind freak. I'm going to be stuck living with a feline version of the purple troll doll from hell. Izuku's brows draw together. Toshi? Do you mean Shinsuke-kun? The one from the party at? He falters mentioning Shuto, sadness curling in his stomach. At Todoroki's apartment? If Kaminari noticed the hesitation, the change in given name to family, he gracefully doesn't mention it. Yeah man. Toshi's my boyfriend. He has like 5 cats. Got the love for him from his dad. Katchin looks like his cat doppelganger. We'll have to double date and bring our pets. The room goes quiet. The sound of shuffling papers, the click-clack of keyboards, the murmur of other conversations, all gone. Izuku closes his eyes. He'd give up one of his quirks to disappear right about now. Okay, he wouldn't, but you get the picture. The members of the self-proclaimed Baku squad in hearing distance all snicker and draw closer to observe the impending chaos, knowing fully well the complicated situationship Izuku and Katsuki are in after what they witnessed this weekend. Katsuki comes up to pat him on the back with a bit too much force. It's a very friendly, very frat bro gesture. I'm flattered, shitnerd, but not interested. Gauntlet thrown. Izuku tilts his head back to make eye contact with Kakin. He smiles a small, flirty smile he learned from Kami. From the way Katsuki's breath hitches, he makes a mental note to send her a thank you gift later. Maybe a fruit basket in memory of the hours they spent together watching Fruits Basket. Oh my god's Kakin is totally Kyo and I'm Yuki, but then who is Toru? Wait, am I Toru? Really Kakin? I'm so glad to hear it because I didn't mean you'd be my date. He gets no small amount of satisfaction at the way Katsuki's jaw clenches. Izuku doesn't give him time to recover before looking back to their thoroughly entertained audience. He might as well take a bow. Kaminari, he utilizes his sweetest voice. I was actually wondering if you had any single friend? Katsuki has his long fingers wrapped tight around Izuku's wrist in a millisecond. He giggles as he's tugged into the locker rooms, giving everyone a smile. Their laughter becomes quieter the farther away Katsuki drags him. Faintly he hears, I give it 2 weeks, till they're officially the world's most mismatched couple. Nah, Katz is emotionally constipated. I say 3 months. I'm willing to take that bet. Put it in the pool. Money exchanges hands. Alright. So maybe, just maybe, Katchin is a menace to society. Izuku freaking loves it. They've had him for a grand total of 4 days and within that time the corners of the couch have been clawed to shreds, the litter box somehow tipped over twice. Divots cover the floor near the kitchen counters and coffee table from all the heavy objects Katchin just has to push over the edge. He's put on some weight, his coat is starting to look shiny and healthy, and he looks so handsome in his collar with the little silver bell that Izuku just cannot stay mad. Katsuki, on the other hand, Katsuki can in fact stay mad. So they call in the experts for help. It's Thursday night, and Kaminari and Shinso are over sadly, without any of their cats. Izuku thought they could have cat dates like dogs do, but apparently, that's very untrue. Izuku has plopped himself down on the floor near the TV console table, Kaken on a nearby chair, with Denki and his sleepy-looking partner squashed together on the couch, even though there's plenty of room for both of them. Izuku thinks they're sweet. Kaken looks queasy. They learn real quick they've been sheep pet owners. It seems Kaken needs more toys, not one but two scratching posts, wet and dry food. Katsuki can't keep spoon-feeding him catnip, and his claws need trimming. Oh, and he's likely mad at them because they tried to give him a bath in the sink yesterday. What do you mean you didn't know cats don't need baths? Shinso had asked, gobsmacked. They'd only looked at one another and frowned. So, Midoriya, Shinso starts after he's thoroughly educated them on the secret ins and outs of feline ownership. How did Bakugou trick you into being his friend? You seem grossly nice. Oh, Kaken snaps. What the FS that's supposed to mean eyebags? Shinso makes a lazy gesture toward Katsuki, eyes still on Izuku. Drawls, case in point. Izuku forces a polite laugh, though a hint of anger sparks in his chest. People are always so blatantly mean to Kaken. Izuku knows the blonde can more than handle the heat, that they're only teasing, that he might deserve it at times, but two wrongs still don't make a right. Well, I know, right? Kaminari adds, smile wide and eyes bright. Izuku is like a soap bubble. Katsuki runs a hand through his hair, seemingly casual, but Izuku knows better than anyone else. He's flustered. Explain, dunce face, we don't all speak idiot. He's so shiny and wholesome. And you're like the Brillo pad in the sink he came from, you know? You're going to pop him one day. Well, that's annoying. Katsuki might call himself possessive, but Izuku is protective to a fault. Actually, Izuku PS his head, eyes on the happy couple, I'm not as innocent as everyone thinks I am. I analyze everything. And I mean everything. From appearances to quirks to personalities, I break down the good and the bad of everyone I meet. I have about 20 coded notebooks dedicated to the hobby. Coded with the cipher in my mind only, because if anyone read it they'd figure out what and but I can be. It's a bit judgy, not always nice. I just never voice any of it. He lifts a hand to look at his nails, painted black by Katsuki last night. So really, I'm fake as all get out, and Kaken is the dose of brutal individuality and honesty we all should strive for. In the silence that follows, Kaken takes the opportunity to bat the salt shaker off the kitchen island. He meows in victory. It clatters to the floor, but no one turns to look. Then, like the sunrise, Izuku's smile lights up his face. Guys, come on, I'm kidding. Ha, you should all see your faces. Shinso and Kaminari visibly relax, Kaminari laughing. Dude, you totally had me fooled. Nah, Shinso says into his tea, I know a pure soul when I see one. I wasn't convinced. Kaminari leans even further into his side. Sure you weren't, babe. They bicker for a second, but Izuku's effectively taken the conversation away from yet another let's roast Bakugou because he'll take it moment. Kaken looks at him from across the room, a question in the tilt of his brows. What was that about? He seems to ask. Izuku shrugs. Kaken prances over to Izuku to curl up in his lap and he melts. It's moments like these that outweigh the ruined furniture. Hey Shinsukuin, he pets into Kaken's fluffy tail, I'm really interested in your quirk. I always loved watching you in the sports festival. I was wondering. Shinso smirks. Wanna see what it's like? Izuku grins, yes please. Katsuki's eyes roll. Don't do anything effed up, eyebags. I'll kick your butt. When have I ever abused my power? You literally had me put red dye in my hair when we were fixing EI's roots like 3 months ago. It looked good. You look like a troll doll. I hope you run out of coffee. Shinso looks appalled. Snaps, Midoriya. Yeah? Oh. Everything goes gray. It's like someone turned off the lights and pressed mute on the world. Faintly, he hears, tell Bakugou what you hate most about him. Kaken goes deathly still. Involuntarily, Izuku's mouth begins to open. No, 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 no. He knows what he's about to say, he thinks about it all the time. He can't, it'll ruin everything. He won't. One for all lights up his skin. Shinso and Kaminari's eyes go saucer wide. Kacchan hisses and jumps out of his lap, lilac hair poofed up, standing on end. I hate me, he grits his teeth to bite back the words. His quirk strobes. Hate how? Izuku lights up like a cracked open star. His hand flies to cover his mouth, the force of its impact with his face sends him careening into the console table at his back. Controllers and remotes clatter to the floor, the PlayStation 22 topples, the wood groans around his shoulders. Immediately his mouth tastes like he SED on a piggy bank of pennies. So, maybe he kinda punched himself in the face. Semantics. Demon, he must really hate you, Bakugou. Shinso drawls lazily, but there's a tension in his voice, a wariness in his eyes as he evaluates Izuku, almost like he's seeing him for the first time. Izuku assumes not many people have broken out of his brainwashing before. Kaminari is cackling like it's an episode of Jackass and he's Steve-O. Holy F dash, Deku, Kacchan rasps as he reaches for him. All too eager to continue their new skinship, Izuku leans forward, allowing Katsuki to cup his jaw. His thumb presses into the joint, forcing Izuku's mouth open. It's kinda hot. You bit into your lip, stupid. Coulda just said what you hate about me. Not a big deal. No, that's mean, Kacchan. It's not. I hate how ugly you are. See? Easy. Izuku huffs. He knows Katsuki is trying to make light of the situation, but he doesn't know how well it would have gone had he said what he hates about him, and Izuku really doesn't know where he'd go if Katsuki kicked him out. He thinks Ochako would offer her couch, but last time they hung out she tried to get him to get his nose pierced with her, and Izuku is awful at saying no. On the couch, Shinso coughs. Hey, sorry about that, Midoriya. Got carried away. Izuku leans around Katsuki to see the twinge of shame on his new friend's face. It's okay, Shinsen, I asked. He smiles through the blood on his teeth. And hey, I learned I could break out of it. Pretty neat if you ask me. He isn't even lying. It's a wicked cool quirk. Would be perfect in hostage situations. Shinso grimaces but nods. Well, awfully perfect timing, but we should probably head out. I have the graveyard shift tonight. Izuku gasps, oh, I'm so sorry for making you come over when you could have been sleeping before your shift. Kaminari laughs. Shinso gives a small grin. Sleep? Don't know her. The door has hardly shut behind them before Izuku is in the bathroom, door locked, Katsuki on the other side, demanding to know what the hell just happened. Kacchan's paw swipes under the door. It's nothing, Kacchan, he says as he wipes the blood off his mouth. He winces at his reflection in the mirror, knowing fully well his lower lip will look way worse before it looks better. Didn't fucking look like nothing, Deku. Katsuki hits the door. You just mauled yourself in order to avoid saying what you hate about me. So what is it, huh? What about me so is dim and bad? His voice breaks at end. Oh no. Kacchan's hurt. Izuku hurt him. Izuku hurts everyone, doesn't he? He turns to face the door, his hand reaches for the handle. Well. Katsuki's voice is softer, and it's almost worse than him yelling. Zuku. Izuku's fingers shake. He should open the door. He should explain. Katsuki likes Izuku, they're friends. He knows he's physically attracted to him, knows there's chemistry there. He knows he's possessive of him, Katsuki has said so himself. But he's never expressed a desire to date. To really be together. And what does Izuku hate about Kacchan? He hates how stupidly in love with him he's always been. Kacchan would likely never feel the same way. And if he did accept Izuku's feelings, it would come from a lingering sense of guilt, or perhaps a desire to maintain their working relationship. He can't trap Kacchan like that. So he takes a deep breath and leans against the door. He wonders if Katsuki is doing the same. I hate how jealous I am. Of your quirk. Of how easily things come to you. It's the best way to lie, include a bit of truth. A beat of nothing. Then Katsuki snorts. My quirk? Deku, did you not just see the lights show you put on out there? You're badass. Sure, Izuku agrees, but it's not really my quirk, is it? In truth, he hasn't felt that way for years. One for all is his, all of the quirks that come along with it too. He's worked hard to master them. But again, he used to feel like it was borrowed, so a bit more truth to sell to Katsuki. That's stupid and you know it. Now come out here and talk to me. At least he believes me. Izuku sighs. Crisis averted. I will Scout's honor. I'm just going to clean this up first, okay? Be right there. He hears the pad of Katsuki's bare feet as he walks away, muttering something under his breath that sounds a lot like stupid Demon Deku. Izuku slides to the floor. Pulls his knees to his chest. Yeah, stupid DMN Deku. Like a bad episode of Law and Order, dun dun. They wake up to attempted first-degree murder. Katsuki shoots upright to sit in bed, gasping for air as a very smug Kachin leaps to hide behind Deku. Drowsy and not at all adorable, Izuku rubs his eyes open. Kakin. The electric clock on the dresser says 5:58 a.m. 2 minutes before they need to be up for their before-work workout. But that's not what's important right now. That little demonic F tried to kill me. He was laying over my face, suffocating me. Deku has the gal to snort. Kachin is a cat. Kakin is a hero. I think you're okay. Kachin purrs in agreement, but his eyes narrow at Katsuki like he's laughing. Katsuki glares back. War has been declared. Izuku leans into his side that evening as they're driven to the My Hero merch building. He's quick to swipe away from his most recent Google searches. How to know if my cat is possessed by Satan. Cat exorcism for dummies. What dogs scare cats the most? German shepherds for sale near me. What cha looking at? He locks his phone for good measure, slips it in his pocket. Nothing important. You nervous? Today's the day they find out the winning design for the Dinoco line. Whatever design the public voted for, they'll be taking extensive photos in, and Katsuki's worried for Deku. He didn't react well the first time around. Not that anyone would know. The ads constantly circulating on the electronic billboards downtown are phenomenal. Deku, his smile so bright, eyes crinkled at the corners, hair tamed for once. They're always close, in each other's orbit in each and every photo. Back to back, side by side, a few candids as they talk or play fight. Katsuki's favorite, the shots highlighting the Bakugou and Co sweatshirts. They're both angled toward the camera so you can see the entire design, but Deku's face is turned to look up at Katsuki, and Katsuki's looking right back. Deku has his eyes nearly shut as he laughs at something stupid, and Katsuki grins wildly, looking every inch like he wants to eat him up. He understands what Breezy Beach had meant when he called them a matching item. They look good together. Really, really good. Puzzle pieces. He only wishes he knew the best way to clip them into place, the best time to try. He knows they'd fit. Deku nibbles at his lower lip. You know, I'm actually not. I'm excited. Hearing it is a relief, but he doesn't show it. Deku doesn't need to know how frequently Katsuki worries. But I really hope the original Wonder Duo designs won. My folks would be thrilled. Well, seeing as I voted about 300 times, I hope they win too. Unbidden, he chuckles. Reaches over to ruffle Deku's mop of waves and curls. Note to self, fix up nerds undercut tonight. Can't have his partner looking sloppy. Izuku what the F dash dot. Deku gives a sly smile as he makes a half-hearted attempt to bat Katsuki's hands away. It's not my fault they forgot to make it 1 vote per person. Tisik, you're so stupid. Nothing better to do with your time? Nope. He pops the P at the end with a smack of his lips. It's childish, so of course Katsuki spends the rest of the drive thinking of adventures in the woods behind their neighborhood and red sneakers and furoshiki cloth keeping their bentos tied to tree branches. Hana greets them with a smile at reception, her pantsuit light blue today to match her eyes. What line won? Katsuki demands to know before she has time to say hello. At his side, he can practically feel Deku's wince. Hi Hana-san. What Kakin meant is, wow, so good to see you. Huh? No I didn't. Ow, you little F dash, get your elbow out of my ribs. Trained in the fine art of professionalism and dealing with haughty celebrity status heroes, Hana's smile doesn't fall, she only laughs like Katsuki's told a work-appropriate joke. You'll see, you'll see. All of the outfits are waiting for you in the fitting room. We wanted it to be a surprise for you both. We're all really excited about this. On the very first day, we got 2,000 votes from the Shibuya Crossing ads alone. And these have been running now for about 3 weeks. Deku looks entranced. Typical, adorable nerd. What were the final numbers, if you don't mind me asking? Hana looks delighted, happy to share the details. Katsuki rolls his eyes, even though he's more than a bit interested himself. The more votes, the more people who are interested in his hero career, and everyone knows the rankings are part popularity contest. The winning design won by over 10,000 votes. Wow, Deku breathes. I'm shocked that many people had an opinion on Kaken and me in general. They stop outside of the fitting room they'd been shoved into last time. Hana gestures for them to enter. Put on the first outfits and meet us in the conference room, okay? See you boys soon. Katsuki flings the door open wide. Orange X's with 2 dots. Green stitched symbols of Deku's mask. Wonder duo on the sleeve cuffs or across the shoulders of each item. Some even have Dan D on the left B, Deku and Dynamite. The words together are dopamine in his blood. Each piece is simple, easily identifiable, individualistic yet tied together. His parents' line one. Their dream from childhood one. It feels like fate, like they've come full circle. Halafangie Izuku. Look at this sheet. He strides into the room, straight up to the clothing rack with his name on it. Labeled professionally with yellow post-it notes, outfit 1 is a pair of baggy black cargo pants, similar to his costume with orange and green grenades on the side pocket, paired with a long-sleeve t-shirt. Deku approaches his own clothes. Same t-shirt, but in place of cargos he has leggings. They're the green of his costume with a small dand D on the hip. Scarred, crooked fingers run down the fabric. So dreamless. Kaken, Deku says thickly, pinch me, I'm dreaming. Katsuki socks him in the shoulder instead. Wakan. That's for elbowing the sheet out of my side in the hall. You were mean to Hana-san. Whatever. Get changed already, we have pictures to take. Katsuki doesn't miss the way Izuku frowns at the lack of muffins on the conference table. It's endearing as F-, and makes him think about morning walks to work and the 5-second rule. A strange, foreign contentment settles in him, heavy yet comfortable enough. It's exciting and nerve-wracking, the idea of getting used to a Deku-filled life. He draws his eyes away from his future hero partner. He's still giddy like a FING idiot over the fact, and settles on the wall of windows framing the city. The sun is just beginning to set. Hana claps her hands together. You two look amazing. Seriously, I have a feeling this is going to be our best line in ages. She looks at them like a pet owner who's about to say good boy. All right, she continues with feeling, today we really want action shots. So lots of movement. We already caught the posed, cutesy stuff last time. She smirks. Hell yeah, gonna beat your butt on film, Izuku. The sound of skin hitting skin. Deku face-bombed. To their left, an assistant gasps. Katsuki is about to ask them all what the F. Their problem is when he notices they're glancing at their phone. Hana frowns, reminding the suit it's inappropriate to be on their phone for personal reasons during a meeting. And no, the assistant stammers, it's that shadow villain. I guess she goes by Nyx? The one who wrecked our pop-up location at Choku. Katsuki flinches, realizing, well, he's actually the one who ruined their pop-up store. Semantics? Deku whips around to face him, expression not nervous or shocked but determined, fired up. What's she doing and where? He demands to know. Oh shit, she's really close actually. She's here in Ginza at Matsuya. It feels like the moment before a sparring match. The split second between the countdown and the go. Then Izuku looks to him, eyes imploring, and says, Dynamite? It's flint to drought-dry tinder. It's unspoken redemption. Katsuki slashes a grin. Let's fucking get the beach back. He's moving before the last word leaves his mouth, does his chin toward the windows. Any of those open? Hana blinks, brows comically raised. What do you mean? You two are contractually obligated. Katsuki barks. Oh, sue us then. At the same time Izuku reasons, You wanted action shots, right? Deku looks at her, unimpressed as he follows after Katsuki. Well, let the paps and reporters take the pictures for you, because we don't have time to get our costumes. That villain sent me to the OR. I think it's time I return the favor. While they talk, Katsuki is exploring around the windows, pleased when the upper section of a panel opens. But only about 2 inches. Gonna have to break it? Hannah makes a distressed sound. There's an elevator right there. No time. He finds the restrictors, and without the key needed to disengage, resorts to snapping them in half in his heated hands. That was hot, Deku mutters from behind him. Don't flirt with me while I'm working, I'll end up biting you or some sheet. Yeah, that tracks, ignore me. The window flips up enough for them to get through, Deku activating float and black whip, Katsuki blasting himself down the road towards Matsuya. You text anyone? He calls out as they speed above civilians running in the opposite direction. I sent our location to the group chat. Just a location? No words? What the f, Deku? I know. Deku grimaces when he swings back into earshot. Bad habit. When they reach the Matsuya Center, they land on a balcony about 5 stories up on the building across the street. Metal chairs and small tea tables go skittering, clanging away as Deku practically crash lands, clumsy with nerves. You good? Katsuki asks, more than a bit concerned. For all he knows, this is bringing up trauma for Deku. The last encounter he had with this villain, Nyx, left him out of commission for 2 weeks. Hell, Katsuki knows it's probably a bad idea for either of them to respond to this attack, it's too personal. Deku, face pale since his blood is leaving him to pool on the concrete. Izuku, curls pasted to his forehead from sweat and blood as Nyx digs her heel into his chest. Izuku, calling out for him over anyone else on the comms, voice desperate. Gonna FNG kill you for touching him. Yeah, they shouldn't be here. And yet, Deku nods, jaw set as he moves to stand on the balcony railing, eyes on the scene before him. Don't worry about me, Kaken. I've been plotting the best way to take her down since I woke up from that surgery. Katsuki almost laughs because of course. So, gonna share with the class? You get her outside. Then let me handle the rest. Nope, he hates this plan. We're going to be partners, Deku. You need to explain shit to me. I'm not just gonna do what you say like a dog. Deku doesn't spare him a glance, he's too busy looking at the entrance to the center where less and less civilians are exiting. I know that, but we don't have time. They don't have time. Please, trust me. And sheet if he doesn't already trust the nerd with his life. Fine. Katsuki grinds out, tense. Stay safe. Please. You too be fast. Deku. Please don't get hurt again. He's careful to not overdo it as he uses his quirk to cushion his fall to the street below. Without his gauntlets, he runs the risk of harming his wrists and even shoulders. But if he can kick half in halves but 3 years in a row at the sports festival, he can do this easy. It's chaos the moment he's inside the building. Screams echo off the polished marble floors, off the glass of window displays. Crimson blood dots the space in large and small puddles, bags of merchandise abandoned by fleeing shoppers, the expensive wrappings trampled and dirted. These are the villains he hates most. She isn't taking anything for profit, hasn't stated a goal or manifesto. No, this one just lives for the kill. Katsuki follows the screams, careful this time to minimize property damage as he pushes himself quickly forward. He finds her caught in the act of stringing employees up like flies in a spider's web of shadows. They're openly sobbing. She laughs. Katsuki's pulse skyrockets, he sees red. He shouldn't, he knows better, has been taught better. Aizawa would scold him all the way into an early grave, call him a problem child 6,000 times over. But this is the beach that put Izuku in a hospital bed. Hey, fucker, he calls out. Come try me instead. Night black eyes widen with absolute glee as she takes note of his arrival. It's clear she recognizes him. Katsuki doesn't know how to feel about that. Oh, she purrs. The explosive one. I've been dying to run into you again. Her head tilts coyly to one side. She taps her index finger against the spot on her mask where her lips would be. How's the cute green bunny? I'd like to play with him again. His palms are a fireworks show, his entire body heats up. Stick to the plan. Don't kill her. Looks like it's your lucky day, Psycho, he's right outside. The shadow web holding the employees disappears and they fall to the hard floor before Katsuki can get to them. He winces at the sound of bone hitting marble, at the resulting groans and cries of pain. Nyx looks like he's given her the keys to the city right before she steps into the shadow cast by a shop door and vanishes. F-. He wants to rush to Deku's side, every fiber of his being screams to go to him. But one look at the civilians he's entrusted to protect and he knows they come first, that he has to check on them and provide first aid if needed. Katsuki calls in their location to the emergency line, also letting them know the inside of the building is clear. The dispatcher begins to ask more questions, but he hangs up. He doesn't have time. He makes quick work of checking in with the employees, all of which insist they're okay and he can go, should go, needs to go and catch her. Katsuki couldn't agree more. It takes 60 seconds to get back outside. He was maybe in the building for a total of 5. And in that time Deku is unrecognizable. Katsuki knew Izuku was powerful. He knew, but he didn't know. He didn't know this boy, his childhood friend, his hero partner, was this. A god amongst men. A supernova. A hero a step above All Might. His normal green lightning is so bright it's nearly teal, cracking not close to his body, but all around him, a storm he's the center of. It's static and electric and even from 20 yards away causes gooseflesh to rove across Katsuki's skin. Nyx faces him, straddling the painted lines between lanes in the center of the road. It looks like an old western showdown. He waits for someone to yell ready, aim, fire. Then she moves, just a step into a shadow thrown by the urban wall of buildings, gone in the blink of an eye. And so is Deku. He's just gone. Only to reappear 2 blocks down, near but not exactly where Nyx pops out of another pool of shadows. She's vanished again. So has Deku. It happens over and over, one disappears for the other to follow, like they're just appearing in and out of existence. Rationally, Katsuki knows Deku is simply moving quicker than his eyes can follow, but it's almost impossible to comprehend. If it weren't for the streaks of residual energy his quirk leaves behind, he'd wonder if he had a teleportation quirk as well. Each time they reappear Deku is closer, somehow now able to predict where she'll appear. Katsuki is rushing to follow, to keep up, but more than once he's lost them, only to turn and see they're 3 blocks in the opposite direction. News helicopters hover overhead, officers direct civilians away, and other heroes are finally arriving, but that doesn't matter. No one can enter this fight. No one can even break it down enough to comprehend the moves and countermoves. It lasts for all of 2 minutes. Nyx appears after Deku this time, stepping out of the slim shadow of a street light. Directly into Deku's perfectly timed shoot-style roundhouse kick. Nyx is sent flying into a building, only to be wrapped up immediately by Black Whip and pulled into the center of the road, arms bound, with no shadows in reach. Izuku is panting, sweat dripping down his temples, but he smiles, his green eyes catch the last of the day's light, and Katsuki can't breathe. He's beautiful and powerful and Katsuki hates the way civilians are gawking at him with stars in their eyes, hates the declarations being yelled out, hates the thought of Deku looking at them, at anyone else. Look at me, only me, always me, just like you used to, never stop. Oh holy shit. Bakugou Katsuki is madly in love with Midoriya Izuku. Honestly, Izuku hadn't been sure it would work. He's really freaking glad it did. Using danger sense he was able to feel where the greatest threat would be, in this case, where Nyx would be, what patch of shadow she would step out of. She was fast, impossibly so, but he was faster. Will always be faster. The high he feels placing the quirk-suppressing cuffs a police officer offered to him was euphoric. Thanks for playing, he quips, leaning in close as he tightens them to the point of discomfort. You lose. Nyx shrieks as she's shoved into the back of a cruiser, her face twisted and feral as she rages. Izuku pays her no mind, eyes instead searching for the only person who actually matters right now. Hero Deku, a reporter says, rushing to his side, microphone extended. That was incredible. How are you feeling right now after that capture? Izuku blinks at the camera. He really doesn't care about this. My future hero partner and I arrived on scene by chance. He assisted inside the building before she ran from him. I couldn't have done a thing without dynamite. Izuku glances around, clearly distracted, before remembering. Oh, and we're both kind of wearing the fan-chosen merch for the Dinoco line with my hero merchandise? Thanks to everyone who voted, by the way. So, if you like it, please keep an eye out for the line release date. He gives his best I'm a hero smile and bows his head. Sorry again, Hana-san. The reporter looks baffled, mutters, Hana-san, but Izuku is already walking away, looking for spiky blonde hair and red eyes. Kaken is tall, so it isn't long until he spots him talking to a grouping of other heroes and what looks to be the chief of police. Relief flashes across Katsuki's face when Izuku comes to his side and grips at the hem of his shirt, just like he always did when they were kids. It's a tether to reality, an assurance that the other isn't going anywhere. Katsuki gives him a small half-smile. Did good, Deku. Izuku beams. So did you, Dynamite. In the flashing red and blue lights, Katsuki's red eyes shine garnet. They fix on Izuku's mouth, and his smile slowly falls away. Kaken. There's a warm hand at his elbow, and Katsuki is excusing them from their company, leading Izuku down the road, away from the crowds, before ordering Izuku to get us on a rooftop or some sheet with your 2 million quirks and wild but super strength. Laughing, confused, always blindly following Kaken, Izuku obliges and wraps his arms around Katsuki's trim waist. He launches them back onto that same fifth-story balcony where they spoke before engaging with Nyx. They move closer to the building itself, the balcony deep enough that they're safely out of view from anyone on the street below. You know we need to go back and file reports on this, right? He pokes at Katsuki's side. And then we'll have to face off with Hana-san. I think she might end up being scarier than Nyx. Katsuki huffs a laugh, but he runs a hand through his hair looking almost anxious as he does it. Green brows furrow. What's wrong? The honking of traffic stopped by roadblocks, the chatter of onlookers, barking dogs from the wail of medical first responders' sirens. But no words from Katsuki. Izuku starts to feel nervous, his palms begin to slick with sweat. Kaken, if this is about me calling point on this one, I'm really sorry. I just didn't think the people in the shopping center had time for me to really explain. Already we had wasted so much getting out of the MHM building. I'm really sorry if you feel left out or used. I know you hate being out of the know. Izuku. Izuku swallows his next words. The tone of Katsuki's voice is deep, serious, no nonsense. He takes a deep breath. I'm not mad. I'm thrilled that Beach got what was coming to her without getting even a scratch on you. Katsuki runs his tongue behind his teeth as he looks at Izuku, as he thinks. But I realized something while I watched you. And I'm nothing if not incredibly impulsive, so, in the spirit of this devil-may-care day, I'm just gonna say it like it's part of that stupid game we played in the hospital. Honesty hour? Izuku whispers, eyes searching Katsuki's, chest tight. Kaken nods. And then he says, never looking away, shoulders set. I wanna date you. Sayonara. Izuku's brain goes boop, says bye and shuts down. Kaken doesn't seem to notice. I wanna be your hero partner and your life partner. He speaks with a conviction that has Izuku reeling. I wanna be the wonder duo every day, not just when we're working. I don't want a stupid 2-bedroom apartment, unless one of the rooms is to lock Kachen in or for your unhealthy amount of hero merch because shit you have so much DM in merch, Deku. Izuku would laugh, but he kind of can't find air? Where has the air gone? We've gone about this all backwards, Kaken continues, unmoving, not getting closer, just staring at Izuku like he's trying to crack a code. We started too hot, and now we're in this kind of stalemate, but I'm gonna end it right now. I want you and I want us. I think you're on the same page as me, but I'm not great at touchy-feely shit, so tell me right now if I'm dead wrong, and we'll never bring it back up. The last words hang in the air between them, and Katsuki looks nervous. It's such an utterly wrong thing to see. Kaken doesn't get nervous. That's Izuku's job. Tell me now if I'm dead wrong, he said. As if there could ever be someone else for Izuku? As if he hasn't wished for this his entire life? How can he explain how silly it is for Kaken to doubt Izuku would say yes in a heartbeat? Izuku wants to say something like, "Screw dating, just freaking marry me," or, "Yes, of course I'll date you, let's be boyfriends forever." Instead, he opens his mouth and, like the nerd Katsuki always reminds him he is, says, "Kaken, have you ever read the Song of Achilles?" Katsuki lifts his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, eyes now closed. Jesus Christ. Is it a prerequisite to dating you or something? It's an old classic, Izuku explains with a nervous smile. A retelling of exiled Prince Patroclus and the best warrior of the Greeks, Prince Achilles. Cool. Katsuki draws out the word, uncertain of where the hell Izuku is going with this, peeking an eye open to study him. What the F does it have to do with me asking you out? There's a line, it's my favorite, Izuku presses on. He is half of my soul, as the poets say. Patroclus says it about Achilles. Patroclus is no pushover, he's the hero in their story in a lot of ways. But he adores Achilles. Golden, demigod, better than the rest Achilles. Izuku laughs, it's us, Kaken. Achilles is spoiled and used to being the greatest and strongest, and he protects Patroclus once he deems him worthy of his companionship. They're childhood friends who become extensions of one another in every way. Katsuki looks confused, then awestruck before slowly he grins. Fucking corny nerd. Izuku scowls, I can still shoot you down, you know. I haven't said yes. It might be corny and sappy, but I get it, Katsuki rushes to say, finally stepping closer to Izuku. It's the only excuse I have as to why I'm keeping you and not letting you live in peace away from my bullshit. I'm not one for confessions. I'm pretty sure this conversation is using up my quota of feelings for the entire year, but... He sighs, and it isn't an exasperated sound. He looks at Izuku so soft, so warm, so fond. You are an extension of myself, Izuku. So say yes. Mark this day in the history books as the day Midoriya Izuku got every single little wish he's ever made granted, because every single one revolved around Bakugou Katsuki. Smiling, Izuku softly says, yes, Kaken, I'll date you. And then two warm hands are holding his face like he means the world, like he's priceless, and Kaken is kissing him. It's nothing like their wild, crazed, desperate kiss in his parents' studio. It's slow and soft and sweet but not hesitant, because there's no more second-guessing here. Katsuki is his, and he is Katsuki's. One press of lips, 2, 3, and Kaken is pulling away to just look at him. Like he's the sunrise or a work of art or the pages of his favorite book. His thumb drags over his cheekbone. Izuku leans into the touch. Thank you said yes, I really didn't want to kill you. Izuku can't help the strangled-sounding, shocked laugh that bubbles out of his throat. Kaken, you're ruining it. What? He smirks. You really think I'm above the hole if I can't have you? No one can thing? Nah, baby, you're mine now. You're stuck with me. Katsuki kisses him again, but it's a bit difficult since they're both smiling. Yours, Izuku says into his mouth. Mine. Katsuki breathes the word against his lips. Yours. They kiss again. Mine. They don't leave the balcony for God knows how long. Yours. Mine. Everything was good. Everything was slow Sunday mornings and hot tea with honey, rivulets of rain snaking down darkened windows while inside by the fireplace, finishing the best page-turner of a book only to discover it's the first of a series. It was a feeling of right and a sighing thought of yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be. Katsuki wakes wrapped around Deku. His hands fisted into his sleep shirt, Katsuki's own shirt, his nose buried deep into dark green curls. Deku smells of his shampoo, his fabric softener. For the first time in the weeks since they've been sharing a bed, he doesn't have to silently detangle himself and sneak away, doesn't have to pretend waking up with Izuku isn't better than anything. Everything else. Being with Izuku is simply better. He feels like he cheated life somehow because certainly this level of happiness isn't meant for someone like Bakugou Katsuki. And yet, he flexes his arms around his boyfriend, holy sheet, boyfriend, and smiles before pressing a kiss to the top of Deku's sleepy head. These feelings, the contentment, are so foreign in his chest that Katsuki feels like a stranger visiting his own body. He didn't know he could be this happy, hadn't realized he could be so soft for the person who makes him feel so strong. Lazily, Deku stretches against him, a cat waking from a nap. Soft muttering. Katsuki's smile widens. What was that, Deku baby? Gotta speak up. G-morning Kaken. Hungry. I tire you out last night? You famished now? Kaken, we got home, ate protein bars and passed out. I'm pretty certain I'm laying on the wrapper of one. He shifts, and sure enough, there's a plastic crinkle sound. Katsuki grumps. I blame Hannah. I can't believe she made us come in and take those stupid action shots after everything with Nyx. Better to be safe than sorry, I guess. There's no way to know the press caught any good pictures of us last night in the merch. And you know where? They say it at the same time, Deku serious, Katsuki raising the pitch of his voice to be mocking. Contractually obligated. Deku laughs and it sounds like start of summer breeze winnowing through a willow and someone calling Okiri from the front porch. Katsuki wants to kiss him. So he does, reaching his hand up to press 2 fingers into his cheek in order to turn his head. It's slow and sleepy and threatens to make Katsuki dizzy. He feels fizzy like soda pop. Is it normal to feel like this? Are they normal? There's no way this is normal, they're special, they're better somehow, Katsuki is sure of it. Like the soulmates Deku mentioned last night in his return confession, made for each other or some mushy sheet like that. Because if everyone in a relationship felt like this, society would crumble. No one would show up to work, no one would leave their homes, content to lay in bed all day and just do this. Katsuki could literally, figuratively he knows, he isn't stupid, kiss Izuku forever. Before he can do something stupid like propose right then and there or super glue their hands together, Katsuki kisses Deku's nose, between his brows, his forehead, before slipping out of bed. He ignores his boyfriend's whine of protest, choosing instead to slap his hip and say, take a shower or some sheet, breakfast will be ready when you're done. As Katsuki was saying earlier, everything was good. Until he turns on the morning news as he's washing rice for breakfast. A story about a local elementary school student who raised enough money to help repaint their playground. Something about fishing issues in Okinawa, a hostage situation best Genist dealt with easily. Katsuki feels a bit of pride at that one. Our last story of the morning hour, rookie heroes Deku and Dynamite have been in the limelight recently. We're sure you've seen their many captures and heard of their Dynaco line with My Hero merchandise. Many are taken with the pair that Hawk's Hero Agency has told us here at Tokyo News are called the Wonder Duo. After a spectacular capture last night, our crew at the scene picked up a very curious image. He drops the strainer right into the sink with a clank. Grains sludge to the side, spilling out onto the stainless steel. There, on his TV, likely taken from a news helicopter, is a perfect still shot of him on the balcony from last night kissing Deku. We've seen an increase in coupled-up hero partners, one of the most recent being the youngest son of former #1 hero Endeavor. Heroic love, or well-timed publicity stunts to climb the charts. Tune in at noon when our board of hero analysis will sit down to discuss this new generation of very daring heroes. The deafening sound of explosions drowns out the rest of the reporter's words. Deku comes skittering down the hallway, pale as a ghost, eyes wide and glued to his phone. Kaken. He starts, voice small, nervous. Did you see this? I have like 2 million notifications. Shoot, diamante, shoot. How? Katsuki swallows down the anger. If you're talking about the pictures of us kissing, yeah, I saw. And so did all of Tokyo because we were just on the FING morning news. He holds onto the counter, grip tightening to anchor himself. Okay, breathe, you can't freak out, Izuku will think you're angry with him, he'll find some roundabout way to blame himself, stay calm, don't make this worse. I really can't, well actually I guess I can, but, Katsuki makes an angry sound as he plunges his hands into his hair, grabbing hold and pulling. Fucking, what credible news source captures footage of a stellar villain takedown and chooses instead to talk about a kiss? Where's the sense of privacy for the people risking their DMN lives for this city? When Deku doesn't say a word in reply, Katsuki starts to piece some things together. Normally this would be the moment Izuku chimes in with positive words and a smile, no matter how forced. But he just stands there, staring at the running commercials on the flat screen, blank, jade eyes dull. And OF dash. It feels like his stomach goes over the first drop of a roller coaster. His hands fall useless to his sides. You aren't out, are you? Slowly, Deku shakes his head. Katsuki's heart sinks. Not exactly, he says. I mean, Inesa and Kami knew. All Might knows. Our friends at the agency know. But I didn't go around telling people. I don't even think my mom knows. Sheet. Katsuki comes around the island, slowly approaches Deku like he might snap. He remembers how he came out to his parents. He simply walked into the kitchen one morning his second year at UA, crossed his arms and said, "I'm gay. If you have a problem with it, fucking don't." His mom had thrown a spoon at his face and said, "Great. Marry Izuku." At least half of Katsuki is convinced the old hag is a witch. A fortune-telling, future-seeing witch. He swallows. "Are you okay?" That earns him a small, weary laugh from Deku. Katsuki wants to pick him up and drag him back to bed, hide them under the duvet and pretend this away. I wish I could have told my mom first at least, but now the entire world knows you're off the market. His shoulders lift and drop. He smiles, a bit sheepish and shy as he evaluates Katsuki. I can't find it in myself to be upset when I wouldn't change a single thing about last night. So they all know now. Cool, great. It just takes away the pain of having to announce we're together later on. Katsuki reaches out to push back Deku's hair, curls still heavy and dripping from the shower. He doesn't understand how he ever made fun of this face. How he ever called Izuku plain when they were growing up. How he ever called him worthless, weak, when he's standing here now so assured and brave. Gonna be the hottest pro-hero couple to ever exist, he says, hoping Deku will. Deku laughs for real this time, mission accomplished. The stress bracketing his mouth fades to nothing, and Katsuki feels the anger inside of him settle into something small and simmering instead of raging and wild. You're cute and sheet when you laugh. Do it more, he grumbles, pulling Deku to his chest so he can't see the heat filling his cheeks. Deku's arms loop around his middle. He squeezes. You want to see me happy? What's the phrase? Happy wife, happy life. Deku pinches his back. Not your wife. Could be. A deep, playful sigh. That doesn't even make sense, Kaken. Sure it does. I like Bakugou Izuku a lot more than Midoriya Izuku. Katsuki beams when he feels a shiver run through Izuku at the name change. His boyfriend gasps. You're going to give me a heart attack, Kaken. Their moment is ruined by the sound of Kaken batting a candle off the coffee table. Deku sighs as his shoulders slump. I don't want to go to work now. Hawks is going to be so mad at us. At least we have the night shift for the next 2 weeks. Never thought I'd be happy about working from 6 to 4 in the F&G morning, but hey, less civilians to gawk at us. It'll give us time for the story to blow over, become old news. They were both so happy to hear their probationary PRD at the agency had ended, that they no longer need to have Mirio babysit them on the job. A few more months and they should be out of the rookie's nest and into an actual office. Deku hums, I guess you're right. His arms tighten around Katsuki. I also like the idea of a slow start to the day with you. You can make us pancakes every day. Katsuki feels his brows raise. He pulls away to look down at green eyes. I've done wrong by you, Izuku. You're spoiled as F-. Deku shoots him an impish grin. I have a few ideas on how you can do me right instead, Kaken. Katsuki feels his gut go warm and twist. When did his little nerd turn into a walking wet dream? Okay, you little minx, I'll bite. Katsuki smirks, crooked and dangerous, literally. And if Izuku goes to work that evening with the imprints of Katsuki's teeth on his cheeks and jaw and neck, that's no one else's business. Right? I'd say congrats on finally getting together, but we all saw it coming and your timing actually lost me some money, Hawk says to them from his seat at his dramatically large desk, his feet kicked up on a stack of folders. Izuku doesn't know how he feels about his boss placing bets on his relationship with Kaken. He's pretty sure it's a commingling of embarrassed and annoyed. Our people in PR said the shots of you two kissing plus the Dinoco launch being well underway makes this the perfect time to strike, so to speak. Hawks smiles and Izuku knows he isn't going to like where this is going. Y'all watch Late Nights with Heroes? Kaken snorts, who doesn't? It's only the most popular hero talk show. Great. Their boss rests his hands behind his head. I've landed my two favorite couples a spot on next Friday's show. You'll be given the questions 2 days in advance to look over. Dread fills his chest. It's too soon, he's still just a no-name rookie. Izuku isn't emotionally ready to go on a show as watched as LNWH. He's going to sputter and mutter and blush the entire time. Sir, he squeaks. It's not like I'm not thankful, but do you really think Kaken and I are ready for something like that? I mean, we've only been out of school for a few months and this is all really sudden and I'm sure there are more, popular heroes who would want a spot and won't they be insulted? I just think. Katsuki slaps his hand over Izuku's mouth. His ever-there sweat is sweet. Sure, Kaken says with no strain to his voice, we'll do it. But who the hell is the second couple? You said two favorite couples. Shudo and Gale Force of course. No. Eyes of gold and crimson flash to Izuku. He takes a deep breath. Sir, I'm sure you're aware of the discord between Inesa and myself. I don't believe us going on live TV together is a good idea. Hawks esses on his teeth a moment before straightening in his chair. Gone is the young #1 hero who just wants to slack off. Arrived is their boss. Deku, frankly, I don't care to know what the bad blood between the two of you is about. His eyes slide to Katsuki, though I think I can guess. He stands and walks over to the window that can slide open, his skyscraper-high escape route. They're so high up the howling wind nearly drowns out his voice. Just know I could have had you on this Friday's show. The host was eager enough to have you both that she was willing to move her currently scheduled guests off the lineup. I gave you 2 weeks to fix your issues. Please see that you do. And with a rustle of red wings, Hawks is out the window. Katsuki groans, well if me twice. Izuku has to bite his lip to keep from saying that he'd love to. They're on their way out of the agency and onto the street to start their patrol when Shudo and Inesa pass by, just finishing their own midday shifts. Izuku feels winded, like it's been years since he's seen his friend when it's only been a matter of days. Katsuki growls like a rabid dog as they pass, but Shudo surprises them with a smile. Have a good shift, Midoriya, Bakugou, he tells them. Inesa doesn't give any indication he knows Izuku exists. Izuku is okay with that, it's better than a glare or harsh words. Thinks. Why you too, Todoroki-kun? Healthy. At this, Inesa spins around to face them. They're on the sidewalk, surrounded by passers-by who just got off work or are headed to dinner. It isn't the time, and it certainly isn't the place. That fact stops nothing. You know, Bakugou, I really hate the names you use to address my partner, Inesa says, jaw clenched tight. Kaken tilts his head, his eyes wide with mocking mirth. Ha! You've known Icy Hot all of 2 days and you have the right to tell me how I can and can't talk to him? Tell me who you think you are, I'd love to know. Inesa flushes a furious pink. I've known Shudo-kun the same amount of time you've known Izu. We all met on interview day. At the slip, at the use of the old nickname, Izuku goes numb. So, Kaken steps forward, humor gone. Get effed breezy beach, I've known Deku my entire life. Someone took the hostility dial and cranked it all the way up. Shudo looks 2 seconds away from freezing them all where they stand. Izuku steps between the two, his hand going to press against Kaken's chest. But he's looking at Inesa. Inesa, he starts, flinching when he almost slips and calls him buddy. Kaken didn't mean any harm, but if it means that much to you, we'll talk about it, okay? But not here, people are looking. Sure enough, less than 10 feet away, 2 teenagers in school uniforms have their phones out. Inesa glares at them, sending them scurrying, before focusing his anger back onto Izuku. After a heartbeat, something in his expression cracks. He looks tired. I miss you, Izu, he sounds defeated, and it's so unexpected Izuku thinks he stops breathing. Inesa's brown eyes shift up to Kaken before fixing back on Izuku. You're better than what he'll force you to become, you know. It's not too late to leave him. You could come to stay with Shido-kun and me while? No, thank you. Goodbye, Inesa, Todoroki-kun, Izuku says. Each word is clipped, the calm tone of them forced. He's one misplaced syllable away from snapping as he grips the fabric of Kachin's uniform and tugs him down the street. Hey Kakin, he says once they're a safe distance away. Yeah. Katsuki sounds hesitant for once, unsure where Izuku's mood has taken him. Let's wear the Dainaku sheet when we go on LNWH with Inesa and Todoroki. After 2 more steps, he hears Katsuki and his signature up-to-nothing good cackle. Hell yes, Izuku. Let's effing do it. It's 4 in the morning. They just got off shift. They're exhausted and sore and Izuku has Kakin up against the locker room wall. Since their run-in with Inesa, something's been festering in his stomach. A burning need to show Katsuki that the entire world is wrong about him. That he's perfect and worthy and in no way is corrupting Izuku. That if he's twisted, Izuku is bent and destroyed beyond repair. What are you doing, Izuku? Day shift is going to get here any minute, his boyfriend reminds him, though his red eyes are half-lidded, already hazy with want. Izuku kisses below his jaw, down his throat. Then I'll have to be quick. Down, down, down to his knees he falls, just as he'd fall from grace if only Katsuki were to ask. Anything for him. The back of his mind tells him that isn't a healthy way of thinking. Izuku quiets it by listening to nothing other than the zipper of Katsuki's hero costume and the blonde's hitching breath. Izuku takes Katsuki in his mouth, and the sound of his answering the way it echoes through the locker room, is unholy. Deku. Baby. Fucking look at you. Yeah, Izuku thinks, tasting skin and sweat and Kakin. Anything for him. It's 11:34 a.m. on a random Sunday and Denki and Shiro are really testing the patience of this cafe's bottomless mimosa policy. Another, my good sir? Denki cries, moving his champagne flute into the air. Shiro cackles as Izuku rubs at the worry line creasing between his brows. Katsuki isn't positive, his hearing really isn't what it used to be, but he's pretty sure Deku whispers, "Babe, they're gonna get us kicked out of here." From under the table, Katsuki squeezes Deku's hand. The waiter comes back around, some kid who was once starry-eyed at the thought of waiting on heroes and is now just done with their sheet, over them, adios. There's a pitcher held between his hands. He plops it in front of Denki and some of the giant mimosa sloshes over the side. The kitchen staff figured it's easier to give you this instead. Bright smile from Denks. I knew I loved it here. They also request you don't return. Ever. The waiter scurries away. The table is silent until everyone is in stitches, cracking up at the look of absolute shock and horror on Mina's face. You jurors, this is my favorite breakfast spot, she pouts, crossing her arms dramatically. Izuku rests a sympathetic hand on her shoulder. Denki just shrugs, reaching for the pitcher with grabby hands. As his extras drink this establishment out of house and home, Katsuki is happy to lean a bit farther into his boyfriend's orbit and take it all in. His friends, this slow moment in time where the stars aligned and they all have the morning off, the smell of Izuku's body wash and hot pancakes. Izuku's been happily adopted into their friend group, more so now that he isn't being shared with round face, glasses and half and half. They may all be friends, be from the same tight-knit class, but it'd be a lie to say Izuku and Breezy Beach's friend breakup didn't draw a very clear line in the sand, loyalties falling to one side or the other. But Katsuki is nothing if not observant, so he doesn't miss the tightness around half's mouth when Izuku walks past him with nothing more than a nod of acknowledgement. How Ida's eyes light up when he thinks of something nerdy, only to dim when he remembers he can't go to Deku to talk about it. The way Roundface walked into work the other day with 2 orders of their shared favorite overly sugary coffee, only to frown and throw it away like she'd forgotten they aren't exactly friends right now. Because their best friend is dating Izuku's ex-best friend, and that sheet is awkward. It's the estranged Deku squad versus the Bakugou squad plus their newest, green-haired member. Or, as Mina calls him, their fluffy-haired mascot. Katsuki finds he's cool with it. Things you'll calm down and really, all he needs is Deku anyway. He's not obsessed. He's not. Things are just good right now. Katsuki hasn't been this content in years. His parents are thrilled, ranting and raving about how proud they are, how Izuku evens him out. They're the most kick-butt hero duo ever, racking up saves and captures faster than any other rookie in the game. He goes home to an apartment with signs of life. Izuku's hoodie draped on the couch, his shoes haphazardly placed in the hall, a book face down, the spine slumping toward the counter where he placed it down to save his spot before turning to kiss Katsuki in welcome. Happy. Baku squad. Ride or die. Red Artsu. Guys. My bros. It's the big night. Charged. Y'all nervous? I'd be. I mean, I am nervous and I'm just watching from Toshi's couch LMAO. Izuku. Ha. You know, I really wasn't until you said something Kaminari. Red R.O.T. changed Izuku's name to Future Mr. Bakugou. Future Mr. Bakugou. GVLHFJKNGVB? Kiri. Red Artsu. Winky face. Thought I can change it back if you want. Lord Explodo. No, yeah, I meant exactly what I said. Keep it. Future Mr. Bakugou. Now I'm nervous and embarrassed. Charged. My bad dude, didn't mean to make you nervous by bringing it up. You'll both be great. Pinky. Reconesa on live TV for me loves, love. Lord Explodo. With FNG pleasure. Take me up. Feels weird you being at odds like this with To-Do though. Go easy on him, both. Charged. Seconded. The weirdness between us and To-Do, Chaco and Ida has been, well, weird. Future Mr. Bakugou. My fault, sorry guys. Didn't mean to come between your class. Pinky. Sweetie, no, not your fault. Take me up. I didn't mean to make you take any blame, Mito. You know we're all 100% Team Deku. Along with, like, all of the internet. You do know there are fanfics about y'all, right? Red Artsu. Nothing to worry about, man. It'll smooth over soon, I'm sure. Smiley face, smiley face. Pinky. Ooh, I knew about the fics. I really like the ones where they both went to UA and were rivals. Take me up. I like the ones where Cats is this thing called an Omega and Izu is an Alpha. Bottom, Bakugou Katsuki. Top, Midoriya Izuku. Future Mr. Bakugou. Lord Explodo. Everyone shut the F up. We go on in 5. Izuku is, for lack of better, more eloquent words, freaking the F out. He stands, hidden by thin prop walls beside Kaken, who looks like his typical scowling but in-control self. Across the set, he can just make out the shapes of Inesa and Todoroki hidden away from the live studio audience, also waiting to be announced by the host of Late Nights with Heroes. Former hero analyst turned talk show host Suzuki Aiko is tall, intimidating, all grace and beauty and willowy limbs. She's composed and classy, a lot like Katsuki's friend Momo. But even from here, Izuku can see a glint of chaos in her bright purple eyes. He knows her job tonight is to dig up headline-catching information. He knows she's famous for getting heroes to admit things they'd rather not. It's why her show is always live. No takebacks. Truly, it's Izuku's worst possible show to go on. He mutters, he rambles, he gets flustered, he's too honest, a book torn open. His saving grace is Kaken's hand wrapped securely around his. His boyfriend squeezes his fingers every few seconds like a heartbeat, reminding Izuku he's fine, they're in this together. He won't let Izuku say anything he shouldn't. Having Kaken at his side helps Izuku breathe. He runs his free hand up his neck, fingers brushing the short hairs of his fresh undercut. They'd sat in their bathroom last night, Kaken tilting Izuku's head back and forth, left and right as he touched up the style. He dropped sporadic kisses here and there like raindrops in spring to Izuku's hair, his ears, his neck. Domestic and happy and safe. So Izuku thinks of last night, of their past 2 weeks as boyfriends and cat dads, and thinks of nothing else when he sees the stage manager catch Suzuki's attention as they count down from 5 with their fingers. As the lights above the audience dim and Suzuki stands, a smile on her face, her hands smoothing down her skirt. The stage manager whispers. They then point and mouth and we're live. Izuku's heart does a backflip, hits his ribs and face plants. The judges in his mind hold up zeros for the poor landing. Suzuki beams. Izuku thinks her canine teeth are unnaturally sharp. Good evening, Tokyo, and welcome back to Late Nights with Heroes. The audience claps and cheers, the air is electric with anticipation, and Izuku thinks for the first time that if only he allows himself to have this, tonight could actually be fun. You're a hero, you can handle some bright lights and a few questions. Tonight, Suzuki continues, we have the pleasure of kicking off our show with not one, but two of the hero scene's hottest couples. And, since they're all four friends, we thought a group interview would be twice the fun. Izuku wants to roll his eyes. He has a feeling Suzuki knows they aren't on good terms. Her arm sweeps out to her left, to the side of the set where Inasa and Todoroki are hidden from sight. Coming with fire, ice and wind, heroes Shuto and Gale Force from Hawk's Hero Agency. They walk out together, not touching or holding hands, but shoulder to shoulder and in suits that are close to matching. They both look professional like pros should. Really, if Izuku is being honest, Todoroki looks like he just walked off the cover of Vogue. The pair smiles, bowing to Suzuki before they sit on the love seat to the left of her large, comfy-looking chair. Once the audience is done applauding, Izuku didn't miss the screams of Shuto, we love you. From a few in attendance, Suzuki extends her right hand. Entering with explosions and, well, more power than I've seen since the days of All Might, heroes Deku and Dynamite, more popularly known as the Wonder Duo, Dynaku. Hand in hand they emerge from the shadows, the lights so bright it takes a moment for Izuku's eyes to adjust. Katsuki is smirking in that devil-may-care way of his that makes Izuku's bones feel like jello. They're matching, absolutely dripping in Dynaku merch. And the crowd goes, people are standing, and Izuku notices for the first time the number of guests wearing black sweatshirts with orange X's, heather gray crewnecks with his hood's outline in emerald stitching, the combined Deku and Dynamite logo on long-sleeved shirts that were released literally yesterday. A boy wearing a copy of Kaken's mask who cannot be older than 10 holds up a sign. In green and orange markers he's written, "Thank you for saving me." And Izuku can't help it, can't contain the feeling in his chest. Kaken, he gasps. Kaken, look. He stopped walking toward their respective couch, is just standing there, open-mouthed and staring. It hits him with the force of a collapsing building, his throat is full of his own frantic heart. Izuku bows to the audience, deep and sincere. Thank you, he says above their cacophony. Thank you for supporting us. If he thought they were loud before, now they're a tidal wave of chaos. He watches as two girls in their merch tried to jump the audience line and are threatened to be pulled away by security. People are breaking the studio rules to pull out cameras and take their own photos of them. Izuku has worshipped heroes his whole life, so he knows how they feel. And wow, if that isn't mind-blowing to realize the way he's felt, they're feeling some semblance of that overwhelming, chest-tightening, warm longing love for him. For them. They may have not been on the scene long, but they've worked their buttes off, and seeing that they've already made a difference, it's everything. It's a hug he didn't know he needed. For once outside of a fight, Izuku feels confident. Izuku turns back to Katsuki, who has the same look of awe and wonder on his own face. Crimson eyes meet Izuku's and he smiles. Large and true. Well, isn't that the cutest thing you've ever seen? Suzuki coos, bringing Izuku's attention back to her. Truly Japan's new sweetheart and bad boy combo. Izuku's blushing now, but he's standing tall as he goes to plop down onto the couch next to Kaken. Kaken, who takes no time at all to fling his arm around Izuku's shoulders, his thumb brushing back and forth across his upper arm. They've already had videos caught kissing on the news, what's a little more contact? From across the space, only feet separating them, Inasa is trying very hard not to scowl. He may be hiding his annoyance, but Izuku knows him, he can tell. Inasa is said. It doesn't feel like the victory Izuku thought it would. His stomach turns over like a car engine that refuses to start. The audience settles, and Suzuki leans back into her chair. Okay boys, first of all, thank you for taking the time out of your overpacked schedules to be here. We all know the heavy workload placed on rookies in their first year, all those late or early shifts the seasoned pros don't want. Todoroki crosses his legs. How is he so effortlessly elegant? I'm sure I speak for us all when I say we are happy to be here, Suzuki-san. Kaken snorts. You've always made a habit of speaking for others, half and half. Todoroki rolls his eyes, but it's fond. Suzuki's smile stretches. You two seem very comfortable and familiar with one another. Care to talk about your relationship, Dynamite? Kaken shifts. Completely Todoroki's opposite, his legs are spread, taking up all the space he wants. He's slouched back onto the couch, looking a bit lazy, like this is how he hangs out on a weeknight on his own couch. Izuku follows his lead, pulling his legs under him as he would if they were home. Been in the same class as Icy Hot over there since year 1 at UA, Kaken says. His room was right next to mine in the dorms too. He's a rich pretty boy but small, almost not their smile. He's a good guy. An even better hero. Izuku realizes Katsuki's getting a message across, a white flag of sorts. Todoroki seems to understand, lips kicking up just a bit on one side. Izuku isn't sure, but he's assuming this is the closest thing to a declaration of friendship Katsuki has ever made to Todoroki. Icy Hot. Suzuki says, brows raised. Now that is a hero name if I've ever heard one. Why didn't you go with that, Shudo? Because Bakugou came up with it, Todoroki deadpans. The audience laughs, clearly picking up on their brother's rival's reluctant best friends dynamic. Izuku laughs along with them. The sound of it must have captured their host's attention because purple eyes are now bright and meeting his own. Instantly Izuku's tongue feels loose. He feels comfortable with her, like they're the closest of friends. Speaking of hero names, Deku, tell us a bit about yours. I'm sure you're aware of the meaning of the word. Why would a hero want to be known as useless? The hand on Izuku's shoulder tightens. He flashes Kaken a quick smile. Well, Suzuki-san, it's more so meant to sound like Dikairu, like you can do it. He raises his arm into the air, hand-fisted, plus ultra style. I think it's inspiring to take a word with one meaning and turn it into something positive. A collective awe from the audience. No one misses the huff of disbelieving laughter that comes from Inesa. Suzuki looks at him, her eyes glowing. Gale force? Something to add. Izuku feels a cold sweat begin on his neck. He gets a sense of, man, this isn't going to be good. Well, Inesa smirks, I think this question should be directed to Dynamite. After all, he's the one who bullied Izuku and gave him the name Deku when they were kids. Izuku blinks. Todoroki's head whips to his partner, eyes wider than usual. Katsuki goes still. Suzuki purrs like a well-fed cat. Oh, she drawls, Dynamite? Would you like to comment? And Izuku is ready for catastrophic damage. He's ready to jump between his former best friend, and frankly, the love of his life and find a way for them to walk away alive and not in police custody. So he's shocked when Katsuki laughs. He runs his free hand through his spiky hair, his eyes cut to Inesa. First of all, if we want to talk about bullying, this green menace calls me Kaken. Katsuki gestures to himself. Do I look like someone who wants to be known as Kaken? Izuku is aware people are giggling, but it sounds strained after Inesa's implication. No one wants to hear their favorite hero used to be a bully. Katsuki clears his throat, but yeah, I'll comment on what Breezy Boy said. Izuku is so thankful Katsuki didn't say Breezy Beach. Good boyfriend, good boy Kaken, gold star, head pats for you. Removing his arm from Izuku's shoulders, Katsuki leans forward a bit, hands folded in front of himself. He's a bit more serious now. I've known Deku since we were babies. Literally. Our moms are best fuck-freaking friends. I was only a few months old when this nerd was dropped into my crib and we were shoved into matching All Might onesies. Suzuki stays silent, knowing there's more to the story. Still, Katsuki doesn't look at her. He looks at the audience, at Inesa, at Izuku. But we were kids, and kids are blunt and cruel. One day I went from calling my best friend Zuku to calling him Deku, and yeah, I completely meant it as useless. None of that you can do it sure stuff. It's no one's business what happened, why we stopped being friends. All you need to know is that it was the actions of an insecure, overpowered 6-year-old who thought the world rested in the palms of his explosive hands. Izuku reaches over to grip his knee. Katsuki relaxes a bit. I went to therapy, anger management. He looks into the camera. You all saw my first sports festival, you all know how that went, how I acted. I needed help, Kaken continues, bearing his soul on live TV. Briefly, Izuku wonders if he should stop him somehow. But he knows Kaken doesn't ever do anything he doesn't want to, and whatever it is about Suzuki that makes people spill their guts out, he isn't even looking at her. He's looking everywhere other than her. I wrote a letter in therapy, saying sorry to Zuku for everything. Talked a lot about our past. He grins now, and Izuku's face heats at the expression. We used to play heroes together. The merch line is actually what my parents designed for us when we were brats. That's Bakugou & Co., right? Suzuki interjects. Your parents' fashion line? Katsuki nods. Yeah, they're alright sometimes. Did good on our shirt, geez, stuff. He waves his hand in the air, rolling his wrist like he can somehow dismiss his almost curse. The audience smiles at it. So does Izuku. Then one day I'm all grown up and I see adult Deku and I don't know, it clicked, I guess. I said sorry and I meant it. He read that stupid letter. And now, it's so quiet in the studio. Izuku hears the blood in his veins. He tries to swallow but his mouth is too dry and he almost chokes. Smooth. Suzuki leans in. Prompts. And now? Katsuki locks eyes with Izuku. Now, Deku is everything. Now, I understand he always has been. Finally, Kaken looks at their host. You wanted us on the show to talk about being partners? Well, keep your eyes on us, because no one has ever seen anything like the Wonder Duo, and probably never will again. We'll be number one, together. Izuku's heart is trying to run out of his chest to move itself at Kaken. It wants to burrow into Kaken's skin and stay there. Izuku wants to drag him off camera and kiss him stupid. Katsuki has the faintest of blushes on his cheekbones, but there's that strong determination on his face, that fire raging in his eyes that sends Izuku's thoughts up in smoke. His pulse is Morse code beating SOS, retreat, drawback, gonna assault our boyfriend on national TV, this program is about to be NSFW. Whatever Suzuki was hoping to get on camera tonight, the smug tilt of her mouth lets Izuku know she's gotten it. She asks more questions, trying pointedly to include Todoroki and Inesa after Kaken kinda stole the show. Izuku is sure he answered one or two more himself, but his senses are all hazy and his thoughts are slow like syrup. He's a bit overwhelmed with all of it, the fans he didn't know they have, the heat of the lights, Inesa antagonizing them and Katsuki's declaration of what Izuku hopes is love. He really wants to get up close to that perfect face and yell I love you in every language he knows. He knows exactly 2 languages, bad English and Japanese. After what feels like 17 hours squeezed into 5 seconds, they're standing, bowing to Suzuki and the audience, and walking off set so the next segment of her show can begin. Baku Squad. Ride or die. Charged. Y'all watching? Pinky. Of course. I and the popcorn are tuned in. Red Artsu. Mito dude you're so manly for that bow dude I am crying. Charged. Not cats looking at Mito like he holds the key to the universe. Take me up. Heyo at Inesa being said there in Dainaku sheet when they're in suits. Baku Deku looking hecka personable. The people's heroes. Climb those rankings BBS. Pinky. Atadu looks so confident. He's really come so far. Charged. I know Inesa didn't just air their dirty laundry like that. Pinky. I'm gonna crack a beach. Let me at him. Red Artsu. DW guys. Katsuki has this. Trust in our boy. Charged. Holy sheet. Take me up. Holy sheet. Pinky. Screaming, crying, throwing up. Charged. That was the cutest thing I've ever seen. And it came from Baku? Wait guys, check out the agency chat. If found return to Hawks. Spicy hot icy thought. Hello, Inesa and I would like to invite you all to our apartment for an after party of sorts to celebrate being on the show. We know it's last minute, but thought it's been too long since we've all been together. Queen Ochako. You guys were great. Ida and I watched the whole thing and we'd love to celebrate. But, did you mean to invite everyone? Spicy hot icy thought. Thank you. And if you're dancing around the topic of our tiff with Midoriya and Bakugou, yes, we meant to invite everyone, including them. They left the studio before we could approach in person. Take me up. Gosh, you really don't mince your words, huh? But yeah, guys? Pinky. At Lord Explodo at Deku. Your call my loves. Lord Explodo. Busy trying to manhandle Izuku. Do not offend yet me Aran. Please ignore Kaken. Sure, Todoroki. We'll be there in a bit. Pinky. I are picking up Danks and Toshi and we'll be there. As backup for when this goes sideways. Because I have some choice freaking words to share. Charged at Gale Force Better Run Man. A cold beer is pressed into Izuku's palm the moment he walks through the door of Todoroki and Inase's apartment. He pops the cap with his thumb, a fun party trick that he was pleased to discover Kaken thinks is hot. Kaminari gives him a tight smile. From his side, Shiro does the same. You guys did great really. But, his gold eyes dart to the middle of the open space, to Inasa where he says something to Ida. We can totally go to my place and hang there if you guys don't want to be here after. All that. After Inasa tried to throw Kaken under the bus, only for Kaken to pick up the bus and throw it right back. Izuku smiles and finds. He means it. Katsuki's hand rests in the back pocket of his jeans, the beer is cold as he brings it to his mouth. Mina and Kirishima wave stiffly from the kitchen. Yeah, I'm good. We're good. Shiro smirks. Yeah, thought you'd be. Those hickeys on your neck are looking pretty good too, Midobro. Didn't see those on the show. Ow. Cats, ow wow. Kaken pulls his arm back from the chop he landed on Shiro's head. Shut it, I'm already said I'm not in my own bed right now. To be honest, Izuku wants nothing more than to be snuggled up with Kaken in their bed too. But he felt like there was something more in Todoroki's invite than met the eye. So, with that in mind, he takes another gulp of beer and tugs Katsuki farther into the luxury apartment. It feels a bit like stepping back in time, except he isn't walking into this space with Inasa, nervous to see Katsuki. He's walking in with Katsuki, nervous to see Inasa. It's strange and foreign, as though he's starring in a movie but didn't read the script before accepting the role. But he likes the way the movie is going, at least where it's headed. He prays there isn't yet another plot twist. They mingle. A few people he recognizes from watching the sports festivals but has never met turn up. Half an hour passes and he's 2 beers in, and he really isn't a beer guy, more of a vodka hidden behind something sweet and fruity guy, so that says something about his need for liquid courage. Everyone is congratulating them, talking about the show, wondering at what Suzuki's quirk is and if it has anything to do with drawing out people's secrets. I think it's her eyes, Izuku says around the neck of his bottle. He's been talking with a very kind boy named Ojiro and his invisible partner, Hagakure. I think when you look at her it makes you feel like old friends, like you can tell her anything. Hagakure's skirt swishes, and he assumes she's shifting her weight. That seems shady, seeing as she's using her quirk to get people to spill deets on live TV. At his side, Katsuki sips on a whiskey neat, courtesy of Kirishima. Izuku scowls once again at the beer in his hand before placing it on the coffee table and swiping Katsuki's drink. Wajiro's brows shoot to his hairline. Hagakure gasps. Katsuki tuts, spoiled little nerd. Before leaning over to press a kiss to Izuku's temple. He looks to his former classmates, who Izuku suspects were expecting him to freak out over the stolen drink. Tell me about it, Katsuki says. It's why I didn't look at the beach once. It's also the only reason why I didn't murder Breezy Beach on the spot. Dumbass was looking right at her glowing eyes as he said that bullying sheet. And Izuku suddenly feels very stupid for assuming the worst of Inasa. Of course that's why he said that. He was under the spell of her quirk, whatever it may be. Impossibly, it's as though he and his former friend realize in unison that they're breathing the same air for the first time in what feels like decades. They move at once. Aizu. Buddy. Hopeless Shiketsu idiots, Katsuki mutters as Todoroki smoothly comes up to stand next to him. Let them have this, Todoroki says. Kaken grumbles as he takes a drink of what was once Izuku's beer. Inasa looks down at his shoes. Could we talk? In private. And that's how Izuku finds himself in the same guest bedroom where he threatened to rip out his now boyfriend's heart a few months ago. Gods, has it really only been a few months? Inesa paces back and forth, directly in front of the Katsuki-sized indent still in their wall. Izuku almost laughs at that, but he's too nervous. If he laughs now, he probably won't be able to stop, because this situation is so... This is so ridiculous, he finds himself blurting out. Inesa stops to just look at him. Inesa, he tries again, I'm sorry, Inesa interrupts. I'm the one who should be saying sorry, Izu. Yes, you were wrong about how you handled reuniting with Bakugou and the whole clothing line situation. But everything else, he runs a hand down his face, and Izuku realizes he looks tired. Everything else was just me feeling like I'd lost more than a friend. I lost years of my best memories, because suddenly what felt like such a solid friendship started to feel like I had just been a placeholder as you waited for your one and only precious Kaken to show up and accept you again. It's irrational, but I was so mad that it was just so easy for you to drop me for him. Izuku feels like the litter that collects at the mouth of downtown alleyways. Inesa, but his friend is holding up a hand to stop him. I realize now I was wrong, he says. There was no way I could replace Bakugou. But there's also no way he can replace me, because we hold very different roles in your life, Izuku. I'm your closest friend. That is, if you'll have me after what I said today. Truly I don't know why I did, I just felt so uninhibited in that studio, I swear I didn't plan on causing problems. Brown eyes look clearer than they have in months as they meet green. Regardless, Bakugou's response. I hate to say I was impressed. He's it for you, isn't he? I could be all might and you'd still choose him. You were meant to find him, again I think. Inesa takes a breath. Exhales. Izuku on the other hand feels like he lost his lungs. Poof, they're gone. I see now he's good for you. He's a bit awful to everyone else, but he's good for you. He loves you. I can tell. And if you're happy, I'm happy for you, Izu. Izuku's crying now, because he really has missed his best friend. Buddy, he croaks, stumbling forward to meet Inesa in the middle and pull him into a fierce hug. Thank you. I'm so sorry this all went down this way. I never meant to blindside you with the Dynaku line. I never meant to make you feel lesser than someone else. I never wanted to choose. In a way, I'm not sorry for any of it, Inesa says after a moment. You found you're happy, and in doing so really forced my hand with Shudo. I mean, I never would have moved this quickly with him if it wasn't for your actions. He chuckles, and it's a happy sound. I should really be thanking you. Izuku pulls away, laughing a bit as he wipes at his eyes. I'm so glad you two have each other, truly, Izuku says. He treats you well? The best. Good, and Izuku is so glad. So weightless. So everything. Inesa deserves the best, deserves someone kind and calm like Todoroki Shudo. So, we're good? Inesa smiles, and it feels like being back at Shiketsu, feels not quite like home, because that's Kaken now. But it feels good and warm, and Izuku's back to being a whole person, not one piece of his heart missing anymore. He's all put back together. Perhaps for the first time. We're good, Izu. Katsuki is drunk, more like halfway to blacked the hell out, which is the only reason why he hasn't shut this sheet down. Izuku is on a soapbox, in the form of Shudo's coffee table, preaching like a pastor on Judgment Day to the remaining idiot heads Katsuki, they call friends. He's flushed, his eyes are bright, there's a mixed drink in his hand which he knows Mina made so it's easily all hard alcohol with a dash of something fruity. Izuku is drinking it like water. What happened next, Mito? Mina is smirking at Katsuki as she asks, sprawled out on the floor, sides smushed up to Idrus. Shudo doesn't smile, but his eyes glitter as he coaxes, yes, Izu, continue with this lovely tale of a young Bakugou. Katsuki loads the fact that Inesa's nickname for Izuku has rubbed off on Shudo, that they're all buddy-buddy again. But it's more of in the, I'm an annoyed constantly ticking time bomb kinda way, and not an I hate you and your trash partner for making Izuku cry kinda way. At least not anymore, seeing as the two dummies worked their sheet out a few hours ago. Right? Izuku gasps, apparently wholly having forgotten he was mid-story. So, after the kid said my hair looked like the slime you win at arcades for like, 10 tickets? What a little beach, only 10 tickets? Denki cries, outraged on behalf of Kid Izuku. Izuku spins, almost topples, pointing to Denki with his drink. Some spills. If Shudo cares, he doesn't let on. Inasa only laughs in that loud but way of his. Exactly. Kaken, see, Denks gets it? Denki, situated happily on Shinsu's lap on the love seat behind Izuku, presses his hands to his heart and mouths, Denks. He looks so happy he could cry. Katsuki wants to roll his eyes, so he does. He waves his hand in the air. Yup Zuku, sure, 10 tickets. Off with the BSDRD's head. Deku beams. Katsuki's heart goes we love that smile, let's beat faster. Anyways, cute nerd giggles, so he said my hair was the color of green slime, and you know what Kaken did? Izuku looks across the apartment to where Katsuki is leaning against the kitchen counter with so much adoration in his eyes, Katsuki feels a bit like dying. In a good way. The best way. Death by death. Wow, I love him. Katsuki knows this. It's a fact of life. He's a hero, the sky is blue, and he loves Midoriya Izuku. He knew he still loved Deku from the moment he saw him high as shit on pain meds in the hospital, knew it like he knows the working of his own quirk. But something about it feels off. He loves hiking, he loves quiet mornings to himself, hell, he can admit he loves his annoying but parents. Izuku is different from all that. Better. It's a feeling that has grown with time as he is so big now it practically spills out of his chest and almost tumbles from his mouth every time he looks at Izuku. Shit, I'm motherfucking in love with him. That traitorous heart of his kicks it up another notch. Shit, now I wanna say it. Bad brain, shut the F up, you're hammered. Say it, scream it across Freezerburn's stupid but apartment. Kaken shoves the kid into the closest ball pit and screams, don't talk about my hero partner like that. Zuku has pretty hair and yours is just plain blonde. Izuku cackles like the perfect little demon he is. And then when the kid points up from the ball pit and says that Kaken's also blonde, Kaken struck a pose like he did for his parents' kids' clothing line and declares like he is a fucking thespian on a stage. No, I'm ash blonde. It's rare and it's different and better. My hair's best. That gets a round of laughs out of everyone, and Izuku takes a bow. Thank you, I'll be here with Kaken stories for the rest of forever. Forever, huh? Shiro asks with a wink directed at Katsuki. Izuku hops off the table, a wide, megawatt smile on his face. Well, duh, we're husbands. Husbands stay together forever, Shiro. The words shoot straight through Katsuki's beer and whiskey-addled brain, a combo he knows he'll regret in the morning. He makes his way over to his equally drunk boyfriend. And that's when I take you home. Izuku turns to him and pouts. But I want to stay. NASA and I just made up. Yeah, Mr. Midoriya, Shudo says, sickly sweet to Katsuki. Let your husband stay and have fun. Making Deku do something he doesn't want to do is usually a challenge. Thankfully, Katsuki knows Izuku forgets he has enough strength to bench press elephants when he's tired or drunk, so he doesn't put up much of a fight as Katsuki begins to pull him towards the door. We aren't being married icy hot. Yet, someone snickers. Kaken. Izuku gasps, outraged. You proposed when we were 3. The statute of limitations on that proposal has long since passed, Deku. Nuhu Kaken? You know, Howl was like, my gay SXL awakening. A bowl of popcorn with Skittles mixed in for good measure passes hands. Thanks, nerd. And really? Howl. Meechum. Who was yours? Danny Phantom. Danny who what when where why how? Katsuki throws popcorn at Izuku's nose because why not? It's an old kids show. A kids show character was your gay awakening, Kaken? How is the flamboyant magic boy from a Studio Ghibli film better than a kids show about a badass vigilante ghost hunter? Kaken you're getting? And I look nothing like Howl. At least Danny has green eyes like you do when he's mad. Wait, is this you telling me you like blue eyes? Oi, do you have a thing for half of half and half? He throws more popcorn and Skittles. Are you? Izuku swings his leg over Katsuki's lap, squashes their chests together, presses Katsuki back into the couch. Reflexively, Katsuki reaches out to grip his hips, fingers digging into the warm skin there. Izuku likes to hang out shirtless. Katsuki is totally cool with it. Kaken, Izuku says seriously, hands coming to press into Katsuki's cheeks. I love the whole possessive territorial boyfriend thing you got going on, but just know. He takes a deep breath, and Katsuki smirks, all too excited for his sweet, adoring Deku to go on yet another rant about how perfect Katsuki is and how much Deku worships him. Just know I'd leave you in a heartbeat for Howl. The movie version, of course, not the book. He kind of SCKS in. The books? What? Wait, Kaken. Katsuki tips Izuku off his lap and onto the floor. Begone, traitor. Deku is flushed, breathless with laughter. He's beautiful like this. He's beautiful always. Babe. He looks up at Katsuki from where he's sprawled on the floor. Puss. I'm kidding. Katsuki stands, eyes narrowed into a forced glare. He makes to stalk into their bedroom, fully intending to keep up the I met Isu act. They've spent the entire day nursing their hangovers after Shudo's last-minute party, and he really doesn't have to try hard to look sad. But Izuku makes a sad kicked puppy sound and his spite and petty tendencies crumble. He only makes it 2 steps before he turns around, picks his nerd up by his middle, and hoists him over his shoulder. Gonna show you how much better I am than that stupid magic fucker, he grumbles, hoping Izuku can't hear the smile in his voice. Kachen watches on from his cat tree, tail a lazy metronome. Izuku giggles so loud Katsuki is certain they'll get another noise complaint. The TV plays on, unwatched. They've been trying to watch the recording of their interview from Late Nights with Heroes for 3 hours now. They keep getting distracted. They did hear from Hawks though, they know he's happy with them, that it was well received by the public. Hana from My Hero merch called to say Deku is currently their top-selling line. They're already climbing in the popularity polls. At this point, Katsuki is waiting for someone to jump out of the woodwork and yell you've been punked. The nerd never forgave you and your shitty personality has your rep as a hero tanking. Peace out, Cub Scout. Plot twist. Just to make sure, he flexes his fingers, digging into where he holds Izuku by the backs of his thighs. Izuku yips. Nope, this is all very real. This is actually his life. He feels giddy, pop rocks and Kool-Aid on a summer day happy. He turns to press his face into Izuku's side, takes a bite. Izuku laughs and it sounds like wind chimes. Katsuki uses his heel to kick their bedroom door closed, choking on his own laughter as Izuku uses his smart mouth to ask if he'd want him to dress up as stupid Danny Phantom. He thinks about it. Nah, but I'd like to have you in your Deku costume. Kaken. What? I bet there's not a soul alive that hasn't seen you in that getup and thought about pulling on that zipper. Like, God's damn it runs down your entire spine? Deku groans. He's still upside down. I'm gonna need to change my whole look now. Don't dare. Katsuki's knees hit their bed. He leans forward, flipping Izuku over so his back flops to the mattress, the duvet untucked and sheets rumpled. They only managed to haul themselves out of bed a few hours ago. They moved straight to the couch. Tried eating popcorn and Skittles instead of a real meal. Katsuki realizes Izuku and his childish habits are corrupting him. He wants to corrupt Izuku instead. Leaning down, he puts them nose to nose, Spider-Man style. He braces his elbows on either side of Izuku's head. Hey Izuku. It's wild to watch the way Deku physically responds to him. The way his chest rises and falls a bit higher, a bit faster. The blush that creeps across his skin. How his eyes dart to stare at Katsuki's mouth. Izuku blinks at him slow. Why yeah, Kaken? The fact that he can make Hero Deku stutter. The man he has seen take down the most intimidating of villains, nearly leveling city blocks in the process. The same man who then turns to the closest civilian with a smile, making them and everyone in a 10-mile radius immediately fall in love with the way he says, I'm here now, there's no need to worry anymore. And that man is his cute little nervous wreck once Katsuki gets Izuku under him. Katsuki feels dangerously close to exploding something and they're hardly touching. He begins to trace the trail of Izuku's freckles with his lips, focusing on the pretty pattern of them in an attempt to calm down some. Not kissing, not exactly. Just there, a touch, petal-like. His ego triples in size when Izuku's breath hitches. He almost says it. Almost tells him he's a fingy fool in love. I want you. Izuku hums. Then have me. It's like someone struck a match. Katsuki feels white-hot fire blaze up his spine, feels it burn at the base of his skull. The flames lick up to the thread keeping him sane. You sure, Deku? I love you, please say yes. Izuku smiles all soft, his green eyes hooded. His hand raises to pet through Katsuki's hair. Michim. Always been yours anyways. The thread holding him at bay catches fire and snaps. Katsuki is biting at his lips and liking into his mouth the moment Izuku speaks the words into existence. Someone owns. He thinks it's Deku, prays to whatever FNG gods are listening that it's Deku, because if that high, needy sound came from him, gods DMN that's embarrassing. But with Izuku sprawled out on his bed that is now their bed in their apartment because Izuku is his now and just confirmed it himself, holy sheet, Katsuki can't believe how lucky he's. He can't find it in himself to feel anything other than absolutely thrilled. What? Amped the F up and so turned on it's starting to hurt. He flips, moving so he's hovering over Izuku and they're both on the bed. Their socked feet are on their pillows and the longest of Izuku's curls are close to the edge of the end. They're all upside down and Katsuki feels so obsessed with Izuku he might as well be inside out, because he's sure Izuku can see and hear the things he does to his heart, the way he makes his stomach twist. This is great, everything's great, Izuku's kissing him great, and he doesn't think anything could get more great until he reflexively rolls his hips and yeah, pants are coming off now. Kaken, Izuku whispers. Kaken, you've got me so messed up I'm not gonna last long. He laughs, a bit embarrassed, all breathless and low. Katsuki pulls up quickly after dragging Izuku's sweatpants off in order to swallow the sound. Me neither, Katsuki admits into his mouth. But guess what? They've messed around since they became official, talked about SEC and assumed preferences, but they haven't exactly gotten there yet. He knows Izuku is nervous. He is too. Just a bit. Don't tell anyone. What? Izuku asks. His eyes rove over Katsuki's face, searching. We can just go again, baby. Izuku laughs, Katsuki smiles, and just like that, poof, all the pressure is gone. It's just them, lost and found in their own little bubble. No outside expectations. Just Izuku and Katsuki, who are both absolute nerds and busybodies, and Katsuki is a good little Boy Scout with lube and condoms already stocked in the bedside table drawer. He went to Costco, got a whole lot of both. He already knows once he gets Deku like this, it'll be near impossible to stop. If his pager goes off right now to alert him of a wild villain monster attack or a natural disaster, well, he's letting someone else figure it out. Because if that. Katsuki preps Izuku and it's slick and he fumbles with the bottle and his usual finesse is gone when Izuku lets out a that beats any sound he has ever heard ever. Izuku gasps as Katsuki adds another finger, his doe eyes wide and watery. You can use, your quirk, Kaken. You can make them warm eye inside me. Katsuki thinks he could die. It's becoming too much. Izuku is too much. He swoops down to press his mouth into Izuku's throat, kneading that expanse of skin covered in marks from his teeth. He wants to brand Izuku, wants to tattoo his name across his body so no one looks twice, so they know. All too soon, yet somehow not soon enough. He's pressing in, inch by inch, and their hips meet and Izuku might be the mumbler, the rambler, but apparently it's Katsuki who speaks straight nonsense in bed. God, baby, you feel so good. Gonna lock you up, Izuku, gonna hide you away, don't want to share you anymore. Izuku, you've always been effing mine. Gorgeous, baby, Deku, look at you. And Izuku gives it right back, in his own way, with ems and whispers of a litany of Kaken, and Katsuki adores the way it's a prayer and an endearment and a wish for more. So he gives more. He gives Izuku everything. It's been 3 months since the world righted itself and Izuku's 2 lives fit perfectly into one. Past and present met, finally shook hands and settled down. Things are different, but he has a Nasa back. Kaken has his favorite half BS dirty back, and they're all kicking butt at work. The only downside, As a last-minute weed-out attempt before getting actual offices outside of the rookie's nest, Hawks has had all of them on the night patrol shifts. But their friend fast food dinners afterward have quickly become the highlight of Izuku's day. Or night, he guesses, if you feel like being technical. Izuku is 2 Big Macs in, feeling absolutely outdone because Kiri is on his 3rd and a half. He decides to go full Joey Chestnut and tries to catch up by drinking soda after each bite. It doesn't seem to be helping. It's 4 in the morning, Ochako says as she slouches farther into the plastic booth, nursing a Sprite. How can you 2 eat like that? At this rate, neither of you will fit into your Halloween costumes. Don't forget Momo's party is in 2 days. They haven't forgotten, they're just disgusting garbage humans, Katsuki tells her, his words at odds with the way he's petting the buzzed hair on Izuku's nape. That's your best friend and your man you're talking about. Zuku is my best friend. And my man. I don't know who that shark face fucker is. Hey! Kirishima whines, finally finishing the mass amount of food he ordered. Not cool bro, we're best bros. Izuku grins, but his mouth is full, so he's sure he looks like a chipmunk with no manners. They all just got off a shift. They're starving and exhausted. There's dirt and motor oil, don't ask, on Izuku's face. Izuku loves greasy food. Izuku loves his friends. From the booth behind theirs, Todoroki leans back, his head popping in between Izuku and Katsuki. Fry me, Izu. I'm out. You've got it, Shokuen. Izuku swirls 3 fries in a sludge of ketchup and then into sweet and sour sauce, the exact way he knows Todoroki likes it since he's secretly a wild gremlin child just like Izuku, and pops them into his open mouth. Perfection. Todoroki Hey, fellow food slot, wanna feature on my OnlyFans? Todoroki blinks. Explain everything you just said, please. Don't get him started, Kaken interjects, his free hand coming to rub at his eyes. The motion smears the eyeliner he wears under his mask all over. Dumbass idiot nerd and his stupid food miming but lizard thoughts, too fucking cute. Kaken gets delirious after being up so long. Izuku thinks it's the best. Fine, never mind, Izuku laughs. But hey, Shokuen, have you tried fries and ice cream? No. Izuku. I need this creation of which you speak. Now. Kaken grumbles something about their friendship being gross, about wanting to leave so he can go to bed already. Inesa laughs loudly, getting up from the table they are sharing with Ida and Siro to go purchase Todoroki more fries and a strawberry milkshake for dipping. He ruffles Izuku's hair as he passes by. Extra crispy fries, my love, Todoroki requests, lazily waving his hand in the air, creating snowflakes just because. They watched Frozen once and now it's a thing he does. The teenager at the counter puts her phone down to cast them a judgy look, smacking her gum and blowing a bubble. It goes pop. This is a McDonald's, she says. We don't take requests like that. Also, shouldn't you all be like, I dunno, saving the city from Godzilla or something? Back off, kid, we're not on duty anymore. I'll spit in your food the next time you come in, Dynadich. I'll effing arrest you. I ship to do Deku. Kaken blinks. What? The F-dash? Is it to do Deku? A better match than. That's it. Kaken, you cannot explode a McDonald's. For Halloween, they decide to go as each other. Izuku walks out of the bedroom wearing Katsuki's hero costume. The baggy black cargo-style pants fit tight on his thighs, but it works. The tank top shows each and every one of his scars, and for accuracy's sake, he forgoes his compression sleeve. It's a bit nerve-wracking to go around without it, but Kaken has helped him with his self-confidence, or rather his previous lack thereof. He likes the mask. He fondly thinks back to when he stole it over and over again in the hospital. Izuku finds Kaken sitting on the couch, texting lazily on his phone. Izuku's mouth goes a bit dry at the sight of his boyfriend wearing his Deku suit. Izuku isn't even jealous that his gloves didn't fit right since Katsuki has larger arms. He looks edible. Briefly, he wonders if this is self-cyst. He decides if it is, it's just another Kaken-related KNK to add to the ever-growing list. Ding, baby, Kaken breathes, finally looking up. F-dash, you wear that almost as well as I do. I pity all the extras wearing homemade or Store-bought dynamite costumes this year. I have the real thing. Izuku grins childishly. Katsuki grins back. Heck yeah you do, Deku. Can I wear the gauntlets? No. I promise. Absolutely not. Kun. I'm the symbol of hope, you can trust me. Yeah, I can trust you to get drunk and test them out because your shitty nerd brain wants to see how they work up close. Answer is no. Izuku gives the gauntlet case leaning in the entryway one last longing look before Katsuki herds him out the door. Momo's house is a beautiful Western-style home 20 minutes from downtown. It's all fresh white walls and dark hardwood floors and elegant furnishings that look a bit silly surrounded by fake cobwebs and red low lighting for a costume party. While Katsuki fills their cups with jungle juice, Izuku looks up on his phone how much it likely cost using comparables in the neighborhood. He takes a sip as the page loads and yup, Hanta and Denki certainly are who mixed the juice. It's strong. The realtor site loads and Izuku almost does a spit take over the number. Katsuki leans into his side and explains it was a graduation gift from her parents. Stupid rich kids, he mutters, because of course the Bakugou Katsuki would think it's no big deal. What was that, nerd? Oh, nothing. Denki runs past with his head in a jack-o'-lantern, and Izuku thinks it might be part of his costume before a very tired Shinso, dressed scarily well as Eraserhead, chases after him, scolding him the whole time. Something about I swear to the rat BSRD Lord himself if you get another concussion Kaminari Denki? It looks like most of Class A is here, and perhaps some of Class B by the looks of it. He spots a pretty girl who he believes to be Hero Battle Fist talking to the Phantom Thief. And he has to go talk to Phantom Thief about his quirk. He's dressed as Robin Hood and something about it is so fitting. Hello, he says after sneaking away from a beer pong distracted Kaken. He gives a small wave to the two who are just looking at him. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and wow, this is so fanboyish of me, but I think both of your quirks are so cool and just had to come say hi. Is it true you can actually copy anyone's quirk? How long can you hold it? Can you copy two at a time? Gray-blue eyes take in all of Izuku and his costume before glinting with something Izuku can only describe as mischief. Why hello, Midoriya. My name's Minoma Nito. Izuku beams, Minoma seems kind enough, and Battle Fist is smiling kindly at him now. Hello, Midoriya-san, she says. It's nice to meet you after hearing so much from Momo, the boy who tamed Bakugou Katsuki. Oh. Izuku feels his chest warm, feels the heat creep up his neck, which they can totally see since Kaken's costume is so freaking revealing, the V deeper on him since Kaken has pecs shaped by the gods and Izuku wasn't as blessed. Yeah, Kaken's my boyfriend. We've known one another since we were babies. He turns back to Minoma. But hey, about your quirk? Two hands fall onto Izuku's shoulders. Minoma looks into his eyes and he's serious. Midoriya. Why yes. It's Halloween, right? And you scare people on Halloween, right? Izuku feels like taking a step back, but he's intrigued. Yes. Minoma grins. A wicked, schemer's grin. Wanna put the fear of God into your boyfriend with me? Mina, ironically dressed as a nurse, is throwing up into Momo's trash can. Sato is making more weed brownies with Shuji in the state-of-the-art kitchen. Ochako is making out with Ida in the hall. Finally, holy hell. Tokoyami is theorizing with a Count Dracula Shudo and Katsuki cannot find Deku. Momo outdid herself with the decorations. Everyone he cares to keep up with is here. Jiraiya has been playing sped-up versions of popular songs all night and it has his heart beating just a bit quicker. Overall, it isn't a total waste of his time. Now if only he knew where his nerd was. He's making his second loop around the living room when a hand grips his forearm. Bro, Izuku says, dressed as a super manly shirtless surgeon to match Mina. You really need to come see this. Katsuki shakes him off. Not now, I'm busy. Dude, it's bad? Like really bad? What is? BFNG specific, Well, Izuku wrings his hands. It's Izudude. He's well shoot you're gonna be so upset and if you don't tell me where my boyfriend is in the next 2 seconds I'll skin you alive. Backyard. Katsuki almost shatters the glass of the sliding back door, he opens it so forcefully. And he could cry over what is taking place right in front of him. Like that Nido? Nido? Just like that Izuku. So good. Did he just call my boyfriend by his given FNG name? It's so hard, Nido. No 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 no. You've got it, look at you go. Yup. Nope. Katsuki takes 2 haggard steps into the night cool air. Deku, what the F dash? Izuku looks at him and smiles. Hi, Kaken. Do you know Nido? He's my new best friend. Look, he's teaching me a best friend handshake. His smile slips into a dramatic pout. It's really hard to remember though. Monomoa, the copycat a-hole, smirks at Katsuki like he knows exactly how much he hates him. And Katsuki means he does know. He's told him. Like a lot. Hello, Kaken. He drawls, so smug, and it makes Katsuki feel like he swallowed wet cement. Izuku and I just clicked. I'm so glad you brought him. Kendo and I are taking him to lunch tomorrow. Katsuki storms forward, grips Izuku around the waist, and tugs him to his chest. And if he's a bit drunk and his hands are shaking, that's between him and some twisted god. No, he points his finger into Monoma's face. Nope. My boyfriend. Stay the hell away. I will not have you weasel your way into my life to annoy me through him. I just got rid of your butt. But Kaken, I wanted him to come over and meet Kachen. Fear. True fear. Because Katsuki can never say no to Izuku. So instead, he just turns on a dime, ignores the way Monoma is cackling, and walks back into the party. Katsuki has been thinking about how to tell Izuku he loves him for a while now. So, he's pretty shocked and a bit set off when Izuku says it first on Christmas Eve while they're on patrol. They're sat on the roof of a building, bundled deep into their winter costumes, freezing their buttes off when out of nowhere Izuku just looks at him and says, I love you, Katsuki. And Katsuki is so FING thankful that Izuku is the badass hero he is, because it startles him so bad he may or may not have shouldered Izuku off the edge of the building in his hurry to get to his feet, his fight or flight mode switched on. Izuku falls about 2 stories before he activates float and just pops back on up. He's laughing and Katsuki is flustered, so he pops off some of his quirk and yells, I love you too, you effing idiot. Izuku has the time of his life telling the story over and over again to their parents the next morning after they make the drive home, the old hag cackling and Inko giggling into her coffee. I'm breaking up with you, Deku. I'd like to see you try, Kaken. 1 year. Izuku is walking home from the corner store when he sees it. Totally unsuspecting, the sight nearly makes him drop the snacks Kiri requested and launch into cardiac arrest. 911, we have an emergency. SOS, save this simp. Because hot DMN. How much for this? He asks the cart vendor. Izuku's voice is breathy and strained and it's probably creeping the poor old lady out, but he doesn't have the wherewithal to care. With his mask and sunglasses to hide behind, he can risk being a little unhinged in public. She tells him the price, quietly, like she's trying to keep a wild animal from pouncing. Izuku hands her the money, grabs his prize, and sprints. Head down, arms pumping, track star style. Hello, Deku-san. The doorman at Shuto and Inase's building calls with a friendly wave. To Shubu-san, Izuku pants. He's the number 20 hero in the country, for goodness sakes. He shouldn't be so winded. Please tell me they're all here. The doorman grins. All of Tokyo's up-and-coming heroes are here. Safest complex in the world, I'd say. Makes my job the envy of the other PDA parents. He laughs. Oh, my boy loved the signed Dainika shirt, by the way. Thank you. Izuku says he's happy to hear it, though he doesn't break his stride toward the elevator. It's still wild to him that he's famous-ish, that people want his signature on their stuff, permanently, in Sharpe, specifically the new green shade they call the Deku pen. Izuku was sent a box of like 200 of them. He hands them out on patrol like candy because what else does one do with 200 Sharpies? 15, 16, 17, ding. He's running to Shudo's door, familiar as his own with how frequently their group congregates here. He doesn't knock. He knows it will be unlocked. After all, if someone did dare to break in, it would likely end up being the worst night of their lives. Sitting in various states of lazy and intoxicated and content are his friends. His little found family. They gravitate around the coffee table in the living room. Izuku sees a deck of cards, some dice, and too many red solo cups. Denki looks up from where he's running his hands repeatedly through the fibers of the new area rug. Kaken didn't mean to explode a hole through the last one. He just goes a little funky when he drinks Ciroc. It's Midobro. You're late as hell, dude. Surely red in the face and looking crazed, Izuku comes to stand at the edge of the kitchen so he can see everyone. Katsuki is farthest away, legs spread as he sits in one of the plush leather chairs. Faded black jeans, an old ratty band t-shirt Izuku knows is his. Blonde hair messy and a cup of something harsh and neat pressed to his lower lip. Bakugou Katsuki is sin and answered prayers. The hero on scene first to save you while being the kind of boy your mama warned you about. His eyes have been trained on Izuku since he walked in. Katsuki's attention still manages to make Izuku feel hot all over. Izuku lifts the glossy magazine he just paid for over his head. Shakes it for good measure. When were you going to tell me you did a shoot with Calvin Klein? The cover is seriously mouth-watering. It's triggering a Pavlovian response in Izuku. Katsuki is shirtless, one hand coming up to toy with a chain around his neck while wearing black boxer briefs. He's splayed out on what looks like a locker room bench, all long limbs and perfect skin, glistening and oiled up, his gauntlets on the ground like he'd just gotten off a shift. He's glaring at the camera. Izuku wants to sear the image into his brain for instant recall. Wholesome purposes only, Your Honor, he swears. Right hand up, left behind his back, fingers crossed. Siro catcalls from the couch. Ida sputters. Mina and Ochako jump up, rushing him to come and catch a glimpse. Izuku spin moves away. No, you thirsty wenches, my magazine, my man. Deku-kun. Ochako makes a jump for it. Izuku just lifts it above her head. Google exists, you know. Use your floaty little fingers to look the shoot up. But I want the real thing. Izuku smirks down at her. Sorry, but the real thing's mine. She slaps his arm playfully and he laughs, extending the magazine her way. Here, I'm going to pass out if I keep looking anyways. Katsuki hasn't moved from his chair. He smirks at Izuku, and he feels his kneecaps turn to overcooked wet noodles. He is weak for that look. The kinda look he'd hand over nuclear codes for. Look at the Q&A inside. The interview after the shoot was, Katsuki smirks, interesting. CK, sorry, Shako, he swipes the magazine out of her hands. Mina laughs as Ochako fake pouts. Has Izuku ever said he loves his friends? His heartbeat pulses through his bones as he thumbs through the pages. Faintly, he hears Shudo complain, you didn't react like this when I did a cover for Sports Illustrated. You weren't in boxers, my love. I was in a Speedo. Inesa replies with something placating, but Izuku finds the interview and the 3-page spread of a basically naked Kaken. He gulps. Question Dynamite, thank you for giving us the opportunity to ask you a few questions today. You're notoriously hard to get booked individually, why is that? Laughs I don't do censored without Zuku. But I thought I'd surprise him with this one. Question Zuku? You mean Hero Deku? Yep. Question is Zuku a nickname for Izuku? That's cute, seeing as you two are a hot topic couple. I've been calling him that since before I coined the name Deku. Someone somewhere owes me a small fortune in copyright infringement for that being his hero name, you know. Question I'm sure they do laughs. So, how about you tell us a bit about working as hero partners with your life partner? It's the best. And record the censored or pay attention or whatever, because I don't do sappy. But looks away, pauses. Smiles I wouldn't trust my back with anyone else. Wouldn't trust anyone else to get the job done. Only Zuku. It's also great being on the same schedule, makes dating as a pro a hell of a lot easier. Question so the Wonder Duo is here to stay? It wasn't just a publicity stunt imagined up by my hero merch? You think I'd fake a relationship with someone, my childhood best friend no less, for publicity? I'm going to be the number one. We are going to be number one. All the merch and photo shoots and interviews are just to get our agents off our backs. None of that censored actually matters to Deku or me. Honestly, it's annoying. Question laughs well, I'm glad this interview isn't annoying for you at least. Never said that. Anyways, Deku, Hope these pictures are worth it. Can't wait to see your little nerd face when they're printed. And to the extras ready to censored over this shoot, don't. Look at the GQ snipe spread instead. Question glad to see fame hasn't changed you, Dynamite. Stares. There's more, but Izuku can't stop himself from smacking his palm against his forehead. Kaken, you seriously have to be nicer to journalists. The number of things this poor soul had to censor out. Nah, I'll say what I wanna. And Izuku jumps because he's moved closer while Izuku was reading. He's right there, his scent of burnt sugar and smoke and all things dangerous intoxicating. Katsuki crowds into his space, dips so his lips graze Izuku's ear. His already deep voice pitches lower, just for Izuku to hear. Wanna get out of here, Izuku baby? Please. 3 years. Hi, this is Janice from Superlift Elevators. Is this an entrapment? Only Izuku and Kaken could manage to get stuck in an elevator at 2 in the morning at the agency. They had been dragging their tired butts out of the 11th floor locker room, next to their offices, peace out rookie's nest, so excited to get home to their king-sized bed and kitchen. The elevator had gone down 2 floors smooth as silk before lurching to a stop between the 9th and 8th. Ha! Katsuki replies to the voice that came through the teeny speaker after Izuku had pressed the emergency call button. Lady, we aren't elevator experts over here, speak normal people language. The pause. She sighs. Sir, did the elevator stop working? No, Janice, Katsuki huffs. We're calling to catch up, how are you? Well. No shit, it stopped working. How do we make it go again? Izuku can't help it. He laughs. Looks to Kaken and mouths, be nice to Janice. Never, Kaken smirks back. Okay. The disembodied voice of Janice says, we'll have a mechanic dispatched as soon as possible. For the time being, please do not try to leave the cab. In the interest of your safety, please wait for the train mechanic to come and release you. Elevators can be very dangerous, you know. Okay, thank you, says Izuku at the same time Katsuki growls, screw that, we're out of here. Well, this is about to be an argument. Izuku sighs. Kaken, we need to listen. She's the expert here. Katsuki blinks. You're kidding. She said it's dangerous. Kidding. Not one bit. Zooks, baby darling sweetheart, did you forget what we do for a living? Maybe he did forget. Oh, you have a point. He looks up, taking in the emergency hatch in the ceiling. We could always. Sirs, please, remain in the cab. Help has arrived on scene. Phew, Janice. They wake up the next morning to so many DMN notifications, which can only mean super good or super bad things. Izuku chooses to open the thread he has with Shudo. Fellow gremlin. Umeo Izu, how do these things happen to you? Praying for your patience with Katsuki during these trying times. HawthorneNews.com articles breaking news Deku and Dynamite watch. Ah shoot. He clicks the link. Breaking news, Japan's wonder duo rescued from a faulty elevator? Read on to hear the story firsthand from the apparent number 1 mechanic who swooped in to save the number 9 dual heroes. Katsuki ignores Izuku for the rest of the day. F elevators. F Janice. 5 years. They say you go to a lot of weddings in your 20s. Katsuki thought he surely wouldn't as a hero. Heroes don't risk it, the emotional weakness, the ever-present cold hard facts about the dangers of their jobs, the truth that they might not come home from a shift. He was wrong as all get out, plot twist, try again. Heroes get married, it's just never in the news. Ceremonies are small and private affairs, which do make them more manageable. Katsuki knows this is fact because their friends are apparently proposal-happy saps who can't keep it in their pants. Izuku cries at all of them. Every single one. A sidekick from their agency who Katsuki knows all about? Deku cries. A former classmate or close friend. Deku sobs. In a super not cute you're lucky I adore you kinda way. And this might be the wedding Midoriya Izuku floods the world over. Katsuki loves him enough to carry tissues on him at all times since his nerd always forgets. Today, however, they are faced with a problem. Katsuki is, somehow, Shudo's best man. He has no clue how that one happened. If Izuku tells the story about how Katsuki got misty-eyed over the engraved switchblade pocket knives Shudo used to ask him, "Don't listen, he's a liar." Also, no, he will not give the knives back. They're freaking cool and Izuku is just jealous Inasa asked him with a new emblazoned leather-bound notebook. Which brings him to the fact that Izuku is Inasa's best man. Meaning they are on opposite sides of this overly expensive wedding venue, and Katsuki can't hand Deku tissues like he usually would. So, let the record show that if Breezy Beach and Half's wedding video turns out shitty because every shot of the ceremony shows a sobbing, inconsolable Deku, it is not Katsuki's fault. He tries to ignore the mushy nonsense of Inasa's really long, really loud vows, choosing instead to watch his boyfriend struggle to remain calm. His green eyes are watery and shining, his adorable face a bit flushed, his heart clear, right there stitched on his sleeve. And it's the strangest thing. 1 minute Katsuki is thinking, wow, I hate weddings. The next, he's realizing, wow, I wanna marry Izuku. I'm gonna marry the F out of Deku. EI beams at him from where he leans against the wall in Katsuki's office. Shudo begins to slow clap, his own wedding band glinting in the fluorescent light. Denki whoops, his wedding band dangling from a chain around his neck, Shinsu's idea so he won't take it off and forget it somewhere. Zero mouths, finally. They just opened their own agency after leaving Hawks with his blessing. He wasn't thrilled that his most promising heroes would be leaving with them, but he said it was expected and shrugged. It's been tough, but they have the building, the recognition since they're all in the top 20, and already have multiple heavy-hitting missions lined up. Deku, Mina, and Breezy Boy, he still won't call him Inasa, but he took out the beach part after Deku kept complaining, are out patrolling, making this the best time for Katsuki's operation. Help me propose to my boyfriend meeting. Ochako and Tenya would be here if they weren't on their honeymoon. Like he said, a whole lot of weddings. So, what's the plan? Tai asks, vibrating out of his skin, he's so excited. Katsuki leans back in his desk chair. See, here's the thing. If it were up to me, we'd just walk into the courthouse and do the DMN thing tomorrow. Midobro would do it, Siro says with a shrug. Yeah, Shudo rolls his eyes. He'd also rip out his still-beating heart if he thought it'd make Katsuki smile. He looks at Katsuki. I'm not saying you need to pull out all the stops, but Aiza deserves a decent proposal and a real wedding. You know Inko will want an actual ceremony. The thing is he does know, and it's the only thing he isn't looking forward to when it comes to marrying Deku, their parents' reactions. Ever heard of Bridezillas? Yeah, well, that's going to be our mom's, Katsuki says with a wince that makes his friends chuckle. I know he needs a FING proposal, he deserves it. Agreed. I cheers, moving closer to lean against the desk. And I think I have an idea. Denki smiles, something even Kat's unromantic but can pull off? Honestly, it'll be easy. Katsuki gets the strong feeling it won't be easy. He's willing to try anyways. The villain is shifty, crafty in a clever way Izuku hasn't dealt with since the serial jewelry store thief they took down 3 months ago. It feels like a perfectly plotted game of cat and mouse. The villain changes directions just as Izuku is about to close in. Am I truly evading the number 2 so easily? The villain, Time Turner, he calls himself, cackles. His quirk allows him to see just a few seconds into the future, making it easy to evade any attack. It's how he's stayed off the hero's radars for so long. Izuku huffs, bending his knees as he prepares to once again project himself toward Time Turner. If you could just come quietly, it would really help me out. I'm not having the best day. Time Turner laughs, predicting Izuku's feint and just stepping away. It's infuriating. Civilians on the nearby sidewalks are recording. Ugh, this is going to be like the stupid elevator incident all over again. Izuku really tries to avoid the news. Reporters and gossip articles are hardly ever accurate and they're hardly ever kind. He can already see the headlines in his mind. Hey, dipshit, a gruff voice calls, and Izuku's heart does lots of small backflips in his chest. Kaken blasts himself onto the street, seemingly from out of nowhere. He bumps into Izuku's side. Presses a kiss to his temple. Hi, baby. Kaken. Hi. Time Turner visibly slumps, his black trench coat nearly sliding off his thin shoulders. Katsuki grins. Izuku loves that grin while he's in his dynamite mask. Formation Echo? Oh, I get so turned on when you talk about King Lord Explosion Murder and Zuku's step-by-step guide to taking down bad guys. From down the street. Hello, little heroes? I'm still here. Katsuki snaps at him, sharp canine teeth on show. Oi, show some respect, you're talking to the number 2 heroes right now. Also, can't you see I'm busy romancing my boyfriend? Izuku laughs. Come on, Kaken. This'll be easy now that we're both here. I really want to wrap today up so we can go try that ramen place EI and Denki keep talking about. Sure, Deku baby. Katsuki brushes a thumb along his jaw before he looks at Time Turner. Chuckles. You better start running. Kaken is always handsome. Wrap him up in a tux fitted to his impossibly perfect measurements and tame his hair? Someone play Nasty by Russ. Put it on repeat. Izuku would let Katsuki break him in two like a Kit Kat bar. And he will, tonight, once they leave the rankings gala and make it back home. They're at a circular buffet table crowded by their best friends, the founding members of their new agency, dressed to the nines and getting drunk on the commission's dime. They really should stay sober, seeing as they'll likely all be called on stage in a few minutes to accept their rankings in the top 10. But hey, it's their 3rd year invited to the rankings gala and they feel a bit like veterans already. There are worse ways to spend a Friday night. Hey, Kaken mutters to him, leaning towards Izuku and away from the noise of Denki trying to shoot an entire flute of champagne. You doing okay, baby? Pretty quiet over here. Izuku grins. He wishes the whole wide world knew how soft Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite truly is. Yeah, I'm fine. Just kinda watching, you know. Watching what? You, he smiles. So handsome, Kaken. Across the table, Ochako pretends to GG. Gross. Can you two lovebirds keep it PG for one night? You're lucky the gossip piece paps aren't permitted past the front door tonight. Katsuki flips her off, his other arm slung behind Izuku. All the way off Ida Ochako. I literally had to watch the 2 most parental losers I know kiss in public last month like awkward versions. Ochako blushes pink. It was our wedding, Katsuki. You were a groomsman. Deku-kun was one of my bridesmaids. You jumped in front of my little cousin to catch my bouquet when I threw it. Kaken clicks his tongue, swirls the amber liquid in his glass. Wasn't gonna lose to that little brat. Ochako wiggles her brows at Kaken. Well, you know the tradition. The person to catch the bouquet is the one to get married next. Hello my hero listenersis. Present Mike saunters onto center stage, and the lights dim. The crowd settles down into their seats and their drinks. You know, Siro whispers to Izuku, we're all pretty sure he's married to Aizawa. Izuku feels his mouth pop open. No way. Why can I totally see it though? Right. Mike talks directly to the cameras, rattling off the multiple charities that the commission approved of for this year's gala. It's old hat, and no one really listens until Mike gestures up to the giant screen behind him to show the lists for the new top 50. Polite applause follows, and it's at this point every year that Izuku gets nervous. Sure, it's a good thing his name isn't on that top 50 list. That means he and Kaken should be in the top 10. There's always that little voice in his head, that small reminder that Deku didn't always mean you can do it. What if the public secretly hates him and he's failed All Might? What if he isn't even in the top 100 and he's ruined Kaken by affiliation? His heart skips 2 beats as Kaken squeezes his hand underneath their table. Things are different now. Izuku swallows down the rising panic. And now, my croons, it is my pleasure to announce our new top 10. Everyone at the table takes a drink for luck. No one really cares, but at the same time, it's hard not to. Number 10. Cellophane. Number 9. Pinky. Number 8. Chargebolt. Number 7. Ingenium. Number 6. Creati. Number 5. Uravity. Number 4. Red Riot. Number 3. The Elementals, Hero Duo Gale Force and Shuto. Izuku shifts a bit in his seat. He's happy for everyone, though it's a little anticlimactic that the rankings are the exact same, for the most part, this year. He watches fondly as his friends get up one at a time to walk to the stage and line up. Denki is smirking at Mina, who is sticking her tongue out at him. Ochako seems to be catching up quietly with Momo. Number 2. Hawks. Izuku blinks. Looks at Kaken. Kaken, who has gone pallid, red eyes wide. No fucking way. Holy hell, Izuku thinks, we aren't even in the top 50, are we? Hawks passes them on his way to the stage. He gives them a wink and a 2-finger salute. I feel like a proud father, he chuckles. Good job, kiddos. And finally, Mike says, once again drawing Izuku's attention, Japan's number 1. The wonder duo, heroes Deku and Dynamite. It feels like the world blows up. Like actually. So that's what Hawks meant. Well, okay then, no big deal, we're okay. Don't throw up on live TV. He's the number 1, alongside Kaken. It's every one of his dreams come to life, all the stars he's ever wished on exploding into supernovas. Oh, and Kaken just lost control of his quirk a bit. Oops. The commission can afford to replace the singed tablecloth. In a daze they make their way on stage, hands clasped together, and when Kaken dips him to kiss Izuku right on the mouth to wild applause, Izuku thinks it's all been worth it. All the scars that have ruined his skin, the metal implants that replaced his bones over the years, the late nights and panic attacks over civilian losses. The hardship between him and Katsuki, the difficult road they traveled to mend their relationship. Izuku isn't sure if he believes in some higher power, he's seen one too many awful things to be certain. He does believe in soulmates, however. He does believe in Katsuki. He believes this is their moment. Dipped under the production lights in front of the world, he kisses Kaken right on back. It's tradition for their friend group to avoid the big after-parties. Cameras and fancy drinks with names they can't pronounce aren't really their thing. So Izuku is surprised when Katsuki insists they go to one this year. We're number 1, Zuku, he says between open-mouthed kisses in the back of their car, their driver politely silent. We have to go. It's literally a party for us. You just want all of the attention, Izuku teases. Kaken throws him a boyish grin, something lopsided and rather rare these days now that the weight of the world is on their shoulders. Of course I offend you do, baby. Pet names are dangerous in Kaken's hands. Izuku crumbles under the weight of them every time. Fine, but only for a bit. Is everyone else going? Kaken hums. Yup, pretty sure. The car rolls to a slow stop in front of a building that seems to brush the sky, it's so tall. It's all windows, sleek and reflective to the point where the glass almost looks black, like polished obsidian. It screams, hello, I have money. Izuku huffs, it's the exact sort of place the commission would host an after-party. Are we late? He asks as Kaken opens his door for him. He doesn't see loads of paps like he's become accustomed to at these things. In fact, there aren't any at all. No flashing light or calls of who are you wearing tonight. The sidewalks play runway for the occasional passers-by, but that's because they're downtown where it's always busy. No one is in tuxes or gowns, no one just came from the gala. Actually, Kaken muses, I think we're early. Izuku says as a doorman opens the looming entryway. That's even worse. We're going to have to talk to people. Kaken laughs, but Izuku hears some nerves in his voice. Oh no, the number 1 needs to make conversation? The horror. How terrifying. Izuku throws an elbow into his ribs. Hush. The elevator is plated on all sides in mirrors. Izuku watches as Kaken presses the button for the penthouse after entering a long passcode. This isn't suspicious or anything. Kaken. Warm hands that smell like the gooey caramel on fall apples cup his face. So sweet. Like home. Katsuki kisses him, a bit frantic. His thumbs press into Izuku's jaw, opening his mouth wider and tipping his face up for easier access. Something's wrong. Izuku lightly drops his hands on Kaken's chest, pushes him back a bit. With some space between them, he can see the way Katsuki is flushed pink. You're not about to leave me or something, right? Izuku feels sick. Why is Kaken kissing him like it's for the last time? That doesn't get the response out of his boyfriend that he's expecting. Katsuki blinks before he bends a bit at the waist and emits a startled laugh. It's breathy and low, and when the elevator dings he straightens, wipes at his eyes. Cries no. Just come on, Izuku. Kaken takes him by the wrist and yanks him into the penthouse. It's open concept, pretty similar to Shudo's place. The kitchen is to their right with a vast living room looming just beyond that. A wall of windows, a spiral staircase leading to a loft, hallways that wing the main room that he's certain lead to bedrooms and office spaces. It's sleek and empty. Like no one lives here. The lights are off, and only the city's neon and moonlight filter through the windows. Katsuki? Izuku says quietly, afraid to break the moment. What's going on? Kaken stops them in the center of the apartment. Takes a deep breath. Turns to Izuku, the look on his face similar to the serious let's FNG go expression he wears in battle. Izuku's torso fills with boiling hot water. He's dreaming, this isn't happening, he doesn't deserve. I love you, Katsuki says. Determination gleams in his eyes like he's dead set on winning. I've loved you since I was a kid. I'll love you until the day I die and in whatever life comes after this one. He looks around, uses the hand not holding Izuku's to gesture to the apartment. I bought this for us. Izuku's crying. There are enough rooms for us each to have an office. There's a gym. There's a kitchen for me to feed your incompetent but and bedrooms for guests or your mom or All Might or, I don't know, kids or some sheet. Izuku hiccups a sob. There's just no way. I want to fill the walls with pictures, Izuku, Katsuki says. I want our life plastered to each inch. I want you forever. I want to give you everything. I want to share one family name. Izuku is going to pass out. Katsuki pulls him closer, kisses his nose, his cheeks, and wipes his tears away. Takes a step back. Drops down to one knee. He produces a black velvet box out of his jacket pocket. There's a gold band in there, inlaid with a radiant cut emerald and a circular ruby, tucked into the metal side by side. It's flashy enough to clearly be a gift from Kaken while being subtle enough for Izuku to wear daily. I've loved every version of you, Midoriya Izuku. And you've loved every version of me. I don't know how, but I want to spend every day thanking you for it. So, please, or I'll just about die. Katsuki smiles up at him. Marry me? Izuku's heart is inside his throat. He's going to throw up all the ways he wants to accept. All he can squeeze out is a soft, of course I'll marry you, Kaken. Katsuki grins, feral and victorious and somehow soft all at once. He slides the band on a perfect fit, and kisses the flawless ring on Izuku's flawed hand before standing and swooping him up into a blockbuster movie-worthy kiss. Izuku pulls away after a minute or 17. I love you so much, he whispers. Kaken looks at him like he has no clue why. Thank you for saying yes, it would have been really awkward if you didn't. Awkward? It's then that the whooping and screaming and hollering break through the blood rushing behind his ears. There, atop the loft railing overlooking the main room, are their friends. Denki is half over the banister, a bottle of champagne shaken up and ready to pop. Mina and Idru are hugging and crying. Inesa and Shudo have their arms over one another's shoulders, Inesa filming with his phone as he smiles. Everyone is here, even some members of his class from Shiketsu and members of Class A he hasn't met yet. Izuku beams up at them. Well, get down here, guys. A noise from the kitchen startles him. Popping up from behind the island is his mom, All Might, and Kaken's parents. All Might smiles, his eyes so warm and fond. His mom is, of course, sobbing. Mitsuki is going on about how Izuku is finally going to make an honest man out of her brat. Izuku feels close to bursting. Kaken presses a kiss to his favorite freckle of Izuku's, the particularly dark one at the top of his right cheekbone. And everything is perfect. Epilogue. Aizawa Shoyuda is a simple man. He requires coffee, a good nap, and protein goo packets. Other than that, he simply asks for the hellions he teaches to do their work and do it quietly. It's the first day of a new year at UA. A fresh batch of problem makers who likely all want to be like his favorite batch of problem children wait for him to enter class. He'll never get over sitting through his last class of third year's final presentations about what pro they want to be like. The fact that most of them presented on Bakugou Katsuki and Kirishima Ijiro was almost comical. Don't get him wrong, Shoyuta is immensely proud of his kids. Really. He loves it when they win some award and inevitably mention him in their speeches, or when he gets yet another wedding invite in the mail because they all apparently decided to marry each other. He doesn't want to know what happened in those dorms. Anyways, he loves his kids and hopes today's brats are decent enough to not be expelled on day one. The classroom is rowdy when he first enters, but one flash of his quirk and they quiet down. He sighs, introduces himself and gets down to the details. After all, they have a quirk assessment to get to. I'm going to call attendance. After today, whoever you all select as class rep will do this before I get here. Understood? He's rattling off names, already bored when he comes across something that makes his blood run cold. Right there, on the roster Nizu gave him suspiciously late. Bakugou Midoriya Kazuko. Bakugou Midoriya Ikumi. Kazuko, Ikumi, stand. Now. 2 students, both sitting front and center, stand. They're both ash blonde, both freckled. The only difference is Ikumi's vibrant red eyes in comparison to Kazuko's emerald green. Shoyuta has met Bakugou's husband enough times, has seen number 1 Deku, the symbol of hope, stood next to his husband, the symbol of victory, almost nightly on the news for the past however many long years, to know he's seen those eyes before. Please tell me your parents aren't the Wonder Duo. The entire class, except for a handful of students, all sat around the twins like they're the center of the universe, one of which is pink and looks a lot like Ashido, and he refuses to think about that right now, gasps. The boy, Kazuko, winces. Aizawa-sensei, are we in trouble if we say yes? The girl, Takumi, smirks. That's right, our dads are the best DMN heroes of all time. Kaz and I are going to take their spots soon, though, just you extras watch. A boy sitting next to Ikumi, who will not stop giving her hard eyes, has a shock of yellow blonde hair and purple eyes. Yeah, Uncle Katz and Uncle Izu are the coolest. A boy behind Ikumi with OF dash, please no red and white hair glares at the purple-eyed kid. My dads are closer with uncles than yours. Kaz and Umi are my best friends. Purple eyes roll said eyes. Haru, please. For once stop obsessing over the Wonder Twins. It isn't a competition. Like he'd said her name, Ikumi's red eyes flash. Did you say competition, Kenji? Lord have mercy. They're my children's children. All of them. Shoyuta exits his class quietly. He refuses to show the class the smile he's hiding under his capture weapon. He shoots off a text to his husband before marching into Nizu's office. I need you to call multiple sets of parents. I need a conference about how to hand their hellspawn. The rat god spins in his chair, his little scheming hands steepled together in front of him. I'm assuming you mean I need to call pro heroes Red, Riot, Pinky, Charge Bolt, Mind Break, Shudo, Gale Force, and the number ones. Yes. You think I can just casually get most of the top 10 in for a little chat? Yes. Nizu grins. Okie dokie. I think you'll have a very fun 3 years with this group, Aizawa-kun. Shoyuta needs more coffee. But at least his problem children are thriving.